Perfect. Ladies, ready?
Version of 7.
Happy?
Yeah.
Time's on.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Left or right? Hang on. Time off. Black, take the edge of the mark. Ladies need a hooker. Defensive hooker in channel.
Good morning everyone and welcome to day 2 here at the Gibraltar Sevens 2025. And we're starting off with the Quorum Women's competition here, the Shelford Peacocks.
Which one?
Just throwing a little bit of a skew line out there. And that will be a option here now.
Ladies marks
for
on 15.
The Sefton ladies. Joining commentary with James Wall, a well-renowned
Crouch!
journalist of rugby.
Bind!
All-round good guy. James,
Set!
welcome to Gibraltar. Back again for third year now, I think, isn't it?
Well, it's the 3rd year, but it's the 4th time because you came on cricket tour last year with MCC. And we had an incredible
Just slight knock on the floor.
Just showing how versatile Europa Park is. It's we've moved commentary boxes this year, and it's very, very windy, as you'd expect in Gibraltar. But the sun's set, and I think we're going to have a lovely, lovely day of Elite Sevens rugby.
Crouch! Bind! Set! No. Got
Get the ball out the back of the scrum. A lovely little loop round the back there, trying to create some space on this near side, and space is created, and now just looking for the gas on the outside. A good cover here, but a little bit of a shift of the feet, slowing herself down. And she's able to dot it down in the corner. Some lovely work there, early doors from Shelford.
I think it's lovely to see people standing people up and then back in their own pace on the wide outside. There was a couple of options there. You could have come back inside, taken contact, recycled. But you know, sometimes you've got to back your pace. And that little stand up, just stops the defence. It's lovely work try. Kick it into the wind here. I'm not hopeful. That's actually a very good effort. But again, as ever with Gibraltar, early wins. They make it very, very difficult for the kickers, Tom.
Yeah, certainly. You know, Gibraltar is a peninsula here, so we've got the Mediterranean in the background at the top end of your screen, and obviously the wind is going to come all the way across from the sea as the kick goes loose, and it's going to bounce all the way down nearly at the 5-metre line. So a pretty good restart there from Shelford. Sefton unable to scoop that one up.
I think, you know, this really emphasises the point about sevens, Tom. The restart is absolutely everything, and we saw in the men's elite last year the aerialists, as you know, sevens specialists call them aerialists. The value of an aerialist in a sevens team is inestimable. You know, we saw the Wild Dogs with 2 of their lads last year and 2 of their ladies last year. They were absolutely outstanding in winning those restarts, and we're going, oh, and again. you know, it really emphasises my point there. Short line out, not controlled particularly well, straight through the middle of it, bouncing ball. And what you've seen there is in 2 minutes, in 2 plays, you've had a 10-point swing. It shows the importance of that aerial game in sevens.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's so much space and so many options that you can play that you see from the line out there. They just weren't quite sure where they were going to go with it. Getting boot to ball this time, just kind of slicing it slightly to the right-hand side of the upright. It's not quite as clean a strike as the last one. But it is the Peacocks who are in the lead here today.
This will be the last play of the game, 37 seconds to go. And the Peacocks will restart again. The Sefton really need to control this restart a little bit better, Tom. Let's just see what they're doing. They're actually quite short. They're quite shallow in the way they've set up for that. And I think you might bring an extra player across from that. But they've gone short and straight. And again, reclaim brilliantly. But sealing off at the ruck. Yeah, sealing off at the ruck.
It's a great turnover and opportunity now for Sefton to try and get onto this ball. Lovely little pop pass to keep that ball in play, keeping it active. They want to play here and try and find a little bit of space. They can back themselves here clearly.
Need to recycle here, and they've done it.
And they've not had a defensive
going right to left
ruck yet, but the ball goes a little bit loose.
Poor handling.
He's scooped up just outside their 22 though, and is now secured as they try and work their way back to get into supports. Goes down the blind side, swallowed up. There's quite a few defensive players there. A little bit of fight at the breakdown, but they do get the ball out.
They're in good position here. Oh, really? They were looking there. They had there was a 2-person overlap there, but no, kick through. Always an effective tactic in sevens. On the lovely Europa Park pitch, firm as anything. You can trust the bounce. This will be the last play of the game. Oh, and the Campese goose step coming in. I don't think we're going to see a goose step from that young lady.
Forwards.
So that takes us into half-time then. It's been a pretty strong performance so far from the Peacocks. 17 points to 0 up over Sefton ladies here. So a strong start in that first half, just using a little bit more of their space and their pace around the outside to get most of their tries. But certainly, when Sefton have the ball, they do like to keep it alive and do have a few options there. So it could be an interesting second half if Sefton can get some possession. They have an opportunity here.
And I think from the Peacocks' point of view, you know, the one thing you would say is their defence has been fairly resilient. They're really attacking that breakdown. And, you know, when you have such competition at the breakdown, and in sevens especially, same applies for 15s, but in sevens particularly, you start to get opportunities and gaps due to number mismatches. And I think that little breakdown we saw on 3 occasions there, Tom, just how hard the girls are really competing at. Really challenging for the ball, but inevitably space will open up when that happens.
Yeah, it certainly will. And we've got a full action-packed day for you here. Today we have the women's starting us off, the Quorum Women's competition. The Defender Men's Open has their semi-finals and their finals later on today as well. And of course the Tomobola Men's Elite competition is coming your way as well. Some really strong teams this year. We've had a lot of new teams join us this year in this competition, in all competitions in fact, and it's great to see such a diversity of players from different places. 2 teams from France as well who have been lighting up the scene around the French Sevens circuit, so it's great to see them come down to Gibraltar and look forward to seeing what they have to offer, James.
Yeah, and you know, Tom, I'm very active working in French rugby, and it would be remiss of me not to plug my bows, Toulouse, playing in the top 14 final. I'm vaguely involved with doing a little bit of analysis work with Toulouse Rugby, and it's going to be a big ask for them taking on the mighty Bordeaux. And you know, when you look at that Bordeaux side, their backline, I can't think of a better backline in the world at the moment. 2 best wingers around, Penaud, Bielberry, 2 of the best centres in Mafana and Deportier, and then those halfbacks, Maxime Luca and Matthew Jalibert. I'm really looking forward to it tonight. And we kick off going deep down the right.
Yeah, it's taken a bit better this time. There's one bounce and brought safely into the hands as Sefton looks to go down that far side at the moment, just trying to find a little space. Cuts back inside, gained some good meters here, gained about 20 meters or so with that carry. So there's as we said before, it could be dangerous here if they can keep ball in hand as they get up to the halfway line now nearly. Just ball coming a little bit loose, but it has been scooped up. Once again, some lovely footwork to get through. She's got the pace, she is brought down.
Oh, just that final pass.
Strong fend coming in there as the ball gets popped out again, still keeping it alive and moving it around. Just trying to probe forwards now and just outside the Peacocks 22.
What Sefton have done there, Tom, they've just managed to retain the ball. Real confidence to recycle it, but what that's allowed them to do is to reset their attacking structure. Accuracy of passing maybe has been a bit of a weakness so far, and they just need to keep that ball. When they win it back, they need to keep it in hand and maintain accuracy of passing. Oh, that's a brutal fend off. Absolutely brutal fend off. And Sefton straightening up and go again. Straight down the middle of the pitch. Mini ruck set up, and they're going to go right to left. Might have been a bit of crossing there perhaps, but no, the referee sees plays on. Great.
Second time.
Great work of the jackal, but the referee said the player not released before the jackal. Number 12 for Sefton, crashing in. And again, the beauty of committing numbers into
25.
contact and then having a player running off your shoulder.
10.
Yeah,
Wonderful try
So
for Sefton there.
Yeah, lovely work.
Yeah,
There's a yellow
5.
card as well. The penalty taken quickly, and the Peacocks not back 10 meters, making that tackle straight away. So rightly so, the referee Ben Thomas comes back for the yellow card. So there'll be a one-player overlap, an advantage here for Sefton for the next 2 minutes.
That's fine.
So a good opportunity, considering they like to keep the ball in hand and play to find that space. They can be quite patient. Yeah. Hopefully that space opens up a little bit quicker.
I have to say, Tom, one of the legends of Gibraltar rugby, and especially the Gibraltar Sevens, Becky Riley, is looking resplendent with the most vibrant coloured pink hair I think I've ever seen. An absolute legend of Gibraltar rugby. And I think
take a step.
The person that you really go to for anything that you don't know about, if it's your first time in Gibraltar Sevens. Oh, a little skiddy restart. Peacocks collect. And they go again right to left. Loose ball, and again that's the pressure of that Sefton defence. They're really flying up in the faces there, aren't they, Tom?
Yeah, they certainly are. It's not always, it's a lesser seen tactic in sevens half the time, but if you can get it right and you can back yourself and work together well as a team, and that's the really key element of that sort of defensive structure, and they are doing it pretty well here. So they're getting up in the face, they're causing those mistakes.
Let's get going.
Unfortunately, that loose ball has just gone slightly forward as they've tried to scoop it up off the floor, and it results in a Peacock scrum.
I think if you go back to the Olympic Sevens, we saw a number of contrasting styles there. But one of the things that struck me was the way Ireland played. And Ireland were very much a side that worked upon the percussion in defence, their suffocation in defence. Obviously, you've got the likes of France and Fiji, that they were the all-court attacking sides. But when you looked at Ireland, they got through to the I think they got through to the third and fourth playoff, and it was all based upon their defence.
Yeah, Ireland really put a lot of work in, unfortunately. Obviously, Sevens, beautiful work. Normally cut myself off mid-sentence, but that was a lovely little step back inside, and I tell you what, Sefton have really put themselves back into this game in this second half.
Yeah, takes the score to 10-17. There is 3.5 minutes left to go, so plenty of time to make a comeback here, Tom. Yeah, but going back to Ireland, it really was based upon suffocating, fast, and very intense defence. And on Planning Rugby site that I write for, Mike Friday, we have Mike Friday on as one of our guest during the Olympic Sevens, and he talked
Something
about
like
the different
17-10.
blends of styles that we saw during that
Left to
Olympics tournament. I think it was really great how the Olympic Sevens last year put the game on the global map, and I think a lot of that was down to the great Antoine Dupont. And his presence, and I still can't get over his last 4 minutes in that final. I think just remarkable.
Are you ready?
Yeah, it's great to see a player who can kind of bounce between the two. And we know so many players who've sculpted their trade in the sevens and been able to make it through to the 15-a-side game. And sevens is such a crucial and key part to rugby's success and continued development. But obviously, taking through a bit of struggles at the moment. Ireland's
Never on the ball, leave it pink.
removing their men's programme. Obviously, Team GB going to a competition and camp-based model as Peacocks. Bloody hell, that was a really lovely little bit of work there. Just stepping inside, taking the gap and charging forwards. And dotting down under the posts.
Onto a silver skateboard there, wasn't she, Tom? Absolutely wonderful try. Some 60 metres there. And again,
From behind the post.
Peacock's just getting a little bit ragged in defence, bobbling ball, and just goes to show that transition rugby is just important in sevens as it is in 15s.
Yeah, a little bit of something out of nothing there, really. It was strong, looked like a strong set defence from the Sefton ladies there, but ended up being able to find that little bit of space through the middle and getting over the line. So they've just extended their lead now here.
I think the most impressive thing about that was having seen how tired Ben Thomas was last night, that he managed to keep somewhere up near with the play. Good old Ben, one of the characters of the refereeing community. As Peacock's kick-off, Sefton return, going wide down the left touch line, but defended well.
Spilled there, unfortunately,
First one
just couldn't
backwards, then
quite
not
get it
gone
into the
for.
hands. So that's be a scrum to the Peacocks and a really good attacking opportunity just on this near side here on the 22. In a game like sevens, the scrum really can be so effective, drawing in those players, creating so much space.
Times in the red.
They've certainly got the speedsters with the footwork to be able to get it into the right places. So let's
Bind.
see what the Peacocks do here.
24-10. 24-10.
No, 9.
To the Peacock.
It's spilled a little bit backwards there, but scooped up an end, and their final who to go. So it will be a Peacocks victory here, but can they top it off with a final score into the 22 now?
Sefton playing for pride here, aren't they?
Certainly are, but they're not giving up without a fight, that's for sure. Oh, good tackle coming in there.
Oh, that's some
Strong
wonderful
drive
rucking
through.
work.
Oh, a little bit of hands on the floor there from the Peacocks, but could just be a loose boot in the ruck. I think that's just gone forward there, and that will take us to full time. So what a match to start us off with. Some lovely play from both these sides. Two UK-based sides coming over here, to Gibraltar, coming to play some sevens on the rock, and we love to see it. So the final score, 24-10 to the Peacocks over Sefton ladies, but a great game, and I look forward to seeing both these teams playing further on in this competition.
Cheers, mate. I'll play.
Again, yeah.
Cheers.
Rhino are the official ball partners of this year's Gibraltar Sevens. Let's go for a tour around the rock.
Welcome back to Europa Park. It's James Wall here. Tom Reed's left us. We've now got the intelligence scores against the Savvy Panthers. Savvy Panthers, a big supporter of the Gibraltar Sevens, did well in it last year, and I'm joined by Rugby Parsley's Sam Lana, a good friend of mine. We've worked and written together over the years. Sam, welcome to Gibraltar.
Thank you very much, James. Beautiful to be here.
Right.
It's a perfect day for some rugby. It's hot though, isn't it, James?
Oh, hot and windy, low sun. And we start off, intelligent cause, kicked, a bobbling restart, and the Savvy Panthers attacking down the left touchline. Gas to go here.
That was a fantastic try. I think she's just going to get it in the corner. Excellent. That's as simple as they can come, isn't it?
Savvy Panthers were stars of the tournament last year, both at Open and Elite level. And again, you know, Tom Reed and I were talking about the importance of the restart. That was a horrible, bobbling restart.
Yeah.
Into the 22. But when you get restarts like that, it doesn't really give you the chance to reclaim them. You're relying upon opposition mistakes. And there's something about the Sevens game that the restart is everything. It's about
So I had to reset my whistle.
Oh, it's crucial.
Keep behind you when
You've
you
got
kick
to
it,
get it
both
high,
sides.
and you've got to get it hanging. We'll see if we'll see something a little bit different here. Bit more height. That's perfect. That will give them a chance. Maybe a little bit too long.
That's wonderfully collected by the intelligence corps, who drives straight down the middle.
He came in the side on the ball.
Penalty there to the intelligence corps.
In the side.
Hole Young, I think,
Play.
or hangs up not off the ball.
Lift, first
Great
person,
work
play.
over the ruck. Lovely steal.
There's space
by
out
Liv
wide.
Taylor.
There's a lot of space out wide for a bit of gas here.
This is Larry Davis. Scrum half by nature. She's absolutely gassing down that right wing. There's real pace there. That's young Larry Davis. In 15, she plays as scrum half. In 7, she's regards herself as a utility back, and certainly she's got the gas for sevens.
Fairly impressive there, how she just realigned. She just got back, got enough depth to then explode off and just use her pace. She's going to be so dangerous for this tournament, I think.
12
Charlie
here.
Manns drop
Left,
kicks
right.
the conversion in this win.
coming
That's no mean feat. And Savvy Panthers in control of this game. And
Play.
they go again. Going straight down the middle, same restart. Again, probably slightly too long. Run out of defence.
It's been so open though, James. I think we've seen 2 rucks so far in this
Classic.
game.
There's number 8 for the intelligence corps, Kiara Kerwin. She's the youngest player on the team. She's the youngest player on the team, but she's somebody to watch. Massive on the ball in contact. But here we go again. Down the right-hand line, Larry Davis again. Oh my God, it's Larry. Oh, what a step inside.
That is an absolutely brilliant try. It's
I'll tell you
even
what.
better than the previous one.
I'll tell you what, there'll be a debate as to which Larry was the greatest artist after today. So that's,
Absolutely will be. You're starting early with that one, James. That's fantastic.
yeah, the jokes are flying up here. The jokes are flying up here. Charlie Manns with a conversion again. 17-0. 3 minutes 22 to go. And I think the intelligence corps really need to strike back here. They're going to be toast if they can't get back in this game right now. They're going to go again. Shorter drop out this time.
Oh, it's quite good though. That's a beautiful kick. I mean, they just found space for that kick, and then as soon as it bounces, it can do anything, as we all know with the rugby ball. But they will, the intelligence corps will at least have a chance to build something from this lying out.
Early morning for the commentators, the organising team. Chad Thompson, Chief
Close the gap,
Executive
Black, please.
Gibraltar
That's the ball,
Rugby,
it's the ball.
took us down to the marina area last
Time's up.
night, where we had a very restrained evening, but one punctuated by humour banter and great stakes.
Time back on, just
Lovely
take a
night,
pace.
wasn't it, Sam?
It was
Time back on,
great.
just take
Yeah,
this,
it was
go.
fantastic. The as you say, down there is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? It was my first time in Gibraltar.
playing that,
but it
we're
was
playing that, we're
absolutely
playing
lovely.
that.
A great introduction.
Knock-ons, scrum
Intelligence call
advantage,
living up to their name
scrum
with
advantage only.
a neat little line-out ploy there, but unfortunately,
Here's the mark.
Savvy Sevens defending the front of the line-out well. We've got the first scrum of the game.
I don't think this is going to be too bad for the Intelligence Corps. I think they just need to build something here, just get back into the game. It's been very quick at the start.
Crouch.
I think slowing it down and going
Bind.
from here is not going to be too
Set.
bad for them. Although they have just been pushed
Ball's
off that
lifted
scrum,
and
so
play.
this could be bad for them.
It's Charlie Manns again. Oh, lovely bit of defensive work there by Molly John. And Molly picks up and goes. No,
Away,
that's
move
Luke
back, thank you.
Stevenson.
Get out quicker, please.
Second picks up and goes again. Intelligence Corps playing tight, direct rugby. There's some real power there.
First person
Some
lift.
super power coming in.
First person
from,
lift.
I think that's Megan Griffiths. Oh. But again, turned over. Liv Taylor goes the length of the pitch. And that's an absolute hammer blow for the Intelligence Corps. They really can't get a foothold in this game. Sam, I don't think they've crossed the halfway line yet.
No, they haven't. They're just struggling to keep hold of that ball. And the problem is, as soon as the Savvy Panthers get the ball, they score almost immediately every single time this game.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not mine, but I'll take it.
I think they just need a platform here, the Intelligence Corps. I think they just need to gather
Trying to
this
bribe me.
kick-off and just try and build something off here, because it has been,
Very
as
tight
I've said
on you.
before, it's been
Just
very
keep the
quick.
space.
They just need to slow it down and just get a little bit of possession, because as soon as they go wide, they're just going to be picked off on those wide looks. That's a great kick-off, though.
It's actually really well fitted by the Intelligence Corps.
Lock on, scrum advantage.
Natalie Day doing
Okay.
fine work in
We'll take
the
the
air
knock on.
there.
Double knock
But
on by-
unfortunately, no control of the drop zone, Sam. Again, you know, it's one of my biggest bugbears, both in 15s and 7s. You've got to control the drop down. If your aerialist does the work, you as a loose forward or half back have really got to be there in support, controlling the bobbling ball.
Yeah.
Absolutely key to the aerial game.
It is. It's particularly important in sevens as well, where you need to just do it with as few people as possible.
And again, this right touchline has been real area of profit, but unfortunately, some
Half time.
very, very poor tackling by the Intelligence Corps allows Holly Williams to run the length of the half to hammer blow the Intelligence Corps. 31-0 at half time. So Sam, what's your impressions of Europa Park?
It's fantastic. So for those who don't know, it's like the southern tip of Gibraltar. So we've got sea on almost every side, and it's also
Take
fantastic.
your cap off to prove I've got hair. Look,
I won't, because I haven't, but I'll keep it firmly lodged. So we can see the sea, we can see Africa. I think if the mist clears, which I kind of hope it doesn't, because it'll get really hot. But it's beautiful, isn't it? You've been here before, James.
yeah. So this is my fourth time here. I'm very, very honoured to have also captained MCC. To come over here last year, where we won 2 games and lost 2, and we encountered a young local cricketer, Louis Bruce, that's now qualifying to become an elite MCC playing member himself. Described as one of the best batters on mainland Europe. And I think he got an 80-odd and a 90-odd in the 2 long-form games against us. And funny enough, I saw Louis a week before last when MCC played a 150th anniversary game, bit of a festival game. Unfortunately for Louis, the pitch was as green as Europa Park, and they had a couple of very, very useful quicks. So we struggled. 115 all-out MCC, Sam, and Womburn 116 for 9. Great game of cricket.
Well, you can just about see the wicket. It's just on the other side of the pitch. But this pitch is 4G. What's that like to play cricket on,
Oh,
James?
it's incredible. The only problem is, for people of my age, there's absolutely zero excuse for misfielding a cricket ball on it. You know, you can't say it bobbled, because it won't. The only thing you've got to be careful of, and this applies to the rugby players, is the burns that you'll get off it, especially if you're wearing polyester cricket trousers.
Yeah.
You know, one of the features of Gibraltar is the wind.
Yeah.
And the ground staff are very careful to walk the pitch before kick-off every morning, just to make sure no sand, little pebbles are blown off.
Yeah.
Daryl Chapman is the man in
Where are
the
you?
middle with the whistle today. Daryl, an absolute legend at Gibraltar Rugby. Refs in England at level 2 and level 3, and occasionally runs the touch in the Premiership. As the Savvy Sevens
free kick
make
here,
probably the first
to the
error
line.
in the game as they
It's a free
fail
kick here,
to
Green.
restart.
It's here.
So the
Green,
restart's
you
turned
start
over,
here.
as is
Ball hasn't gone 10.
Sevens,
It's a free kick
and the
restart to you.
Intelligence Corps finally have a chance to fire a shot.
Yeah, so, yeah, must leave your hands, yeah?
Yeah,
that's
they have
it,
an
play.
opportunity here. It's a little bit of a slow restart, but she's made good progress there. And they've kept hold of the ball, so this is a good start.
Off feet, move. Thank you.
The Intelligence
Knock on,
Corps
scrum
just been
advantage.
very slow to
Okay,
support some.
unlucky there.
They're not running off the shoulders of their runners. They're not really offering their runners any options.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit surprised to keep hold of that ball as well there. It just meant that everyone else was a bit static, a bit flat, and when the ball did come out, there wasn't any options, as you say. Be interesting to see what happens here, because we've got Liv Taylor back on, who was so good in that first half. She's at scrum half here.
It's a lovely little pot pass, really bringing her runners
No,
straight into the
no,
crash.
lift it.
That's
Thank
a
you. Play.
lovely setup.
Not you.
The Savvies go right to left. A bobbling ball, or accuracy in passing was lacking there. But I just love the way Liv brought, I think it was Natalie Day in on the crash there.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. Was it Natalie Day? Yeah, it is Natalie Day. She's a good game, the Big 12.
Here's your mark.
Good
There's
defence
your mark.
as well, though, actually, there by the Intelligence Corps. Made that first up hit. I thought that might have been problematic.
Stay
and
there.
then, as we saw, just a mistake on the pass out wide. But that
Let's
pass
play.
was intended for Holly Williams, who's listed here as both a prop and a fly half.
That's fine, we're playing that. We're playing that. We're going to play
For a lot
that.
of people, I guess, in the verse, fly half and end up as a prop.
I'm all for more props playing.
First
at
person
fly
lift.
half. Oh,
Take
lovely
it.
strip there. Strip by Sophia
Knock on,
Lambert.
scrum advantage. It's not coming.
Another error,
Here we
though,
go.
just in that passing game. I mean, they are 31-0
Hit.
up at this point, so you can see
It's
why
behind
there's
you.
some
It's
errors
here.
creeping in. But
Let's
the
build the
Intelligence Corps
scrum.
need to take
I'm
advantage
not
of
gonna
this.
warn you again.
A couple of quick
Timing
tries, and they
from
are
the
back
push.
in this.
Make sure you bind to your hooker, yeah?
Really
Not
looking
over the
forward
top to each other,
to
yeah?
the elite tournament later on
I'll
this
step straight
afternoon.
back, I'll get out of your
Be
way.
some wonderful rugby. We've
Crouch.
got 2 new French sides coming over to
Bind.
Gibraltar for the first time.
Set.
Referee
There we go.
Luke Pearce will be in his element.
Ball's lifted
Luke
and
speaks
played.
6 languages fluently.
Okay, play.
And French being
Happy
one
with
of
that.
them.
Yeah.
Away.
And always lovely to have.
She's down.
I don't know what you call
Ball's
it.
out.
Cultural
Play on and
icon,
exposed.
would you say?
Hexalingual.
Yes. Yeah.
Hexalingual Luke Pearce.
She's down now. Stay there.
Yeah, very impressive. He was using them all last night as well.
Yeah. Probably his best.
Let's see what happens.
language
Scrum
is,
advantage.
Factory floor Kiwi then.
Lift it and play, please.
Luke, our favourite
Advantage is
referee.
now up.
But for those of you into your music, Luke bears an uncanny resemblance to Peter Gabriel's bass player Tony Levin. Google it if you don't believe me. And here we go.
Margot Cherrier.
Savvy's absolutely gassing. Margot Cherrier down the left. And she's going to go in unopposed. That will take the score to 35-0 with 3.5 minutes played. It's one-way traffic here, Sam.
It is. I think that's the killer blow, really. The problem that the Intelligence Corps have is that as soon as that ball gets out wide and there's any space, Savvy Panthers are so quick in so many different positions that they can just run around the outside. And they're looking like a real danger for this match, I think, at this point, and for this tournament.
And the Intelligence Corps have got pretty strong heritage in this tournament. Men's Elite, they did very, very well last year. Came out with a very strong side. And I think they were pushing.
You got 10 seconds to
final
restart.
stages, where the Wild Dogs took them out. But here we go again. The Savvy's kicking off. Deep kick, hanging in the air. I think that one came out the sun, didn't it?
Yeah, I think there was a bit of miscommunication about who's going to take that. Disobey the first rule of rugby that you never let the ball bounce.
Sorry, my fault.
Better by the Intelligence Corps. Bit of space out left here if they get it there quickly.
I think the crowd are really getting behind the Intelligence Corps now. They want to see a score, but Daryl Chapman miserly as ever with any mistakes on the field.
Scrum called. Got a release on the floor.
Liv Taylor in there for. Thought she had the turnover. I think it's been a knock on, but she's having a very impressive game, isn't she?
Yeah, she's been one of the stars alongside
Lowry Davis, who was so good in the first half. She's had a well-deserved rest after about a quarter of that first half. Ooh, nice attacking move out wide. That's Maisie Vigil who's got it, and she will go in as well.
This is,
Knock on.
I mentioned,
Knock on.
Daryl has spotted a forward pass. Look at him.
Scrum.
Lovely clear refereeing from Chappers. Super experienced referee. A very safe pair of hands.
It was a bit of a shame to see that after such a nice attacking move, they just create so much space out wide with those dummy runners in the midfield.
I said, Sam, we came here on a cricket tour.
Yeah.
The score
Set.
was pretty low, and I think
Stay, balls out,
the,
play
South
on.
Panthers are in danger of beating some of the MCC scoring here last year. But the intelligence
forward pass
score
here.
out again.
Yes.
No, another mistake under pressure. So they've been very, very scrappy, and I think they'll have to go away and have a good think about their ball control.
Yeah.
First time she's played.
Number of unforced errors. I think I've counted about 18 unforced errors, handling errors.
Yeah, crouch.
Hands not going. Sorry,
Bind.
passes not going to hand.
Bind. Set.
They
Let's go.
They
Stay
won't
there.
be happy about this at all, because I know the intelligence corps take this tournament very, very seriously. As the Panthers go, as Savvies go again left to right, defences run out of numbers. That's a lovely inside out by Maisie Rindell. Maisie plays as a wing or centre, and that really showed her ability to step off the left foot under the posts. And as the intelligence calls were drifting across at pace, it just got stood up by that sidestep there. So.
Yeah, they did. And also I think Natalie Day is so dangerous in the at centre there. She's acting as a little bit as a distributor and as a dummy runner there, but she's just creating so much space.
Well, I think the Masborough Savvy Panthers have really put down a marker there. That's the level, that's the standard that we're going to go and see. And I think 45-0 is the final score. And that is a statement performance from the Savvy Panthers.
They were so impressive today. Very, very impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing them later on, see if they can recreate that, perhaps against a team who maybe can hold on to the ball a little bit longer and perhaps test them a bit more in the defence, because they weren't really tested today in defence.
And I think, some players to look out for on that Savvy Panthers side. Larry Davis and her pace down that wing. Liv Taylor, who moved between scrum half and wing. And also Natalie Day, a real centre point of their attack. She is the girl that really hits the hard yards down the middle. And what that does, it gives the real flyers, Liv and Larry, the ability to attack either side of her. And Sam, in sevens, attacking both sides of the breakdown is so key with so few numbers on the pitch. And when you've got a big ball carrier, somebody that takes two players to put down, that is gold dust in sevens rugby.
It really is. You can't leave her one-on-one, because as soon as you leave her one-on-one, she'll just go straight for the middle. So they're having to double up, and as they double up, they just create that space out wide. So she is such a weapon.
All right, we'll be back for the next match shortly. That's Sam and James signing off 5 minutes. Welcome back to the first men's elite of the day. This is where it really ramps up. We've got the Mavericks from the UK against the South Sevens, a side drawn across the southwest area of France, I believe, in the men's elite. Souths are playing right to left in resplendent pink, and the Mavericks.
So the Souths are in blue, actually playing left to right.
That's our producer's fault, don't blame us. Oh, Mavericks working hard. The South's defence as strong as you'd like. Some big units out there, Sam.
This is already looking like it might be the early matchup of the day here. This is a lot of quick players out there and a lot of power there.
There's a loud bang there as somebody's dropped something above us on the camera station.
That was the power that I was talking about there, James. It's even coming through to the comms box.
First scrum of the game, lovely and low. And the Souths go left to right, trying to break out of their own half. Some lovely scanning there, a goose step, and we're down the left-hand side. Ball's cutting side and recycled.
Good defence, calm defence there by the Mavericks, just drifted across, shut down the space. You need to do the same thing here though, there's a lot of width for the South Sevens.
Oh, it's a lovely in out. Oh, it's a deliberate.
I think he's not that backwards.
There.
I think he's not that backwards.
He's got it. 30. Johnny Laurie, the winger. What some amazing gas, some wonderful defence there. And I think we're going back for the knock-on. Luke Pearce, yep, we spotted that, Sam. Deliberate knock-on called by assistant referee Ben Thomas. They're just trying to work out who the player was, the miscreant.
It is a Laurie. It is a Laurie. So from hero to villain in very quick succession there.
He's telling Ben Thomas he needs a video replay. Unfortunately, whilst facilities in Gibraltar are wonderful, we haven't quite yet got TMO work. But Lou Pearce, Ben Thomas working beautifully in tandem there. And Mavericks down to 6 men. In 7, Sam, that's absolutely brutal.
Oh, it's horrendous. I've one player to look out for here. There's Theo Tremo on the south side there, number 3. He's a prop, but he looks like a powerful centre. That's a loose pass out wide, though. It's not gone forwards. That's just killed the momentum for South Sevens.
Dylan Chantreux, French national player, plays at scrum half in the French national 7 setup. And Theo Tremo.
Oh, yes, please.
Wonderful work. Theo Tremo in, out, around. Amayal Mamu under the posts for the first try of the game. That was stellar rugby. Absolutely stellar rugby. Dylan Chantreux with an in, out and around. Absolutely wonderful work there, Sam. That was the try of the morning.
It was. Given they've only got 6 players, the Mavericks did make them work hard for that. I think they'll be in this. If they just need to hang on for this yellow card period, I think they're going to be in this game. I think we're going to see something competitive here.
Yeah. It's great to hear a French voice exhorting a little bit of encouragement down on the touchline. And the Souths kick off again. A hanging kick-off, lovely bit of 7s work there, but possibly a little bit too deep. Mavericks collect, and they go straight. Player not held in tackle, and it's that's incredible work, keeping the ball in hand, knowing that they're short of a player on the pitch.
Good work by the Mavericks, as you say, just playing calm rugby, just kind of killing the clock a little bit here, but they're under pressure out wide, and it is a turnover, and they want to go quick. Louis Leray. Oh, lovely finish. Absolutely lovely. Just quick and get 6 men. It's always going to be easy to go that quick, and Mavericks just couldn't get back in time.
Louis Leray. Absolutely outstanding. I'll tell you what, I'm already I'm really pretty impressed with this French outfit, so they are special.
Very good. I spent about 25 minutes watching them practice last night, and they look the real deal. There's about five of them who could do perfect hanging kickoffs. We might not need to see too many of them, but this is perfect start for them. That's Dylan Chantreau there with the kick, which is just missed.
And it's worth pointing out, you know, there are two, Dylan Chantreau and Louis Littré, are both in the French International Sevens programme. That shows really the quality of the player down here. We've got two of the lads, two of the French boys playing with La Rochelle at the moment. Mosé Paper has played for Tonga in the National Sevens. And now, against all the odds, the Mavericks are breaking out of defence. Charlie Owens going left to right. But again, that breakdown work of the South, not meeting the favour of Luke Pearce. But boy, oh boy, they're looking to compete.
Johnny Lawley looks like a handful here. Obviously, he's taking his time in the bin, but he is so quick. He managed to chip and chase his own kick.
As you like from Lima Sabalina there. And the Mavericks, what a piece of brilliant work. Alfie Weston, in, out, around. Guy plays hooker at 15s.
Doesn't look like it, does he?
Doesn't look like it. It just shows that how the mobility of hookers in the modern game. Score now is 5-12 to the South. The Mavericks are back to a full complement of players. This will be the last kick of the game, maybe. It's about 20 seconds left, so we've got time for one more kick-off.
Harry Rice with the kick there, just pushed it to the right. But Mavericks absolutely back in this. One converted try in their level. They've weathered that yellow card period very well.
5-12, 17 seconds to go. Mavericks with the kickoff.
Look out for Ed Volley here. He's very tall. He's gone a bit early actually there on the kick chase. But he's very tall, very quick. He'll be dangerous under these kickoffs.
Luke Pearce calling them back for a player in front of the kick. Do you know what, Sam? That is one of my bugbears of international and first-class rugby now. The number of times players are offside at kickoff. Nothing's done about it.
Yeah.
So, South go. They've got a chance to make one more statement before the end of this half. And they attack straight down the middle of the play. Create one of those little mini rucks and attack again. Left to right. They've got a man outside here. John Mail Mamu.
That was Amani Navare with the offload. You just drew two men, and South will look to go wide. That's a poor pass, though. Gives Mavericks a chance to push up. But it's going to be another penalty to South Sevens.
The cries of Jouet, Jouet, Jouet is coming from the French bench below us.
There's plenty of Jouet in this game, isn't there? Dylan Chantreau, beautiful finish. Lovely footwork.
That's a fatigue try, isn't it?
It is. That was just too much pressure for the Mavericks to handle there at the end of that half. I'm enjoying this. It's a great game.
Yeah, that just goes to show you come to little Gibraltar and you get treated to an elite games to sevens like that. The score at half-time is 17-5 to the South. They have been wonderful value for their lead. 19-5 to the South here at Europa Park. This has been already the game.
You guys happy with the breakdown course for now? We're good.
Just goes to show you,
10
rugby
seconds,
in France at the moment is almost challenging football for popularity,
Well behind the
especially
kicker,
down in the
please.
south. All of the rattle in the press, all of the discussions in the bars has moved towards rugby, and it's been absolutely brilliant for the game. As the South kick off, a lovely hanging kick.
Good
but
take, no
Mavericks
opportunity here.
take well.
That's
Ed volley.
Jack O'Kelly actually. Jack Blackmore goes out wide. This is Mosesi Pepe, who just came on for the second half. Now South's got an opportunity.
Just attack.
Bit of cat and mouse going on there. This is wonderful play. This is absolutely incredible. From under their own line, Tam Pikuni goes the length of the pitch. That was absolute confidence. No, it wasn't confidence. That was sheer arrogance, wasn't it?
It's worth talking about what Mosesi Pepe just did there. He looked like he'd run straight to the end of a dead end, and he beat about 4 men, offloaded, and then that was just beautiful finishing there from the South.
This way, please.
I think he sidestepped something in the telephone box, that boy.
He absolutely could.
Thank you.
Wow, we've been treated to a rugby festival from the debutants in the men's elite, the South Sevens.
What's really hurting the Mavericks at the moment is that the Souths, they're able just to draw in 2 men. Obviously in 15s that's a massive advantage. In 7s it's enormous because you just create so much space. Every single one of their tries at the moment has been created by just drawing in 2 men, and then there's out the back offloads, which are just a thing of beauty.
Do you think, Sam, that the Mavericks are probably standing off the man too much? Maybe they need to be going harder at that first tackle?
I think that's true. Yeah, I think maybe go a little bit higher as well, try and keep hold of that ball. It's a great take by Josh Nicholson. They've got a chance now.
Luke Ura is going. He's gone. That's a lovely offload.
Oh, he's dropped it there.
Very
I think.
path there.
And it's a penalty. Souths go quick. They've got some space on the left.
Maverick compounded error after error there. Poor handling after the work of Ura. Poor handling, and then holding on the floor. Luke Pearce, eagle-eyed as ever, calls for the scrum. It's very interesting, Sam. Underneath at amateur level
Quickly,
in France, for insurance purposes now, scrummaging is almost outlawed in the French amateur 15s game.
Yeah.
At 7s, it's not the same.
Semifinal 9,
There
9,
is
stay.
a regulation about how far they can push the side back.
Yeah, it creates more open
Not
rugby,
held.
doesn't it, as we're seeing here.
Ura with a lovely tap tackle there. And again, Mavericks are standing off in tackles. Look at their line, they're disjointed at the back, they need to be stepping up as one, but now they've reformed that line and they're pressing. That's much better defence, but sidestepped again, run.
No,
There's,
nothing.
Josh Nicholson crashing up on his
No,
man,
no.
sidestep, but at least they're pinned South back in their own half.
Danger here. This is Uru out wide defensively. Great tackle there by Uru. He's been very impressive since he's come on.
Uru's been the star really of the Mavericks game so far, both in defence and attack. That's got to be a holding on the floor. Yeah, it is.
Chance now.
Yeah.
This is Murray there.
Nicholson goes, running straight.
Ooh, looks a bit high possibly. Yeah, giving.
Shot.
Another quick one here by Mavericks. They got some space out to the left. Good finish. Yeah, lovely stuff. That's John Ilori, who again has been very impressive today.
Yeah, Uru and Ilori have both been the standouts. Josh Nicholson, another player that's caught my eye.
You need to chip. I mean, they aren't going to come back from this. I don't think they've got just under 3 minutes to go, and they've got 16 points to claw back.
16-point deficit, 3 scores. 3 scores is hard work in 7s, but you know, with the restarts, winning your own restart again, we emphasise that. It's not out of the question.
No.
It's about confidence as well, I think. Here, obviously, they got a few more games today. They need to build a bit of confidence. Great kick. Found that space in behind.
Oh, that's an absolutely hammering tackle by Ed Volley.
Oh,
pressure,
as we were talking,
Ed
great
Volley,
kick.
that is a wonderful piece of individual skill. Ed Volley was the man there that caused havoc with the initial tackle. Ball fell loose. He picked up the bouncing ball, went over himself. Really, really setting a standard there. He has been outstanding, this young hooker.
Very impressed by the kickoff as well. The Souths all crept forward. Obviously, they knew they were going to try and reclaim possession. They just went in behind and created chaos with that bouncing ball. Not over yet. Just under 2 minutes left, 11 points.
The Mavericks have really brought this game back into... Oh, was there a bit of blocking there, Sam? I think there might have been.
Oh, yes, there was.
Yeah.
This is all go Mavericks now in this last half of the second half. They're going to try and go quick. I think Souths will have time, though, just to gather themselves, getting back into their defensive shape. Although they have gone quick.
Is going... Oh, no. Lucas Salabanini there. Spinning the ball in contact. Brutal tackle from Antoine Cavallini, I beg his pardon.
Yeah, he's just come on, so he'll have relatively fresh legs. Obviously, you can never really have fresh legs in sevens. It's so physically demanding, but he is relatively fresh. I think they would just slow this down, the South Sevens, and just try and take the sting out of this Mavericks attack. But they've been really impressive this latter half.
Oh.
Offside,
unfortunately, the Mavericks, it's one of those things. It's always a line in.
Keep going, guys. Keep going.
There's always a big line in rugby between being competitive and really upping your competition, and then
30 seconds left.
And I think the Mavericks, maybe their own enthusiasm has pushed them north of that line of. Oh, watch your head, Sam. I thought we were going to be taken out in the com box there. There's always that line
Becky, score confirmation.
controlled aggression and just conceding penalties, and the Mavericks have just maybe crossed over into that untidy.
Let's go quickly.
Untidy situation there.
Yeah, I think the Souths have just added pressure as well, haven't they? Added a lot of pressure. Ooh, that's a mistake though. Yeah, so it's going to be a free kick.
Guys,
Not 5.
Option.
Yeah, the hoot is about to sound, so this won't be victory, but another try here will really cement the comeback of the Mavericks.
Quickly.
Shows
No. Scrum.
bit of confusion as to what they decide, and they've chosen a scrum. They will have time for the putting.
They probably just edged the scrum battle,
Yeah.
if anything. And I think,
The last play, guys.
again, people think the 7 scrum is
Crouch.
just an in-out thing. It's not. It's a real battle of
Sit. Hold the weight.
individual technique. And we look there now, Ed Volley right underneath us, and that's actually a beautiful piece of tight edge scrummaging there. And he's won a penalty as a result. And Ed Volley has been outstanding for the Mavericks. He's really been the man that stood up and fought. Definitely the player of the match for the Mavericks team.
Well, we haven't seen much of Lima Savainga, the 8 for the Mavericks, but he looks like a handful later in this competition. Great offload there by Luke Uru, who, as we say, has probably been the player of the match for the Mavericks.
I just said Ed Volley. Lovely in out there, and here comes Sabalini.
Oh, knocked on. That'll be that.
Knock on,
Yeah.
guys.
Do you know what? There's games, Sam. You come to the Gibraltar Sevens, and there's games like that that really excite you. You become absolutely engaged as a commentator, as a spectator, and any competitor in the tournament. There were the other teams around us, and the ground's filling up slowly, who were on their feet watching that. That was a wonderful display of Elite Sevens.
Very, very enjoyable. I think a couple of games we can call out to look at for the future, or for the future of this tournament there. On the south side, I thought Moses Pepe, the kind of short, powerful number 11, was absolutely brilliant. And also, I think he went off kind of early in the match, but Dylan Chantreau as well, just guiding things there that in that kind of link player. And on the Mavericks side, anyone you found particularly appealing there, James?
Yeah, I thought Jack O'Kelly was absolutely outstanding. Luca, he looked like a man.
I think I'm just running more in these.
It's really going to cause havoc, especially straining up in defence and so on. And that Johnny Laurie, very, very capable player. He's almost playing like as a roving commission at fullback, I think, from what I saw there. And he looked absolutely outstanding. But that's me and Sam are going to have a very short break whilst we work out through our umpteen team sheets who's on next. And we'll join you in a couple of minutes. Keep hydrated.
Which one of you is kicking? You?
Yeah.
Yeah, left or right?
Left footed and going right.
Amazing, thank you. Just so I'm not in your way, that's all.
Back with Remy versus the RAF
Back we go.
Spitfires, an all inter-services tournament. We know just how much the services bring to the Gibraltar Sevens, from the wonderful veterans games to the Open and the Elite Sevens. RAF, an interesting strip here, Sam. I think they're trying to strike with thunderclap surprise by camouflaging themselves against the Gibraltar skyline.
Yeah, I thought it was Remy just playing against no one at the start of this match.
Yeah, it's it's like Richie McCaw, it's a Romulan cloaking device. Right, okay. On the far touch line there, put in touch.
Dash for me. The gap, okay, that's their mark.
Yeah.
We've helpfully been provided
And the dash that's coming.
for the
Guys,
Royal
help up.
Engineers with some nicknames for their players, which we shall be taking advantage of. Great line out there by the RAF. Bit of an opportunity now to spread it wide. Oh, which they've done. This is a great carry.
Oh, he's gone.
That's Reece Meadows. Oh, great tackle.
Wonderful tackle there. Absolutely brilliant tackle by
Hands off.
somebody who's wearing a shirt that's not on the team sheet, a number 11, and there isn't one. That's very, very frustrating.
Late changing shirt on the engineer's side, but that was Reece Meadows there, just cutting loose. He looked fantastic, incredibly quick. I think he's going to be a danger for this match. Obviously, pace in seven is such an important part of it.
Yeah, well, I think it's in all rugby. It's one great thing you can't defend against. Who's reffing this one, Callum?
Play.
Well, that's being overflowing. Morgan Davis cuts loose. It's going to go in the corner, I think, here for the RAF.
Jack O'Regan. Jack O'Regan with a wonderful run there. Crossfield. You're always taking a chance running crossfield in sevens because you're cutting your own players out of support, but that was a wonderful try from the Spitfires, firing their guns. Their Merlin engines revved up. There are so many jokes we can make about this, and I'm really going to stop it before somebody hits me in the comms box.
That was Louis Rainfrey, I think, just going over in the corner. It was a simple finish, but it was fairly well created in the midfield.
nice team sheet.
Who's that?
I wanted to tell you that the Lions game is going to be on live at 11.
And here we go again. The Spitfires kicking off into the sun.
Oh, this is a great carry. Can't immediately see who that is.
That's a lovely handoff. Support comes in the middle. A lovely in out. Was a hint of a forward pass there.
Oh, great hit.
Absolutely, that's the hit of the day. Cleaned out there. I love to see some big hits in rugby.
That's Vass, the big
Hi.
number 3 there,
Sternum.
Vass, making a nice carry, cleaning that up.
Tackle release!
There's a lot of space out right here for the Engineers. Good defence though by the Air Force.
Some great recycling off the floor by the Engineers. That's been a real feature of their game so far. And we've seen some very ferocious rucking. Inter-services games, they love going at each other, these boys. Especially the Army versus the Air Force, Navy. The amount of rivalry in terms of their importance to the wider British defence is always a point of banter between the teams.
This has been a game of defence as well. We just had the single try so far, but some great tackles, some great hits been
brutal.
putting.
Absolutely brutal.
This is your mark here.
Referee Rosie Evans calls a line out. Lovely to see Rosie back. And it's great
Time's
to
up.
see just
Sorry, on. Time's on. It's good.
how many women are succeeding within the men's games officials. We saw Holly Davidson refereeing the England-France game
and
last
I put
year.
it on as you threw the,
Sarah
as you threw the ball in, okay?
Great moves in the Premiership and getting rave reports as a referee. Rosie seen a little knock forward there, and she brings the players back for a scrum.
Just a little bit close for me.
Scrum's on the 5 metres from the right-hand touch
Remember,
line.
it's the tunnel. Just I'll stand between you.
12 metres away
Crouch,
from the goal,
bind,
from
set.
the goal line. Yeah.
Engineers will look to put a bit of pressure on here.
Play.
Obviously 7 points down. Looping pass gives the RAF time to just realign.
But beautiful line taken straight down the middle.
That was Ollie Park there.
No, falling. Roll now, stay down.
It's getting space out wide. That's going to be the big Vass. Oh, he's not going to quite finish. That was great defence.
You in the side.
They go quick,
You in the side,
out wide. Oh,
playing.
that's a looping pass that gives the defence time. And he's put a foot in touch. That was a massive missed opportunity there.
I mean, you know, if you want to define the phrase coach killer there,
Time's
Sam,
off.
I
Yes.
think we just saw it. It's 7-0 to the RAF. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds gone, but there was such an opportunity to go over unopposed there, and it was just the slowness of the pass.
Yeah, it was the slowness of the pass. The tap as well
Is it me
was
finger or is
just
it
a bit slow, just killed the momentum. And they just land themselves, well, they
fine.
literally just land themselves into touch
Let's
really
go.
there, didn't they? There wasn't
Line
a
out.
huge amount of pressure being put on them by the RAF.
This is their mark. Fine, thank you. Guys, let's get set while we wait for them to leave.
Here we
Guys,
go again, overthrown at the line out. The game's become scrappy here, and Rosie rightly bringing
As
them
much
back.
as I love
Wants
rugby, I don't
see
wanna
that
play
line
with you
out,
guys.
Rethrown. Let's get some structure back into this game.
time's on.
Look at go long. Oh, overthrown
Back
again, but they have got the ball back. Oh, great break. Great tackle though, maybe slightly over the top of the shoulders. Yeah, it has been given for the high tackle.
I think that was offside. I think that was actually offside around the contact area from Rosie.
It's gone backwards. That's Tom Quainton making a nice carry out wide, but he
Ball's
has
out Fine.
loose in the tackle line. It's another turnover, so it's going back and forth here.
Let
Great
go
turnover
now.
by Louis Langford. There's no space out there, though, is there? We're watching sevens, but there's no space.
Let go.
I think we've seen two very contrasting games in the men's elite. This is a game that is all about the breakdown, isn't it?
It really is. Louis Langford again, who looks like he's got something about him here. He's hangs on. Oh, he's not that long, I think, there. We almost had a fight, but nice little handshake there between
Time's up.
Quainting and
Okay, number 9.
Leonie Nyakudi to end the half.
I think there's one player left.
No, we have still got 20 seconds. There will be a restart.
There's 20 seconds left. This will be the last play of the game.
Went a little bit early with the hooter there.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of an injury here. Sadly, yesterday
still got
we
20.
saw
Pull
a
time
pretty
up when
horrendous
we're there.
injury under the posts in the men's open.
Just here.
And with one of the army boys suffering a broken
Find.
ankle.
Set.
Took a little bit of time to clean up, but the medical facilities here are fantastic. And we're told he's up, he's awake, and looking forward to getting his ankle fixed tomorrow. As Remy attack down the right-hand touchline. Conor McMillan.
Oh, loose though.
But a loose ball.
Oh, great footwork.
It's that Spitfires running in and out.
Oh, that's Jack O'Regan, who just can't be put down. Finds the space out wide. Great finish by Morgan Davis, but that try was made by Jack O'Regan there.
Absolutely. Jacko in, out and around. Got some lovely nicknames from the Remy team, which we'll go through afterwards. But unfortunately, they don't have any explanation, so we'll just go through those later.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think so. You know, you look at sevens as a sport. We alluded earlier in the Olympic sevens to the way Ireland played, very, very defence-heavy side. And what we're seeing here is two sides that really want to go at each other at the breakdown. I think perhaps it might be that inter-service rivalry that means they like to go to each other physically. But it's a really different style of game to the game we saw in the previous round when the Souths played the Mavericks.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you expect there to be space all over the pitch in sevens, but I think they're condensing it quite a lot. We saw the few loopy, slow passes, which I think they've taken the choice here to just bring their attackers a little bit closer together. A bit more crisp pass, a bit more pace on the ball, but it is meaning this is a very physical game. A lot of looks, a lot of tackling. It's an interesting one. You know, we expect to see, as you say, pace, space, and speed, but at the moment it's that physical matchup.
War of attrition, isn't it?
It is. It's not what you expect to see from sevens, but I'm thoroughly enjoying it. You know, it's good to see a little bit of a difference as we go on. I think the Royal Engineers, what they really need to do though is just take some of those chances. They're in this game, but they're just not taking those opportunities, as we saw in the bottom left corner, where, I mean, me and you could have scored that try, I think, James.
Well, maybe 10 years ago I could have done. Although you took 20 years off my age in a social tat over breakfast when I asked you to guess. I'm gonna put that on Facebook. I'm gonna tweet that later on.
Well, I knew we were spending the whole day together, James, so I thought best to keep you on, get on your good side early doors.
It's 12-0 to the RAF Spitfires. We'll be back. We're just going to take a short break and we'll be back. Rosie, come down all the way from Scotland, where she refs the level below the elite game, but below the professional game. But it's great to see a Scottish representative here as well. As Remy kick off, deep Spitfires.
Into the sun there, I think.
Yeah, collected by Angus Lang. Louis Rainford attacking the wide outside.
That looks a bit high. Not given though. Bit of space now for the Spitfires as they go to the left.
And finally, we're seeing some passing.
They heard us. They heard us at half time, I think, here, James.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a slightly late hit. But Ollie Park gets clear. And then Angus Lang is our good impact. Ooh, that's a penalty. Gone quick. Not from the mark, though. It's just going to slow everything down. One thing to note is that the Spitfires have got quite a small side for this, so in this second half they might start to run out of legs. Oh, that's a knock on.
After we just praised their passing left to right, just died there on Louis Rainford.
It's a nightmare trying to pick one of those off your bootlaces as some of these big lads from them are running straight at you.
I think it's also, Sam, on a 4G, maybe on grass you dive to actually recover that. You look at the 4G and you think, crikey, if I do that, I want to get a lovely burn from it.
Absolutely.
But this is one of the best 4G pitches around. It was relayed for the football last year.
Yeah.
But Remy attack down the right-hand touchline, ball inside.
Levi Sengiloli looks powerful out there, but the Spitfires just drifted across. They just cut down the space. Look to do the same here. There's their me attack to the left. Beautiful defence.
Spitfires are holding out as a line really, really strongly here. Oh,
lovely hit.
there.
That's Jacko Layden, who I think has been the player of the match here. Lemmy just keeping the ball alive. Going down for the first lock in a while here. Nice carry there by Colin Asau. As they go left. Powerful carry. Just gets there, just.
That's a really wonderful try. Who's that? Was that Ledua?
I think it might be. They're back in this.
Elise Ledua.
And he does it with only one boot. Fantastic finish though.
DC Ledua. He's the second row in the 15s.
Nickname Ledua, so just his surname as a nickname.
Yeah, I mean it's not particularly innovative there, is it?
Not great. Miss kick. I know they penciled them as getting that one there, so they're going to be 7 points down. Who are you getting a phone call off, James, just now?
Getting a phone call from the great David Campisi. He's trying to ring me, probably to nose me senseless about what Western Force are going to do to the Lions later on. Just a lovely feature of Army Rugby is how many of the Pacific Islanders are still involved with the British forces, and there's a good core of them here. Leone Nakakaduli, Senili Motabusa, Lepani and I apologise for pronouncing their names, Lepani Kolanesua and Solana Visituga. It's a lot of Fijian support from these guys. And of course, Fiji, spiritual home of the Sevens game.
13, no wrap.
Absolutely. I think Spitfires ain't opted on, but they do get the penalty advantage. Again, they've got a little bit of space out wide. Them just looking a little bit disjointed. Oh, half break by Tom Quainton, who's been very impressive. He's going to go all the way.
Tom's going all the way there. There's a little bit in out.
You see there that you have to finish those tackles. Lemmy a couple of times had him stopped, but just couldn't actually bring him down, and he just kept powering along. Again, he's been another impressive player this match.
Yeah, in the 15s, Tom is a back row forward, and I think it shows, the athletic ability of the modern flanker. You know, they are players that combine that power through contact with 400-metre type pace. He looks a strong, powerful player. People bouncing off him there. Got to make your tackles. Right, the score is RAF 19, Royal Engineers 5. There's 2 minutes left to go.
Interesting you mentioned there, you
Yeah,
obviously,
no, sorry,
you might
I'm just-
expect 7 teams to be made exclusively of maybe wingers, scrum halves, but actually, you look at the size of some of these boys, you need that kind of modern back row, even some hookers. We saw some hookers early in the women's game who just very quick, very powerful, and can bring these big players down.
It's a lovely piece of aerial work. That is absolutely top quality Sevens aerialism now. As the Engineers finally collecting the bobbling ball. And off goes
Asau, who has been impressive here. They keep the ball alive. There's a bit of space here. Oh, they're looking a bit baggage, actually.
Oh, he's just stepped on the afterburners there. That's a wonderful try for Ben Herford, John.
Penalty try.
Went straight
Over the
round
shoulder.
Angus Lang there.
And we're going to see yellow card as well. Penalty try. So the 7 points means that Lermy are now going to be just 7 points down with less than a minute to play, and they will also have a man advantage here, so this is not over yet.
Yeah. Ben Herford, John, absolutely stuffing Angus Lang there under the posts. Herford went one way, John went the other, and Angus Lang was left holding the hyphen.
No, fine.
This is going to be a big leash. I thought I'd just leave
Gonna
that
be a
hanging.
long day.
Leave that hanging there. This is a very important restart. Obviously, everything in for this.
The RAF down to 6 men still. There's 30 seconds left to go. The best Remy can do is a draw, I would think, in these circumstances. Oh, I think that's been knocked forward.
Come off his boot. I think it's going to be a line out.
Is it off the boot there?
I think it's just off the boot.
Yeah. Actually, close up, that Spitfire's kit's actually quite nice.
It's beautiful,
I like
isn't it? It is beautiful.
Yeah. Bit of design work.
Guys,
there.
we need to come in and set
You
quicker,
can imagine
please.
that one going around on Photoshop around the team. Yeah, we'll have that one.
Just one request I'd make to them is please make the numbers white. It's very difficult to see them out the back of this kit.
Lovely piece of line out work.
Coming down on
Pulled down in the air. That was Rotini Rika being pulled down in the air. And Remy looking for the draw here as they attack. Down the left-hand touchline.
A good tackle. That's Jacko Regan again. We've said his name so often this match.
Nope, nothing now.
But Remy have recycled. And they come the other way. Looking for a kick there.
Oh, lovely offload.
Lovely offload.
Space, so much space out left. They've got to finish this.
Falling.
Great defence, though. Could be a turnover. He's gone
Oh,
straight
he's off his feet
Yeah.
there. That's got to be a
Penalty,
yellow
they
card.
go quick. They are. Oh. That was a bit of a mess there. I think the RF player thought he was offside. He probably was, but he should have held on to that, I think, because Lemmy have managed to go not quite under the post, but near enough, and they will now have this kick to draw.
And Remy actually showing some
got
real
conversion to
intellect
come,
there
please.
to make sure they've got the best chance of taking the conversion. This is a really big kick. It's the last kick of the game.
To red or
And Remy to draw
red?
in the men's elite.
Very windy here. It's a simple kick, you'd imagine, but very windy from left to right. Makes this a little bit
There'll
harder.
be butterflies there, Sam, I'll tell you. The nerves will be going now. Let's have a look. Kicking for glory.
I think he's missed it.
Oh,
He has missed it.
honestly, I've got a 6-year-old Labrador called Lola at home, and I reckon she could have kicked that over. But there you go. Remy failed right at the last hurdle there. It ends up 19-17 in the men's elite to the RAF Spitfires. Me and Sam are going to take a very short break. No. It's all right, Ben, one of the team there, asking if he got the conversion. No, he didn't. We've got a short promo coming up now, so that's me and Sam signing off for a couple of minutes.
Nice.
Welcome to the first day of the 2025 Gibraltar Sevens. Plenty of action on pitch today. The Betfred Vet 10s kicks off alongside the Defender Men's Open competition. The tackles will be big, the skills will be silky, and the beer is flowing. Welcome to the Gibraltar Sevens. The first day of the Gibraltar 7 is packed full of action. The Vet 10s hit the pitch at Europa, showing exactly what wisdom and experience does. We also saw the Defender Men's Open start its competition. It was tight, the skills were silky, and ultimately it led to the quarter-finals of the Defender Men's Open being an extraordinarily tight affair with local teams. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back.
That's good. Tackle release, Red! Rip's fine. That's my fault.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the action.
Knees on the ground,
Stuart
then you've ripped their release.
taking over from James while he gathers some sunshine as we head into what will be an incredibly exciting match. Euskarians against Butchers Sevens. It is a French-Welsh clash here. Of course, beside me is Mr. Sam Gunn, who's had, just a gust of wind's taken his entire life off the top of this commentary table. But this is going to be a hell of a clash. Butcher Sevens, they had a bit of a journey falling victim to the EasyJet strike, so they couldn't get out of Bristol's plans, but they are here via Jerez, and they're here to contest the first scrum of the game against Euskarians, une team de la France. They are from all the way from France, and it's Butchers, first of all, Sam, that seem to have taken the first bite into this French side.
Lovely turn over the Euskarians. Obviously a Basque team here, and they're French Basque. We probably don't need to get into the specifics of what that means, but massive opportunity for them. They need to just gather themselves. They're being on the back foot for the first couple of minutes here, but they are just going to gather themselves. Going to kick. We don't see too much of this. That's a lovely clearance kick. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, and you say there about the kicking. Down here on the south side of Gibraltar, wind is a serious factor, as you've probably seen this morning. And you need to be brave, confident or stupid, or possibly all three, to take it onto your laces and boot it into the heavens. But a line out, here we are for the men from the Basque country. And then number 8 just found the gap into the corner. And the Frenchman had their first try.
That was simple stuff.
Yeah, so simple I could even describe it via microphone.
That was Kevin Gallet, and Kevin, inexplicably, is a prop / hooker. He didn't move like one.
No, and he's got some serious pace on him. Maybe there's hope for all of us.
I think people should stick to their positions ideally. We don't want our props or hookers looking that quick. But that's a fantastic finish. This has been a really good open game so far.
Yeah, just matching the sunshine that we've got, which is always nice. And it'll be the Euskarians that now kick towards the Welsh lads. Butchers 7. Gareth and his team arriving yesterday, managing to train on one of the other pitches here up at Lathbury. It looks like it's going straight into touch. No, beautiful, Sam.
Just hangs on. Bit of space here now. That was maybe more luck than judgment in that kick, but good carrying from the Euskarians. Could be turned over here. Great counter looking by the Butchers, and they are in at the side there. Oh,
all back.
Almost beautiful.
And you'll find that with the cloud cover that the humidity might be starting to impact the lovely Rhino Vortex Pro. Match balls provided by Rhino, as the Euskarians continue to travel like a hot French knife through lovely French butter.
Lovely Welsh butter, perhaps in this case, which obviously is the finest butter in the world.
Love buttery Welsh. Is that a phrase we can say live on air? Well, too late. Director's shrugging, shaking, apoplectic with rage. But here we all are. Can't get me off the mic now, chaps. So what have you thought so far this morning, Sam? Will we take a short break and pay?
Really enjoyed this. I think we've seen, this is the third Elite Men's game we've seen, and they've been different. Every single one's been different. Souths against Mavericks was very open. Then we had obviously the Forces game last time out, which was much more closed. But Butchers now with a chance to go away. Maybe it's just run slightly away from where the space was there. They're going to struggle to hold on to this. just about going down the short side, looking to step in, and now there should be a bit of space on the left as they look to spread it wide. Euskalians do so well though, just pushing up in defence.
Yeah, this Euskarian side, we've been watching them on socials since they said that they were coming to the tournament, and they have been training really hard. They're a really good travelling side, great tourists, but it is the Butchers Sevens now. Beautiful to find the space.
Lovely. He's not quite there yet. He might get. Oh, great defence. I think he was probably held out tackle, but Butchers now needed support there a bit earlier and knocked it on, and there's going to be a massive chance now for Euskalians. Good tackle there by the Butchers. Again, defence, very impressive. You expect some of these tries just to go all the way, but they're just doing a very good job defensively.
Back off, Red.
Euskalians keep hold of the ball.
And they're just calculated, the Euskarians. They found the gap. Nice rangy run there from the Euskarians, number 6.
That is Pierre Destram, just going to finish under the posts. The thing for the Butchers at the moment, though, is that they're doing well, but as soon as they commit an error, Euskalians are punishing them, which is often the way in sevens.
Yeah, and you know, again, Butchers had a bit of a torrid time getting over to Gibraltar. Normally such an easy process, but they just got caught up in a bit of bad
15.
luck, and it could just be they're a bit leggy after being on, you know, planes and sleeping on floors in Birmingham Airport. Thank you to Birmingham Airport for not chucking our teams out. And yeah, Euskarians just a bit more clinical, as you say, strong in defence, and when they see a bit of light in that Euskarian and the Butchers' defence, they just seem to zip through, don't they?
They do. I think the Butchers are maybe building into this a little bit. I was impressed with them the last couple of minutes, but they had that opportunity, didn't they, to score that try. Just a bit slow in support. It meant that loose passes and then a knock on, and then that was kind of that was it. And then the Euskalians went the opposite way.
And as you say, those tiny little incremental differences in sevens are punished in such a huge way.
Oh, that's a lovely kick-off. Absolutely beautiful. It's gone about 10.1 metres and then being slapped back. That was absolutely lovely. Space now, knocked backwards off the Butchers, but then knocked forwards. And another lovely, just about lovely finish there. That is Andre Echabane, who is a 21-year-old, again, prop hooker. I'm not convinced by these positions.
I was going to say, there's an awful lot of prop hookers getting in there and turning on the afterburners. They're absolutely flying. I mean, fair play. But Butchers, they nearly caught him at the line there, and it looks, you know, all too easy until suddenly you turn around and there's a Welsh dragon breathing down your neck.
You're the Gibraltarian. This humidity, is this usual this time of year?
Yeah, it is. So we've got something called Levanta, that is the cloud that covers the rock. And where it's been so warm, it just gets that kind of muggy feeling. However, there is good news to those of you in the stadium, or if you want to visit. As the day goes on and the sun will burn that cloud off, and then it goes from being really tough to play in because it's humid, and then it gets really tough to play in because you get roasted and boiled in your own skin. But it's a beautiful thing for us to be able to sit and watch it, I'm really honest with you.
Well, we're looking at ourselves here, thinking we're able to see ourselves get roasted and boiled in our own skin. So
yes.
Very much what we're experiencing at the moment. So hard to play out there. Just going to be slick, very difficult conditions.
Yeah, it is, and the problem with the humidity is, as good as these balls are from Rhino, and I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but thank you to Rhino for providing Vortex Pro for our incredible teams to play with in the Gibraltar Sevens of 2025. The humidity is what it is, and we saw yesterday actually, because it got a bit humid throughout the day, just that kind of final piece, that handling. You know, we see it in all formats of the game all over. Sometimes it doesn't matter what you do, it's like trying to catch a bar of soap, and there we go.
Butchers having their half-time team talk. I think the core message is going to be they just need to cut down those mistakes. I think there's a couple of opportunities where they maybe haven't put the early effort in to catch the guy who's made the break, and then that's really caught them out. As you say, it's not been the easiest of trips for them here, so expect them to perhaps get better as the day goes on, I think.
Yeah, and because they are a serious outfit. Again, you know, if you follow Gibraltar Sevens on your social media platform of choice, you'll be able to link from there and start following some of the journeys of the teams participating in the tournament. And Butcher Sevens are very active on their socials, and you can see just how together they are as a unit. They're serious. They've brought a physio out with them. That always shows seriousness in my eyes. They're bringing people to support. They're not just here for the gig of it. And I think, as you say, they'll grow into this. They're just starting to run out now. Everything will loosen up. They'll warm up and they'll start to find their rhythm. I think Euskarians are probably in for a slightly tougher second half because they've been running around like crazy folk.
Absolutely.
In the first half in this heat.
Yeah, and as we saw in the last match, the RDF against Lemmy, that game was over at half time, and then suddenly it wasn't. Obviously, RDF just managed to squeak it with that missed last conversion, but a lot can happen in these second halves. If you run out of gas, it's a long 7 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we love sevens. It's changes in the blink of an eye.
It's another beautiful kickoff, and Euskarians will keep hold of the ball. Lovely hit.
And again, Euskarians just silking it through. Number 10 with some lovely hands over to the 15. Back out to undoubtedly another prop forward.
Yeah, this is that was Orphy Obam, who is another prop forward. Okay, different in my day.
I think it was very different even yesterday. The Euskarians have changed the way I look at the game.
Very impressed defensively there by Cody Stone. He made a massive hit out wide for the Butchers, straight back to his feet because the Euskarians came back down his channel, and the ball went forward, but he was just very patiently there. He was going to make another big hit, and he's now out on the far wing, about to get the ball. I think if they can get it out to him, they go straight through the middle instead. Bit slow at that breakdown, gives Euskarians a chance just to realign, and now some space out on the left. Oh, lovely kick through.
Great chase.
He's kicked it, play on.
That's Caden Davies. Kicks through, keeps hold of the ball. Offload maybe? Now that is a try. That is beautiful. Kyle Harris, who does, to be fair to him, look like a prop hooker.
He looks more traditional, I'm
He
going to be
does.
kind.
You come this
what
side.
a beautiful sequence of play. I was up in my seat. It takes a lot to get me excited. And that was
thank you.
fantastic. They just, whatever was said at half time, they just pieced it together, and they've converted it as well.
That's lovely. It was calm, wasn't it? It was, and the first half was a bit hair them, scare them. The second half has been calm so far. Although Euskarians with that kickoff, it's such a weapon. We've seen two perfect ones so far today. Will we see will we see something similar here from the Butchers?
Yeah, first time they're having to do it, of course. But they've got 7 points on the board, 10 to go to catch up.
Oh, it's a lovely kick.
Oh, he's in.
Oh. Maybe a little bit more time than he thought. That's a big hit.
I felt the wind hit me from here.
That's Caden Davis there, who goes in at 9. Euskarians just doing well, just sliding across the pitch, cutting down that space. And they've done well, isolated. The Butchers out wide. Lovely pass though, created that space, but he's got nowhere to go really now. As Nathan Griffiths just getting caught. Oh, Euskarians though, was knocked on. Space any way they want to go here. Oh, and it is our man Kevin Gallet.
He's not done the job yet.
Who just finishes it. He's going to be a danger as we go further in this competition. He's very impressive. Power and pace, which is pretty much what you need for sevens.
Yeah, he has got an engine. Fair play.
8 red.
Point for the forwards in this game. And a wonderful bit of change of direction. Might start calling him a protractor because he has all the angles. And the ball goes, misses, doesn't convert the try, but does manage to nearly take out one of our corporate boxes at the back there on our south stand. Corporate boxes brought to you by Heineken. Please drink responsibly, and if you can't drink responsibly, at least try and have fun. So thank you to our partners as always. So Euskarians with the kickoff, which you said is just such a weapon, isn't it, as well? It's just relentless at the moment.
Oh, it's another good one. That is another lovely kick.
And taken in the air.
Gatien Labelle there. Oh, he's still staying down.
Yeah,
taking the wind out of him.
And he's been yellowed, the Butchers Sevens player, because he was taken in the air. He was, to be fair to Butchers, fractions. He was basically, just 1 millisecond, and his stud would have touched the turf. But
Interesting
is what
choice.
it is.
P-Bay there goes up in the air, collects his own kick. Might have been turned over. No, Euskadians have still got the ball. They've got to score now, I think. Out wide. Good defence by Butchers. Makes it hard. But still finished. Those midfield rucks are so difficult to defend.
Yeah, that was impressive, and I think they're going to have a tough job now with the man being in the bin. That is going to be slightly less than ideal. And we've got just halfway through this half, and then we'll be back to the Quorum Women's Sevens. But right now it's all about the Tomobola Men's Elite.
So you've seen all the matches so far today, Stu. You've seen Euskadians and Souths. Were they the two most impressive teams that you've seen on the men's side?
Yes, they've been very impressive, but at the same time, and you know, I don't have to tell you this, but with Sevens there is, and we saw it last year here as well, you know, a real surprise force coming through where these teams start brightly, but it is hard work, it's punishing, and they get butchered.
Yeah, another great kickoff. I mean, we're going to say that a lot today, but it really is beautiful here by the Euskadians. They just managed to hold on to the ball out wide. Oh, out the back. Not to anyone though, but it's eventually found in the midfield there by Andre Aristi, who makes a nice carry. Butchers bring him down though. Good clearing out by Euskadi, and they've got everyone on the right hand side. Over the top. Again, found Glass.
He's found him, he's through, he's down.
Yeah, into touch. Brilliant bit of defence there. That was Gatien Labere, who was the man who took out in the air at the kickoff. He's been very impressive as well since he's come on. Quick
Massively.
lying out, but no, they're going to make them take it back.
And I've got to say, possibly the best name when it comes to the team sheet. It's a very good French name, Gatien Labere. Makes me feel like a pro when I say it, like we're...
You'll be unsurprised that tiny man with the scrum cap is also a prop/hooker.
I think the whole team are prop/hookers, based on what we're seeing. So I think it's definitely part of their makeup. Interesting choice there.
Took a while to get going here. Everyone's having a nice little rest. 41 seconds left. Butchers still with the yellow, looking to go wide. Steps in instead though. They have got some space now. They've
just dropped it.
Yeah, penalty to Butchers. They just took the nine's hand, and he's going to be yellow card as well. So we're playing sixes at the moment.
Well, I mean this, and pull back. Well, we've got the last 30-40 seconds or so with a bit of drama, but I think it's fair to say the Euskadians have probably won this one.
Yeah.
Currently 27-7, but kudos to that Butcher 7 side. They've competed. I think the scoreline probably doesn't reflect quite the effort they've put in, and the Euskadians have picked the ball up over the line.
Yeah, I think the Butchers, they will have a chance in this tournament as it goes on, but they just need to clean up some of those others. At the moment, it's been a bit messy, and a team as good as the Euskadians, anytime there's a yellow like that, they will just pounce and will just take advantage.
Yeah, and they're strong. They're strong, and they're ready, and they're trained. They were training here last night, and that is the full-time whistle. It's not the Met Office, Jay. Well, Sam, what do we think of that?
Very enjoyable. All very different matches. I thought relatively evenly contested as well. We saw a few runaway scores, but actually the quality of game was evenly matched. I think in South Sevens and in Euskadians, I think we might have the two who will contest the final here potentially. As you say, though, it's early days.
Yeah, and we know, it's all about keeping the gas on. It's not hard to see an upset, and then tomorrow, when it gets into that pointy end of the Tomobola Men's Elite, you can find yourself very easily on the sidelines, and you're out, and you're done.
Yeah.
But the beauty is, we have got no idea until that happens. But that is full time for the Euskadians against the Butchers Sevens. It was a wonderful advert for the Sevens game. And up next, we continue with the Quorum Women's Sevens. We've got Sefton Ladies against the Intelligence Corps, and we will see which of those two teams has the best rugby knowledge. I'm going to just try and add as many puns as possible. Are the official ball partners of this year's Gibraltar Sevens. Let's go for a tour around the rock. And the Shefton ladies and the Intelligence Corps have taken to the field here for our next match, which is in the Quorum Women's 7. We've got Marcus Flor-Vickers in the middle, assisted by Luke Pearce and Spencer Eust. Luke Pearce heading over there, as you can see, that wonderful moustache, which is neither here nor there. I just enjoy it, and I'm jealous, I can't grow one. Sam joins me once again to actually talk about the rugby.
Very happy to fill in, but I can talk about moustaches as well, if you'd like.
I would like, but maybe later. What do we think of this one?
Well, we've seen both of them so far. I think Intelligent Corps were scrappy at the start, but showed some flashes. And I think here, Sefton ladies again, similar. A bit of a scrappy start, but maybe of going into this. They keep hold of the ball just outside the 22. Ooh, good carry. She's kept on her feet. A bit of space. Oh, keeping on her feet here. Outside to Berta Croydon-Jones, who just finishes in the corner. Very impressive finishing.
It's a lightning start.
It really is. They just missed tackles was the orge of the day there for the Intelligence Corps. I think they just, once you get going, especially on the surface like this, you will just keep going, keep gaining momentum. You've got to get them down early. And I think their Sefton ladies were just able to just stay on their feet for a bit too long.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this 4G surface, which is pretty much brand new. It's just shy of 12 months old, installed to be the top category for international sport, both football, cricket, and of course rugby. But it does give you that quite literal bounce in your step.
Yeah.
So you kind of a bit of an advantage once you do find your gait. And Intelligence Corps to receive.
Good kick by the Sefton ladies. That is staying in. Ooh, just gone out. That was I think we've seen two types of kickoff today. We've seen the hanging, aggressive one that you're looking to retain, and ones like that where you just want to create chaos. We talk about creating chaos. We're being we're under some building work, I think, at the moment here.
Yeah, we're directly under the camera that you are watching right now, and on occasion someone drops a brick.
Good work by the Intelligence Corps here. They have got an opportunity if they go out wide. You need to hold on to this look. They struggled early on, but good recycling. Although I should hold on to it.
Oh, needed some daylight there for the Intelligence Corps.
Yeah.
Through the middle.
just a little bit slow for the Intelligence Corps. If they get there quicker, they will find more of those overlaps. Good offload though. Out wide, being pushed into touch.
Oh, she was being taken all the way out for dinner there. That was Sefton ladies just finding the touchline.
Yeah, that was Molly Chartres who just drove her into touch. So that was a lovely bit of defence. Just drifted across and then cut down all the space.
Line out goes awry there, but Sefton managed to pick it up and now look to move it from right to left. And that ball is loose.
Knocked on, I think. The Intelligence Corps will have this. They'll have the scrum just before halfway. Yeah, a little bit scrappy, a little bit of those passes that aren't quite going to hang. At the moment, I think the Intelligence Corps just need to gather themselves and just build a couple of phases, because when they go through the phases, they're creating those opportunities and they are tying the Sefton ladies in, so there is going to be space, but at the moment maybe just tying 2 together, they need to get 3, 4, get that phase count up and create the space.
Yeah, it's just threading that final needle, isn't it? And then they can start to stretch their legs, but it is Intelligence Corps that escape the scrum with the ball. They're still ball in hand. That's that second of the 3. Maybe this is the third of the 3 that you were talking about.
This is lovely. There's now space if they can just get wide. Good footwork there. Blocked to ground though. Now a chance to the cycle, which they do very well. This is Molly John. I think she's just knocked it forward. No, play on. It's gone backwards. Intelligence Corps carrying. Oh, this is going to finish this, I think. Brilliant finish there by Rachel Wood. Just recycled, went through the phases. Great support play as well, and Rachel Wood just the last one to finish it off. Oh, I think we're going to be breaking some Intelligence Corps hearts though here, Stu.
Oh, yeah, brought it back. And there are boos ringing around the Europa Sports Complex for that decision. But the laws are the laws, and that is it.
Obviously trying not awarded, but that is exactly how the Intelligence Corps should be playing. That's how they're going to get the advantage here.
Yeah, I completely agree. It was lovely, bar that tiny little error. So it's in the locker, and it's going to be Sefton pulling into this scrum. Intelligence Corps now know what it takes to get to the try line.
And they are going to keep all the ball. That's Rachel Wood grabbing it at the back, who just got the try. They keep all the possession. Sefton, nice tackle though there. And another knock on. Building into this though, the Intelligence Corps, I think much more impressed in this match than in the previous one. And they are just building into this.
And they've got so much support here. It's so lovely to hear. And like you say, they've just settled into the game. They're obviously, the training is kicking in. What they do on the practice pitches is starting to come to the fore. Thing is, you run out of the tunnel here at Europa, and you do get hit in the face by the humidity and the heat. So whatever you're thinking about in the change rooms, the minute you step out, it can be a little bit of a knocker as you come out, because suddenly it's just straight between the eyes.
Yeah, this is Sefton just bringing on Berta Croydon-Jones, who was so impressive early in this match. She's had a couple of minutes just to have a breather and maybe take on some liquid, and now she's going to go again. But Sefton got pushed off the last scrum. We'll see if the same thing happens again.
Yeah, they were pretty impressive in the scrum, Intelligence Corps. And
looking to do the same thing again. They have done the same thing again. Getting Rachel Wood picking up that ball as it goes loose off the scrum. Need this try though. They've got 1 minute 30 left in this first half. Big carry through the middle. Need to maintain possession. There's space out left. Molly John will look to get on the end of that, but that is a lovely finish by Megan Stevens. Didn't need to go out wide. And that is just the award, and that celebration is scandalous, Stu. We saw some top-level twerking by Intelligence Corps there.
Well, you know what? If you score the try, you get to do what you like. The Intelligence Corps supportive brigade to our right-hand side here are in full voice, and they are celebrating the conversion. 7-5 for the Intelligence Corps against Sefton here. And they are now starting to play like a team that are building in confidence.
They really are. And again, we've said this earlier, but you don't expect to see the set piece being a particularly integral part of the game, but it absolutely is there. That try came from 2 scrums warring against the head, and I think that might be how Intelligence Corps kind of push on in this tournament by turning those scrums over and using that to their advantage.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge now as we see the Intelligence Corps kick towards Sefton, and it is always challenging for the receiving team because it can go their way, but equally, before you know it, your opposition are in round the back and taking more points from you. But it will be Intelligence Corps kicking towards Sefton here. It's a good kick.
Ooh, found the space as well. Sefton very far back. Intelligence Corps just need a better chase there, and they've got that. It's gone backwards, so Intelligence Corps do the same possession just inside the Sefton half. Big carry here. Hooter's gone. This is a great carry. Oh, beautiful finish here by Megan Griffiths once again, and we've got another celebration.
Yes, Megan. It's all over the pitch.
This is beautiful. How many she got in the locker?
Well, we're going to hope they score some more tries, I guess, just to see the celebrations, which unfortunately you just missed on the replay, but we got in full HD in front of our eyes.
I think she's got that as well. 14-5 to Intelligence Corps. So what started as a difficult game for them, they've just taken the scuff of the neck in the last 6 minutes, and they're looking like they might run away with this.
Yeah, Sefton came out of the blocks early on in that first half, and we thought, ooh, Intelligence Corps might be in a little bit of trouble here. They might have to delve into the handbook and see what they've got, but they've just started to pull in together and get themselves back into it, and in incredibly stylish style.
Absolutely. Megan Griffiths, I mean, celebrations aside, what she's done really well is just run hard in a straight line, and we can sit up here and talk in depth about rugby, but ultimately it can be as simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the second half is going to be ram-packed full of something. It could be more dance moves, which, hey, I'm all here for.
Me too.
You know, that's boogie on down all day long. But the main thing is the rugby has kept us captivated, I think it's fair to say.
It has. It's interesting here looking at the two team talks. Intelligence Corps look really up for this. They're bouncing around, and just underneath the Sefton ladies, they look a little bit, well, not for six at the moment. I think they need to get back into this game. They need a strong first couple of minutes to this second half, because you could argue perhaps they are the better side here, but they just aren't getting the possession.
Yeah, I completely agree. We're just looking at the side now down there on the pitch, and they're just talking about what's been going on. They're not heaving for breath though, so they've obviously, fitness is not a problem. We saw in the first half, early in the first half certainly, positioning wasn't an issue. They scored that early try in the corner, and it looked like it was home and host from there, but they've just let Intelligence Corps get into their head, which is of course what intelligence does.
Yeah, absolutely, Stu. Excellent stuff. I mean, if we've got the celebrations, we've got chat like that on commentary. Within Gibraltar, we've got a beautiful view. What could be better?
I mean, the fact that I am my country's ambassador right now is a bit of a worry. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the population is far better than me. But has much better chat. I think I've just got fined.
Yeah, so there's a strict fine system in place.
That's fantastic stuff. So we are, of course, watching the Quorum Women 7 here at the 2025 Gibraltar Sevens, the 5th edition of this tournament here in Gibraltar, the southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula. If you go any further than our beautiful stadium, you will end up in Morocco. We are so far south in Europe, which is why the weather is beautiful, the beer is cold, and the rugby is rambunctious. It is a wonderful place to watch rugby, and the second half is soon to be upon us, Sam.
It is. Sefton will kick off. As we said, they just need to start this second half a bit more confidence, a bit more patience as well. I think they've done everything quite quickly, but interesting to see Intelligence Corps lining up for this kick-off. They had a few that went short. This one's going to go long. It's still going to find space. But Intelligence Corps are now going to go on the run. That is just holding on to that possession.
Lucky.
Yeah. Oh, space though down the blind side. This is Molly John looking to find space in the middle, and they do. Nice straight lunging. Oh, it's that woman again. It is Megan Griffiths who's going to go all the way. What will we see to celebrate this try?
I cannot wait to see what move she bangs out here.
It's a grenade. She's thrown the grenade. Wiped out the rest of her team.
This is brilliant. So we've had 3 tries, just missed the conversion there, but it's quite tough at that side, to be honest with you.
Straight into the wind.
Straight into the wind.
I've been so impressed by Megan Griffiths there, but you could argue that was Molly John just running into the midfield, trying to find space. Defensively, it's so hard to defend that because you want to just go with them, but that obviously creates holes, and then it did create a hole that Megan Griffiths just ran straight through there. So very impressive from the Intelligence Corps. They're going to have this kick-off. They're going to look for the bit of space. I think that's been the one good thing in the last kind of 6-7 minutes Sefton have done, is they find the space off the kick-offs. We'll see here if Megan Griffiths can do the same thing.
Yeah, they're just running the clock down as well, which is not a terrible tactic.
No.
Well held by Sefton actually there.
Yeah, space out the left. Just going to hit in the middle though, and a nice offload. They just need to get in support a little bit quicker. It's all a bit too slow, but Intelligence Corps have leapt over that tackle.
Yeah, might want to come back and look at that, sir.
Space left. Just carrying through the middle and holding on to the ball. It's gone backwards, I think, yeah. Okay, scrappy from Sefton, but they have now got that room. A lovely pass down wide. And then now attacking the middle, stepped under. Some beautiful footwork on display here. Again, offloading. No, forward pass.
Up until that point, this is the Sefton that we came to see. This was exactly what we'd seen early in the first half. They were just stringing it together lovely, weren't they? It was really, really good.
It's the momentum as well. It's a bit like watching a big boulder roll down a hill, isn't it? Once they get those few offloads in, it's almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, that's the thing. Momentum is so important in all formats of the game, but in sevens particularly, because before you know it, you've got green grass in front of you, so off you go.
Oh, Sefton pushing them off that. We thought that was Intelligence Corps' strength, but Sefton have just nudged them off that. Oh, lovely hand off there by Amelia Morris-Lay. It looks to go wide. There's a Sefton is getting to this game here. There's a couple of people just standing. They need to get moving because there's some space to exploit. Maybe there. Lovely footwork.
In.
And she's gone in. That is Chelsea Perry, who goes under the posts. This is game on now.
Yeah, we have a real ding-dong on our hands now. This is starting to turn into a well-balanced match here in the Quorum Women sevens. There's a bit of an injury there for Intelligence Corps, I think.
Yeah, looks like a bit of a shoulder injury. Misconversion, which means that Sefton is still not within a try of of drawing level here. Yeah, they need to push on now. I think Intelligence Corps will be really disappointed that they got pushed off that scrum. That we've been talking that up as a strength of theirs, but Sefton just a 3-woman push and just push them straight off it.
Yeah. It might be just something about that end of the pitch. If you're attacking towards the north side of Europa, it could well be better to be in the scrum. But you're absolutely right. Intelligence Corps, they were picking it up for fun, weren't they? And now suddenly Sefton are back at the races. Great kick-off from Sefton as well.
And that it's been knocked on. They're going to take the scrum, and we'll see what happens here. Again, it's to the left of us, so it's to the north side, and it's going to be Sefton's putting. They need to keep hold of this here because that misconversion has just taken a bit of wind out of their sails here, because they were within a try. If they got that, they were within a try, but they haven't. They still got plenty of time, 3.5 minutes. It's loads of timing in sevens.
Yeah, time moves differently. Rugby sevens players are the equivalent of hummingbirds. They move at the rate of knots, but time is relative. But I digress. We're just waiting for a quick swap here as Sefton make the substitution.
This is Lucy Abagulu who comes on. I was impressed by her in the first half. Got a couple of wide carries and some good defence out wide as well.
I wonder if she took a bit of a knock to the nose. She's got a bit of a strapping on there, so I wonder if that'll impact her game at all. But it could just be.
Oh, Sefton keep possession. No, oh, the offload was there, but it's being knocked on. And it'll be the Intelligence Corps who get the scrum in their 22. That's a great attacking opportunity by Sefton. They carried down the blind side, which looked a great option, and the offload was on, but just didn't quite go to hand.
I am sucked in by this game.
Me too.
This is. It's one of these where I know it's 7 minutes and a half, but can we not just have 14 a minute at a half, just for this?
I agree. I don't think they'll agree, but I agree with that. I'd like to see that. Oh, Sefton again push Intelligence Corps off. Oh, it's a lovely finish.
Oh, wow.
Simple as you like there. I think that was Neve Lohman who scored that, just skipping through the Intelligence Corps defence. Again, as we've seen, turnover in the scrum, it just goes from being attacking to defending, and if you don't do that quick enough, then the holes open up and you can carry through.
Yeah, exactly. So we will now see if Sefton can hammer home their advantage. There's practically nothing in it.
Apologies if your picture's just gone off. We will keep you updated as to what's going on. You're not missing anything at the moment. Sefton haven't yet kicked off. There is 3 minutes left to go in this half, and just taking the sting out of this game. And they do kick off. They go long down the middle. Intelligence Corps pick it up in the middle, and they're going to carry back, get tackled just shy of the 10 metres. And they're going to look to attack left. Oh, good hit. Sefton take the intercept though. And again, it will go to Amelia Modisley, who's brought down, but they keep all the possession. If they go right, it is on. That potentially could have been the advantage. They are going to score anyway though. That's a great try, which brings Sefton to 15 points now, I believe, with this kick to bring them to 17. And we have got pictures back.
Here. Oh, look at that, we're back.
Yeah. It was a great try though. It was, again, more of what we've seen before. Open up the space in the middle and then just carry straight through. And that is the
full time.
So Sefton, with that last try in the match, actually do take it. So Sefton have gone ahead.
Great excitement at the end there, Sam.
Yeah, very good game, very enjoyable,
yes.
And who could have thought it? We saw scrums as an integral part of that game,
which I enjoy.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's often lauded as one of the parts of the game that people think slow it down, but I think it's a wonderful, wonderful part.
Yeah.
Of what we've got. So that was Sefton just pipping the Intelligence Corps in the Quorum Women 7, but we've got more Quorum Women 7's action for you now out on the pitch as Shelford Peacocks take on the Masbro Savvy Panthers.
Oh, this is a big one. This is a big matchup. I'm looking forward to this.
And we're back on here for the Quorum Women 7 as the Masbro Savvy Panthers, jam-packed full of international Gibraltarian talent, take on the Shelford Peacocks. This is going to be a real scrappy-dappy-do.
Yeah, this is going to be a good game. Looking forward to this. Again, we'll look at the kick-off as being a key part. Ooh. I think I spoke too soon there, Stu.
Yeah, they won't be happy with that. It is not a reflection on their talent at all.
So Masbro with a chance to restart the game here. Good carry. Nice inside ball. Just drawing Shelford onto them. Oh, a big powerful carry here. That's Charlie Mangs.
Hanging
Lovely
on.
powerful carry. They're going to look down there. Oh, almost held onto it.
That was nearly lovely.
It was. They created the space. Just those late moves just couldn't quite execute that.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, 10 out of 10 for trying, for sure. I would have done exactly the same thing. Masbro Savvy Panthers here, bringing the intensity needed early on in the first half. Shelford just slightly shell-shocked. We'll see if it's the Panthers that are going to deplume the Peacocks here.
It's a lovely carry out wide. They're creating some space. Two teams. I'd love it if one of them chose a light-coloured kit for this game. Two very similar teams, but Shelford right to left with the blue on the backs of their shirts. Oh, I think there's might be no, she's okay. Back up. Okay, so this is great tackle out wide there. That was Charlotte Great Mosca who was looking to run through, but Shelford just pull her into touch. A little bit of an injury there for Tash Duggan, but she looks to be shaking that off and walking and now jogging back into play. Looked like she just twinged her knee.
Yeah, it can be so sore and so innocuous as well. Sometimes you just kind of go into a tackle that you go into 1,000 times before and nothing, and then we've seen already that, you know, whilst it is a fun and a fast format of the game of rugby, it's still very physical.
It is, and it's turned over there by the Savvy Panthers. They look to go right. That's a looping pass. It just brings Shelford up onto them. But they are still going out wide. And this is Maisie Liddell, who is going to go under the posts. Just turnovers, and then playing off those turnovers. Again, it's been what we spoke about today, but you really need to keep all that ball. As soon as you let it go, especially when you're so close to your line, a try is almost certainly going to come.
Yeah, great taking of the opportunity there from the Masbro Savvy Panthers. Not converted on this occasion. Again, very, very tough to kick towards the south stand here at the Europa Sports Complex. Built in 2019 for the Island Games that Gibraltar compete in. Although we are not an island, but we've managed to read the fine print.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Is it just 3 sides that you need water along to be qualified for the Island Games?
Apparently so. So, and there we are. But whilst this is a multi-sports venue, it is all about the sevens, and Shelford Peacocks now ball in hand, trying to get out of their own 22.
Great defence so there. That was Maisie Liddell making the tackle. He just scored the try. Saved a try there. The Shelford, though, go straight for the middle offload, but she was going for a rock, and so it's knocked on. And that's
bringing it
not
back.
going to hang, so it's going to be the Savvy Panthers with the scrum in the midfield.
The man in the middle thought about blowing there, and he thought, actually, I'm going to play advantage, and they just couldn't capitalise on that advantage. So we're going to have a scrum there, and we'll see just where these two sides are when it comes to their proclivity to push each other, and see where they end up. Ball is in and out.
Savvy Panthers lined up all on the right hand side here, but step back through the middle. This is beautiful footwork.
She's going all the way.
By Charlie Mangs. What a
Charlie's
try!
gone all the way.
What a try!
Oh my word, hang it in the Louvre. That was a painting from a perfect rugby artist. I don't know where I'm going with this sentence.
No,
it was a lovely try.
You finished it better than I thought you would. That's absolutely wonderful. Mangs there, we just saw on the replay, she skipped down one tackle and then just carried out wide and carried all the way through. That was an absolutely wonderful try.
Yeah, great stuff there. So the Masbro Savvy Panthers are running away with it as it stands. But as we know, in this beautiful game of sevens, things change really rather quickly. So Panthers kicking towards the Peacocks.
Oh, it's a good kick. It's gone very long. Just picked up by Jess Norris. And they've got a chance here, the Peacocks. Good defence, though, there by Lowry Davis, who just hung in, and she's got the teammate, actually, Ellen Bradley has got the ball. Lowry goes over the top. Savvy Panthers passing, not quite going to hand, though, and they've just brought the Peacocks out onto them, although there's holes opening up here. That's Liv Taylor, who we were so impressed with in the first game.
Oh,
lovely
beautiful.
offload.
Jouet.
Lowry Davis, can she outpace it on the blind side? Oh. Yes, please. 2 of the best tries we've seen so far today.
This is fantastic. Really showing off the quality and the strength of women's rugby here in Gibraltar. It's growing at the rate of knots. It's an incredibly proud thing to be able to see, watch and be part of. Our 15s women's side doing so well. And now the Masbro Savvy Panthers jugando so well out there on the pitch. So proud. It's such a good thing to see, but I think the Shelford Peacocks are going to have something to say.
Yeah, I think they need to just get back into this. Lowry Davis, though, on this near side, number 3, has been so impressive this tournament. She's absolutely brilliant. Little powerhouse.
Great take.
So quick as well. This is a good opportunity for the Peacocks now. They've got a bit of space out wide. Broken the first tackle. Offload potentially on. It is on.
Oh,
good tackle though there by Maisie Liddell, who's been also so impressive, but they do keep hold of the ball. Space out to the left. Need some crisp passing though to take advantage of it. Hold up play, waiting for the reinforcements. Potential chance down to the right. Go back in field though. This is interesting. This is like watching Man City play. This is just possession. Hold on, let the defence come up to you. Nice carry out wide here though. That was Alex Duggan, who's found a bit of space. She's keeping on the ball. Got to go to deck though there. Good. Yeah, they recycle. Oh, she's hitting the hole. Wants the hole. Oh, give it early. Oh, knocked on. That was a lovely attempt by Anya Goggins to find the space, but just the pass wasn't quite forthcoming. Maisie Liddell, again, going to say her name. She's been brilliant. Ball passing just knocked on though. Unfortunately by Camelia Lavagna. Just knocks on as the ball goes out wide.
Desperately bad luck there, but Shelford Peacocks are on a run.
Yeah, it was advantage though. Everyone turned off and it was advantage, and they retained possession. But the Savvy Panthers are upping a defensive line. There's just no space to operate. Good tackle there by Ellen Bradley. Shelford Peacocks just a little bit slow as they get out of these looks. On the far side of the pitch, good. Oh, good handoff. Just held on long enough in the tackle. It's a turnover. I think that's gone forward.
We must be very close to half time, and
hit half time.
are. So Masbro Savvy Panthers 17-0 up against the Peacocks, and it's been a very, very strong start from the Masbro Savvy Panthers, coached by Dave Barley, who is a Gibraltarian international and has been one of the coaches of the Gibraltar men's 15 side as they continue their journey into full membership of the European rugby community. But what a fantastic first half.
They've got a bit of everything in that team, haven't they? They've got some power in the midfield. I have been so impressed by some of those big carries in the midfield. Charlie Mangs in particular, that try was just, that'll live a long time. That was beautiful.
It was amazing, wasn't it? Just weaving through that Shelford defence, and every time we thought, well, there can't be any further, there's no way, there isn't a hop, and suddenly she created the space. And you do create your own luck in this game.
You do, and she's quick, she's obviously powerful. You could see that Shelford were just bringing 1 or 2 women towards her, and that cleared space out wide, but in that case she didn't need it. She just skipped down them all and finished into the posts.
That was it. If you're part of that Peacocks management side, what are you telling them now, I wonder?
I think what they need to do is they had some good opportunities at that end of that first half. when they retain possession and they look to go out wide, they can create opportunities. I think what they're struggling with is they maybe don't have the pace of the Panthers, so when they do have that opportunity, the Panthers just drift across and just kill off that space. And then the other thing is some of that passing's not quite crisp enough. There was a lovely opportunity where Anna Goggins spotted the space close to the look, went charging through, but the pass just wasn't forthcoming, ended up being knocked on, and the Panthers had the turnover ball. So I think that might be the opportunity. Create those looks and attack that space close to the looks with some of the power they've got, because I don't think they quite got the pace to beat them.
Yeah, I completely agree, but we are now heading full length into this second half, and there is a travelling support for Masbro Savvy Panthers, I think, based on what they're saying. And kick off
Good
here
kick.
for the second half.
Ooh. Oh, lovely start by the Savvy Panthers there. That was Charlotte Mangs chasing that kick and then drilling the Shelford Peacock into touch. Savvy Panthers will have possession just inside the Peacock's 10. And I've got all eyes now on Charlotte Mangs because she's going to be the first receiver here. This ball might not be going much further than she is. Good defence there by the Peacocks there, although they're going to get the penalty advantage.
Oh, that is a strong start, though, from both sides, to be honest with you. Quick touch and away, carving space out. And guess who?
Ellen Bradley steps in. That was Lowry Davis. Oh, Ellen Bradley keeping on going. Lowry Davis, and it's Charlie Mangs. Just knocks it on, though. It's going to be advantage. Peacocks with the scrum. Pretty much the worst spot on this pitch, just 5 metres out from their own line. And as we know, as we spoke about in the last match, scrums on the left side of the pitch just seem to be won against the head, so I expect the Savvy Panthers to go all in for this. It will be the Peacocks putting as we just form up this scrum. Bit of well-needed rest. The Peacocks are all going out left, so there will be space on this blind side if they can take advantage of it. Good scrum by the Peacocks. They kick it. Interesting choice. Finds glass. Although that is Maisie Liddell going backwards, but the Peacocks might get on the end of this. They're going to kick again. They do kick again. And they do retain possession. So just about to cross the halfway line. That's Sophia Langham who makes a carry. They step in. They're going to slow it down though. Just going to slow down possession maybe when they're on the run. And they do get out wide though. That's worked. Oh, but it's knocked on. Savvy Panthers, not much interest in trying to play the advantage there. I think they're happy to take the scrum and build off that scrum.
Yeah.
A few people down on their haunches here. I think that was being pretty tough.
And I'll tell you what as well. It's really warm suddenly. So as we get through the morning, it's midday here in Gibraltar, and we can see up to the north side as the Rock of Gibraltar rises. We can start to see the radar stations, Lathbury Barracks, and all the way up to the 100-ton gun that points out over the Straits of Gibraltar, and that means that it is going to get very, very warm. There's still a bit of a breeze, but that also equals a little bit of danger because the dehydration is going to start impacting all the players as well. But that's the ball out of the scrum.
Yeah, Savvy Panthers here looking to attack open. Oh, she's just kept running there, and this goes out wide to Liddell. Liddell steps in again, some space, steps in again. Oh, she looks so much like Jazz Jones, doesn't she, when she runs
it really
there?
does.
Absolutely brilliant. Again, space to the left. This could come through to Charlotte Glate-Mosca, who is just waiting for the chance. Oh, Charlotte Mangs. That was lovely. And she's just jogging.
To the line.
What a finish. Charlie Mangs there. She just held on to the ball till the absolute last moment. As soon as the Peacocks thought she was going to pass it and go out wide, she just straightened up and ran straight through the middle.
Yeah, that was, well, now becoming textbook, really, for her. Fantastic all round. And, you know, that's exactly what we want to see. We're making some substitutions now for the Masbro Savvy Panthers. I think I see a Gibraltarian international coming on for another, which is just shows the strength and depth here for this Savvy Panthers side. So a couple of, as I say, Gibraltar Women's 15s internationals making up the number there as well. So they are really here to compete, as every side is, but there's nothing like winning at home.
You know, absolutely not. And they've just brought on Maisie Liddell, which is pretty unfair for the Peacocks because she has been exceptional. I don't think they needed her fresh legs here, but they will kick off. And this is Holly Williams who kicks it just too short. So this is going to be free kick to the Peacocks. They need to put a bit of pace on this now. 22 points down. They're not.
Yeah.
It's going to be too much for them to do, I think, here. But
yeah,
need a couple of confidence-inspiring tries.
I completely agree. You know, it's just let's just see if they can get themselves on the score sheet. And
good line. That is a lovely line. That is Anna Goggins, who we said earlier, trying to cut that line. She has finally cut the line and got the ball. That was beautiful.
Wow, that was just as we were talking about getting themselves onto the score sheet. As you say, cut a beautiful line straight through in between the posts, and she'll now look to convert her own try as well. And it's a tough one over there, and not quite finding the space or the distance that it needs in order to make it a 7-point score.
Endanger a couple of ball girls over there with that kick. But
It's very warm for them over there, actually.
Yeah, I'd be hiding in the shade. We're lucky that we've got a decent amount of shade. As you say, it's incredibly hot. That's a great kick-off by Jess Norris. But Savvy Panthers retaining it. Maybe not quite the chase to match the quality of kick-off there.
Yeah.
And Savvy Panthers going to touch here. So this isn't over. They've got 17 points, minute and a half. I think, to be honest, it probably is over. But another try here from the Peacocks.
Yeah, you're probably right. However, definitely not wanting to rest on their laurels and sit on these 22 points and hope for the best, because it can switch quickly. There's still a minute or so left to go. And
overflowing, so let's give Savvy Panthers a chat. No, actually, Peacocks retain possession, striking through the midfield. Great tackle though by you-know-who. That was Charlie Manns making the tackle. Peacocks go out wide. Good last pass. Not
and
quite.
it's
Didn't quite go.
Natasha Casiano with the ball. She is one of the substitutes.
Nice break here. Footwork, lovely footwork by Margot Chelier.
Beautiful offload too.
Natasha
Casiano is in and taken into touch. You would have thought Natasha Casiano would have made it all the way through. Casiano, a name synonymous with sport in Gibraltar, with the Casiano name also playing internationally for the men's football side. Quite possibly no relation, but in Gibraltar there's a strong chance they may well be distant cousins. So a fantastic tackle at the last there. Wowza!
That was Eva McInerney, and when she came on after that tackle, just coldly walked back on. That was a wonderful tackle though. And they will have the line out. They've got to go the whole length of the pitch though here to put a second try on the board. It's going to be a lot to ask, but I've been impressed by them. We do have an injury though here for the Savvy Panther, who has just been taken off.
Yeah.
Going to be replaced by Charlotte Grace Moscow, who's had a very good game so far.
She's looking in a bit of discomfort, but well played. I think this may well be the end of her competition. You know your body better than anyone else, and it could well be a tough one.
Yeah. And whilst we were watching it go off, we've just seen a try for the Savvy Panthers. That looked like an overflown line out, which has just gone on the 5 metres, and that should tie it up for them.
And here we've got a good kick, but well, I think as we see the time ticker roll down to Nather, it is been quite a performance, hasn't it, by the Masbro Savvy Panthers. And that is time here in this Quorum Women's Sevens match. Fantastic showing between Shelford Peacocks and the Masbro Savvy Panthers. The Masbro Savvy Panthers are going to be a tough nut to crack. They definitely have power, pace and precision to tackle anything that they have in front of them. Up next, we have the Men's Open, the Defender Men's Open Bowl semi-final, the first of two. We've got the Gibraltar Academy against the Forest of Dean Bogtrotters. This is the Defender Men's Open late semi-final between Gibraltar Academy of Gibraltar and the Forest of Dean Bogtrotters. It's Dean Crossley in the middle, the Silver Fox with Rosie Evans and Spencer Eust as the two assistant referees. Sam is beside me as always for what will be an exciting match.
Looking forward to this one. Saw a lot of them yesterday. Very capable teams. This is going to be a fun match as we just get started with a kick into the half.
Oh, it's gone deathly quiet here as Gibraltar in their lovely hooped jersey provided by Samurai, one of the partners of this championship. Handle it, but it's just a bit of a mishandle there.
Jersey's better than the hands in that situation. And lovely jerseys they are too. It's going to be the Bogtrotters who will start with a scrum just outside Gibraltar's 22.
Forest of Dean Bogtrotters who have brought a side to the vets as well, and they did very well yesterday and enjoyed the hospitality in town at the Casemates in Ocean Village as far as I was made aware. But it is Bogtrotters with the ball in hand at the moment, slicing through that Gibraltar defence.
Oh, hold on, mate. No, it's going to be Bogtrotters still. It's a lovely show and go there by their number 13, and he scores under the post. Pretty impressive start there for the Bogtrotters.
Yeah, it was really good. They've come out, they're obviously refreshed, they know what they're doing, and they want to make it all the way to the bowl final. And just a word on Dean Crossley there, officiating in the middle. A wonderful official team that we have supporting each and every game here at the Gibraltar Sevens. And a word to the referee partners, Zappo Bank, the world's first and only Bitcoin bank here in Gibraltar.
Lovely kick-off, lovely volley. Just straight into touch though. You can see the footballing heritage on this
yeah, absolutely.
peninsula there. But it's gone straight out, so Bogtrotters are going to have the line out just inside the half. Jib not quite got much possession at the moment. Not got their hands on the ball.
No, and this Gibraltar Academy side is exactly that. This is great opportunity for some of our younger players here in Gibraltar as they make their way through the age grade and academy system that feeds the sevens side that we have here and the men's and women's 15s as well. A great opportunity to come up against different styles, flavours and cultures of rugby, which is exactly what the Forest of Dean Bogtrotters has given us here as they run through the defensive line, ball in hand, number 4 with a wonderful speed. But what a fantastic tackle.
Brilliant tackle. That was Ben Jones with the carry. Found some space. He is. We get some notes on some of the players, and his note is crazy fast, which I think is we can agree is true.
He is crazy fast.
Not something that'd be applied to either of us, but but good to see it on other people.
I don't know, man. When the buffet opens at lunchtime, I think it can be well applied. Even add another crazy fast. So, but well held there by Gibraltar, but not rolling away. So. There we go.
This is a possession that they need. Gibraltar here carrying on the far side of the pitch. Good hit though there by Joby Fissenden, who gets also a very good write-up as a potential one to look for in the future. Gibraltar, beautiful pass though. They got a bit of space out wide. Yeah, carry through the middle, nice offload. Out wide again. This is a battle of the two fast, tall men, which is won by Ben Jones of the Bogtrotters. No release though, and it's another Gibraltar penalty.
Yeah, Dean Crossley there just entering himself into the fray. Fantastic official, very experienced, and does a lot of the running throughout the Gibraltar Sevens. Talking to him yesterday, he was not happy about the amount of movement that he was being asked to do. But Gibraltar with the ball. And
very vocal Bogtrotter support underneath us.
Yeah.
Gibraltar just continuing possession, but we have a knock on. Oh, we have a yellow card actually. Got a yellow card for the Bogtrotters. That's for Fissenden.
Yeah. And Bog Trotters, a man in the bin. And we're just listening to the Bog Trotters commentary of their own players, and Gibdoc hoofing one of the Rhino Vortex Pro balls straight onto the roof.
Are you charging for that?
Yeah, we're going to send him up and get it. We have been supplied by Rhino for these wonderful match balls, but each one is precious, so there will be a volunteer sent up onto the roof, fully insured, to fish that Vortex Pro imminently as we take the line out. Stolen but not forward.
Not straight though,
Not
first,
straight,
so it's going to be the Bog Trotters with the putting. Obviously down to 6, so it doesn't create many opportunities with 4 of those 6 players going to be caught up in this scrum.
Yeah, and I've got to say, it's eerily quiet. This is when you can tell you're getting to the sharp end of competition, because everybody is tentatively watching on. It could also be that the Lions kicked off a quarter of an hour ago.
I was wondering if the buffet's open.
It could be a mix of all.
Bog Trotters will have the putting. Good position here. Creates the blind side, and they've got space there. I'm going to go down the blind side. Lovely bit of footwork here by Lion Chapel. Continue with that footwork, offloads, but doesn't go to hand. Fairly impressive carry though from him. He just, that scrum there on the 15, it creates such a difficult opportunity to defend because you have that blind side and you've got loads of space on the open side as well.
Yeah, and it's tough. It is tough. But we're going to see scrum here.
Gibdoc putting. They just need to get out of their own half. They've had plenty of possession, and they will have possession here. They skip down the blind side. This is a lovely carry. I think maybe the pass was a better option there. Gibdoc will look to go wide. Oh, that's a pass over the top though, and that's better. There they go. They got out of their half for the first time. It's going to be a kick chase here, which is going to be won by Leo Audrey. Leo Audrey steps up. He goes. He offside.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I'm not sure exactly what this, but it's a penalty to Gibdoc. No, okay, no, it's a penalty to the Bog Trotters.
Yeah, I think they were offside.
So it was offside, so they're going to tap and then play out wide. Again, still just 6 of them out there. Fissenden still in the bin. Oh, lovely offload. And a lovely finish there. That was number 0, Alfie Harris. Great support play and finishes under the posts.
Yeah, and they did that with a man down, but it looks like his time has been served. So the Forester team, Bog Trotters, just turning the screw when it matters and finding the space to carve their way through this young Gibraltarian side where no experiences are wasted. This is a wonderful chance for these young Llanitos to just come up against a slightly different type of opposition than they might find domestically here in Gibraltar, and it will serve them well in the future, that is for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of pace out there for the Bog Trotters. I think Fissenden, who's back on, he served the yellow card bang or timeout. He's going to chase the ball now. He does retain possession. That's a lovely kickoff. He steps in. He's obviously keen. He did take a couple of minutes off with that yellow card, but keeps possession. Gibdoc now, numbers down on the right-hand side. It's about 5-on-2. Bog Trotters should finish this. They pass it out wide. Steps in. Lovely finish. Very nice there by the Bog Trotters.
Yeah, that was lovely, and nice little step there as well, just to finish it off, which is of course all over social media at the moment within the rugby world. Talking of social media, do make sure that you follow the Gibraltar Sevens social media pages on your social media platform of choice, where you can keep up with not just what's going on the pitch, but get a little taste of Gibraltar as well. And talking of a taste of Gibraltar, we've got to thank Little Bay, who are providing us with cocktails in our VIP. I don't think we're allowed any, Sam, but
not until the day's done. Hopefully leave some for us at the end. Talk about taste of Gibraltar. We had a very nice meal out last night on the dock. We had some beautiful, me and Fleggy Tuolagi enjoying some pork belly together.
Good stuff. Not a sentence you thought you would ever say in your
Barely
life.
there that I thought that would be.
You
that would
had
come
pork
up.
belly with Freddie Tuolagi. I believe you were at the lounge at Queensway Quay, and that is a memory you can lock away and keep forever. Yeah.
Yeah, great spot. Beautiful last night as well. Just as soon as the sun started to go down.
Welcome back for the second half of this semi-final of the Defender Men's Open Bowl. And we got the Gibraltar Academy kicking off towards the north side of this Europa Point Sports Complex. Forest of Dean Bogtrotters with the ball in hand. And Sam is, of course, still with me as we head towards the try line at the rate of knots.
Oh, that's a big, powerful carry there. And that's Kieran James. He's gone the whole way. Very impressive, the start of that, though. We had Fissling doing it, we've talked about a lot. He's done a lot right in this game. He got the yellow card as well. But he just waited for everyone just to come towards him, and then a single pass just unlocked that jib dock defence. They probably just need to stand off a little bit more, look for who their man is, and just try and spread across the pitch, because at the moment Bogtrotters have got good passing, good hands, and they are just being able to find those spaces out wide.
Yeah, and the Bogtrotters are really zeroing in on this final. They've of course got to finish navigating this semi-final.
Just wait for the water.
And next up, directly after this, might be a bit premature as we're at the beginning of the second half, but just so you know, we do have the second semi-final here of the Defender Men's Open Bowl competition, and it'll be QRL Bavaria against the Intelligence Corps.
Mark
but
now.
we still have some distance to go ahead of that moment in time.
Good kick-off there by Bogtrotters, just went in behind. You realise trying to cover the entire half of the pitch with 7 players is impossible. There's always going to be space.
Yeah, and it is such a quick format of the game. And if you're just joining us for the first time and you're new to the game of sevens, it really is super fast-paced. That 15-side game is obviously, as you say, space is hard to come by, which is so rewarding when you get
And push,
it.
and push, and
here
push.
At sevens, it's less about
okay.
finding the space.
We'll play through that.
And more about plugging the gap.
Oh, good defence there. That was a hard line.
Go, go, go.
He's in the field, but ultimately just drawing 2 men. And that's as simple as sevens is, drawing 2 men. You'll always have 1 man overlap, and that's what they found out wide there. That was impressive by the Bogtrotters. We haven't seen too much of that,
No.
at least so far today, that hard lunging, sucking in players and then going wide on the outside. Obviously you see a lot of that in 15s, but not so much of it in sevens.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because you'd imagine that a lot of these squads, and the 2 in front of us, for example, you know, they obviously play a fair amount of 15s because you can't play sevens as easily in the heart of the winter. So, you know, it's
Just wait for the ball to go off.
some of that carryover, if you like, in terms of approach.
I think teams as well, they can get, that's another good kick, long, deep, into touch. they're such a weapon.
Yeah, thank you.
I think Gibraltar Academy just needs to try and plug that next time. They'll hope there won't be a next time, because obviously it'll instigate the Bogtrotters have scored, but they're now going to try and escape from their own 5 metres, which is... This is going to be a miserable spot to try and escape from.
Yeah, this is tough there. They
Use
are
the line,
really
line.
under pressure. Conditions as well, hot and sticky now. And it's a line out that's not gone straight.
They're not having a great time of it as this game has progressed, but they've looked very stylish whilst they've done it, though. I'm very drawn by these jerseys.
Thank you very much for mentioning. And Samurai doing a wonderful job supplying the Gibraltar Sevens tournament volunteers, all of the staff, with our jerseys, and some, of course, the Gibraltar teams as well. And that is the Bogtrotters in for another score.
That's Ryan Chappell,
Thanks, Rosie,
whose
thank
note
I didn't wonder if he did
marks that he's very beautiful. So I'm not sure if he
Providing-
wrote that himself.
Who is providing these notes? Who is providing these notes? I'll tell you what, Charlie
Oh, it doesn't count
PC,
you too long.
great all-rounder with a terrible lid. There you go. I don't think they're providing their own notes here.
I'm not sure we've seen
I've got 2.5.
Charlie
No.
yet
Yeah.
and his lid. There's a few, it could be, just looking at the haircuts.
Cruising off.
Terrible lids. Oh God. I don't know if that's true. I think it's subjective.
A shorter kickoff this time. Will give Jib a chance to be Gibdoc to be a chance to be up, but they have lost. I know they've. It's a penalty. It's going to be a penalty to the Gibdoc Academy, but again they're so close to that touchline that they can't really kick it, so they're going to tap and they're going to go. Big carry here up through the midfield.
Ball in! No release, Black!
Probably not the least in that one either, but play on. He was cleared off. Again, another carry straight through the middle. Good hit though. Oh, big hit. They recycle. Have got a chance to go left. There's a couple of those passes. Maybe should have gone a bit earlier. It's going to be a turnover to Bogtrotters, and they're going to keep all the possession. You need to be a bit quicker here because that's going to be a knock on, and they're going to have the scrumming stage. But perhaps need to be a little bit quicker there. They're so far ahead now, and the game's almost done. You can't blame them for taking it a little bit easier as we get to this point.
Quite a melee in the middle there, but Gibdoc just trying to find a way through and suck in some of those Bogtrotters players into the centre circle there, and then create a bit of an overlap. And we've got Dave Barley down there on the touchline, who's been supporting Masbro Savvy Panthers in the Quorum Women's competition, but is also part of the Gibraltar Rugby Union setup, so he is just lending a hand here to the Gibdoc Academy. There's so many layers of Gibraltarian rugby, but it's all about rugby from the Forest of Dean at the moment, as the Bogtrotters just try and get through.
And release, right!
Did from there.
That was a beautiful Ryan Chappell there.
No, don't put an advantage.
Through the middle, they should score now. They think there's an opportunity. Lovely pass on that by Keelan James. Puts out wide.
Advantage over.
And it should be finished here by Charlie PC, but he gets taken to ground. Great defence here by the Gibdoc Academy. Lovely ball out the back though. Another good tackle, just keeping them in there. Back onto their feet though. Ball slapped back on the ground. Some space to the left. Eventually, Gibdoc's defence is breached there, but that was impressive to keep them out for so long. They have been second best, but you can't deny that they put a lot of effort, a lot of fight into this game.
Yeah, 100%. You know, they're young lads, and they're still learning their craft. Apart from a couple out there that you might notice aren't exactly spring chickens, but I know them well enough to be able to say that. And they're playing hard. They're playing out their skin. They are managing to thread quite a few lovely passes together on occasion, and they've given it a real good go in here. But we'll see what the remaining 5 or so seconds will give us. Dean Crossy in the middle there, just checking his watch for the timing before he calls an end on this first
When you're ready.
Defender Men's Open Bowl semi-final. Ball bounces awkwardly.
That's all backwards.
That was almost collected there by Charlie PC. It's going to be penalty to the Bogtrotters. PC takes it quick, steps, he's going to be in.
We're playing through that.
He hasn't stopped lunging as this game's gone on. He's fully deserving of that try. He's just put so much effort. He's always been there in support. That will be that. It should be, well, we'll be pushing 50 by the time this is done. I think that's a
Well played, boys,
scoreline
good
that
game.
doesn't really
Just
do
retaliation,
justice
that's
to
all.
what
No worries.
Gibraltar put out there, but Bogtrotters will be very hard to beat in the final round.
Yeah, it's a fantastic showing there from the
boys, well
Bogtrotters
battled. Well done.
in this
Good
first
game.
of the
Good game, well done.
Defender
Well done. I've worked that one.
Men's Open Bowl. And up next, it is QRL Bavaria against the Intelligence Corps in the second of this Defender Men's Open Bowl semi-finals. Now, of course, you are glued to the screens here for the 2025 Gibraltar Sevens, and we thank you for choosing us over another thing going on outside of the British Isles. If you're watching from the British Isles, of course, just to let you know, the British and Irish Lions are 14-7 up against the Western Force. Sheehan and Williams there with a try apiece. I can't say any more because otherwise I'm going to get sued by the British and Irish Lions. But it is all about what's coming next here in Gibraltar. And just as we hit midday here in Europa, just a reminder that we have the Quorum Women Sevens carrying on throughout this afternoon, and the Men's Elite, and we have the final of the Defender Men's Open. So it is going to be a quick turnaround here, and they're just waiting for the players to come out onto the pitch. And we're ready for the second of the Defender Men's Open Bowl semi-finals. It is QRL Bavaria of Gibraltar against the Intelligence Corps. Daryl Chapman in the middle, Eduardo Cosillas and Marcus Flom-Vickers supporting in official capacity. Sam, this is going to be a good game.
It's suddenly, you mentioned it was a bit quieter maybe a couple of games ago. It is buzzing now. There is big support for both of these sides out here. Obviously the Intelligence Corps got the women's side in as well, so expect them to be cheering them on. It's the home, I guess, for Bavaria. They haven't actually travelled very far.
Yeah, absolutely. QRL Bavaria, very successful in the 15 side and the women's, and kicking off towards the north side of the stadium is Intelligence Corps, well held by QRL Bavaria, and you might recognise some of the faces just turned out for Gibdoc.
It's penalty though to the Intelligence Corps, who are looking to go
Back,
as quick as they can.
23.
They wide. A couple of quick looking players for this side, and a bit of power as well. Just drew the man and then fed. That's Sam White, who is also the captain. Again, we get some notes for these guys, and is defined as a very stylish man. He hasn't put much of a mark on his kit that I can tell.
Yeah.
Hasn't rolled up the sleeves or Adidas sash or anything like that. But,
Must try harder.
They really must. Good start though by the intelligence corps there. They're just simple hands, just drew a man, squared his hips and then just gave him a pass out wide.
Yeah, that was good stuff. It's a good early start there from the intelligence corps. And the intelligence corps ladies side, the women's side over there are in full voice. We love this. This is what it's about.
This
Get
is really
involved.
Gone past midday now and things are really starting to build up here. It's looking like it's going to be a fantastic afternoon. Obviously, we've got so many matches today, just constant entertainment.
Yeah, it is non-stop on this Super Saturday. It really, really is. Ball gets committed to boot there. It's just going to slide out into touch as the QRL Bavaria side try to keep as much possession as possible.
Intelligence corps go quick.
Backwards
That's
first.
not going to hand though. It's
Never
gonna
touched
be
it.
QRL Bavaria
Backwards always. Backwards always.
They do get the
Don't know,
They've
no.
got everyone on the right hand side here. Intelligence corps look well set. Oh, that's gone to ground though. That was just a little bit of a lazy pass maybe there when they had an option.
And yeah, you'll see some of the lads in the pink Bavaria jersey. They did turn out just seconds ago for Gibraltar, so it's thin on the ground player-wise at the moment, and they'll be blowing already with this intelligence corps side. Undoubtedly slightly fresher, ready for this semi-final. They'll want to get through and play the bog trotters, and they're off.
That's as simple as you like there. That's Paddy Conboy, who again the most handsome man on the team, just picks up off the back of the scrum and just runs in a straight line there. Good pace on him, just outpaced the QRL Bavaria team to the line. This is looking ominous for QRL Bavaria at the moment.
Yeah, they're just being caught on the hop. They don't really seem to be having much luck at all. But as we've seen, just all morning
you've got
and
12
all
seconds
yesterday,
to complete your kick.
before you know it, you blink and it becomes a very different story.
You're going right, we're playing.
It's going to be Max, whose surname we've got as EC.
Fine,
I assume
play
there
on.
must be more to it than that. But great kick-off, and they're going to go wide on the right-hand side. Great handoff, and that is Jack Long. Jack Long, he requires a teddy bear to sleep at night. I hope he brought it and got some good rest last night. He looks like he did. He's been looking sprightly so far today, but this is very intelligent.
Tell me you're reading the notes.
The notes say. The notes say he looks like he can do a rugby, but he definitely can't.
Okay, fair enough. We'll see ourselves out there. I mean, the important thing is rugby is it's happening. Compose yourself. Thank you.
We've got Max again. No
Yes,
no details on the surname. It's EC.
Kicked off towards that north side once again. Bavaria, QRL Bavaria, ball to hand, and they're just being shut down at every opportunity by the intelligence corps.
Good take, good carry as well. This young number 11's looked very good when he's got hold of the ball.
Away
He needs
now.
to be a bit quicker to get over the break down there.
No,
good
no, get out.
Oh, bit of a delay. Not sure what's going
Knock
on
on.
there. Then it's been knocked on. Now intelligence corps. Run free.
Played.
That's Paddy Conboy again. Straightens up and just goes through the middle. I think we know what the final will probably be now.
Yeah.
This has been very impressive by the intelligence corps.
It really is. You know, you can only play who's put in front of you. QRL Bavaria had a really good run yesterday when the Defender Men's Open took to the
other
pitch,
bar.
and we are going to have a champion for both
Bloody
the
hell.
Defender Men's Open Bowl and competition itself in the final later on today, and that's going to be, both finals are going to be great. We've got some really strong teams still to play. But right here, right now, one of the strongest teams in the Defender Men's Open Bowl semi-final, one of those is definitely the intelligence corps who have come to this semi-final to party.
They've just brought on 3 replacements as well who look
to the 10
like
metre
they might
line.
be more at home in 15, so expect them to go a bit more physical, but they have a defensive job to do for now. the QRL Bavaria
Free
will
kick,
have
must
a
leave your
tap
hands,
in
mate,
the
please.
midfield.
Yeah,
Not in a massive rush to take this. They're going to have
What?
1 minute left of the first half. Again, there's just so little space out there, isn't there? They go like, you need a big carry here in the midfield. A bit of a space opening up on the left.
Knock
But
on, it's got an
again, a
advantage.
mistake, just ball not going to hand, and the
Unlucky
intelligence corps will have another scrum just inside their own half.
Yeah, it's just getting a little bit sloppy. We're just into the final minute here, and intelligence corps, 24-0 up at the moment. QRL Bavaria are hoping and praying for that
Crouch.
break in
Bind.
the middle, I imagine, just
Set.
so they can compose themselves, have a chit-chat about where it's going wrong, and maybe come out swinging in that second half. But ball to hand, intelligence corps looks so good.
Yeah, they really do. That's lovely link play there by Sam White, number 13.
There it is. Yeah, we're playing. There's the advantage. He's scoring. We're going to go for that.
Rodriguez,
Yeah.
he just followed perfectly. Didn't look like the ball was going to come to him, but he just drifted in field, found space, found a way to get back on the ball, and just carried through.
I'm just going to read this out. The
we're
notes
done
for Joe
for this
Rodriguez, scorer there. The man is called El Pollo Loco, which means the crazy chicken. He's small, he's no good at rugby, and he runs without direction. Thus the chicken element, I imagine. Quite frankly, a miracle if he scores a try today. Well,
Will we sing it?
ladies and gentlemen, miracle here in Gibraltar.
And the water that I'm enjoying at this time has just turned to wine as well. So we've opened the floodgates.
All sorts of miracles as we head to half-time. And it is the intelligence corps who go into this half-time 31-0 up against the QRL Bavaria.
Well, the game's gone, I think, now for QRL Bavaria, but what would you be saying in this half-time team talk? Is there a way for them to get back in the game?
I mean, never say never. As I said, we've already seen one miracle. Why can we not see a few more? But it's very, very tough because the intelligence corps just seem to be more in tune with each other, and I think that's so much of getting it right, and Bavaria are just a little bit disjointed. That said, being put under pressure, being unable to complete your game plan can sometimes just be a sign of how well the other side are playing, and I just think there's nothing more to do than just, and Dave Barley in the middle of talking to QRL Bavaria now will be saying, I imagine, something similar. Remember your game plan, remember what you're here to do, get it together, remember win, lose or draw, just make sure that you leave with plenty of your sweat left on that pitch, which today is not going to be hard to do, but they are playing well. You know, when they do string it together, they are playing well. They're just coming up against an opposition that are playing a bit better.
Yeah, and I think what you have to say is they're making their tackles. You know, the space that the intelligence corps are finding is they're running through holes, they're not running through players. So defensively, they have to take something from that.
Yeah, 100%. So about to hit the second half like a train as QRL Bavaria kick us off for a second half of this second semi-final of the Defender Men's Bowl Open, and it goes straight out via the hands of an intelligence corps member.
Yeah, that was a good start there for QRL Bavaria. They will have a chance to build something off this line out here. Obviously inside intelligence corps half, which we've seen very little of. They just need something safe now. Something safe, go through the phases, put them under pressure. We'll see how they do with this line out. In, one securely, nice pass out. Just taking to contact, keep all the ball, needs some support there. Good tackle though by intelligence corps.
First person lift.
And they've got the turnover as well, so it just hasn't quite worked out. He's
Recovered and recovered.
And
again.
Through between the legs here. It's El Pollo Loco, lugging wide. Keeps on. Oh, that's gone forwards though. That was a little bit too much. There was a lovely bit of play up until then, but a little bit overexcited with the offload.
Okay. He's right in our way. We've got to wait.
Yeah, and we've just got Bavaria player down at the moment, which allows everybody just to catch their breath, just a touch. And medical teams just heading on to the pitch to make sure that everybody is okay. So it gives everybody a chance just to have a little bit of a breather, which means I can just run through some of our commercial commitments. I'm a walking advert for the Gibraltar 7. So the Gibraltar 7s. This men's open brought to you by Defender. If you want to buy a Defender or a Land Rover product or a Jaguar product in
Don't
Gibraltar,
re-engage,
it
please.
is via
Crouch.
Burros, who are very
Bind and hold.
kindly lent us a Defender for the
Set.
course of this tournament,
Go.
so we can do all the logistical bits that we need to do.
You haven't bound
And
this
the Defender
side.
will push
You.
as hard as the intelligence
Fine.
call.
I asked you twice.
They pushed a little bit early in that situation. The defender won't do that. And the QLL Bavaria goes into the intelligence core half, and that's the second time we've seen that today. Nice pass out wide. Intelligence core looking good though. Defensively, they're just holding on and just pushing QLL Bavaria out wide. There's not much space there. Could be holding on. No, he's given the penalty to QLL Bavaria. Looking to build from this. Maybe quick tap. Quick tap chipped over the top. Good chip. Just too far. So it'll be intelligence core with the line out between the 22 and the 10 metre. And again, we just get a chance just to settle everything down.
Yeah.
It's a hot day, as we keep mentioning.
The only reason you could
And
jackal
in
is
games
because
like
he laid
this,
there.
obviously second half, as we get into it, it does just start to slow down, as is inevitable because it is just so difficult out there. But intelligence core will throw in. Nice ball to the front. Palio Convoy gets the ball back and will go all the way. That's as simple as you can make it. Just a simple 2-on-1. Finishes off, puts him on the inside. Very nice.
Yeah, that was just another example of being able to find some space, heading through and just doing exactly what his job description would have asked for. And the intelligence corps just finding themselves in a rather lovely position, I would say.
Yeah, it's looking good for them here. I mean, big question is, can they match the score we saw in the last match? That was 48. They've got 4 minutes to get 13 points or more. QL Bavaria keep the ball. Actually a bit of space here on the left if he straightens up. 2-on-1 tackle, gets the ball back. Again, QLL Bavaria just slowing it down. Good carry, gets the ball back inside to the young 11, but that is a great tackle there by George Chapman. Used to play 10, but it now can be found at hooker. And QLL Bavaria keep all the ball, but they are going backwards. Just needs to gather themselves, get someone in there to play 9. Intelligence Corps, understandably there, trying to counter look that. Keep all the ball, go up through the middle, and we're going to have another look. I think this is build. That's a great carry. He's just staying on his feet. Needs some quick play. To the right, there is a bit of space. They've got Chris Biddle, who's a prop Intelligence Corps out wide there, so he could be exposed by a bit of pace, but the ball hasn't quite gone out wide, and they've slowed it all down. They've stolen it, actually, and now it's going to be Intelligence Corps surely to finish on the right-hand side. Instead, just go straight through the middle with Sam White, that stylish man we saw earlier in the game, who's going to finish another try. Again, it's turnovers, and it's easy tries that come off the back of those turnovers.
Yeah, it's just finding space and space and space in acreage. It really, and he's just done a flip. Could have done himself a disservice there, but he just about landed it. Maybe he is stylish.
He's been taken off for that flip. I think he's been...
Right, off you get. Showboating, not allowed. Let's just all take a sip of water and calm down. Yeah.
All right.
No, it's all good stuff. Just over 2 minutes remaining of this second half of the second Defender Men's Open Bowl semi-final.
Which is now over.
And Bavaria now really feeling it. They're just struggling to contain the intelligence core in any way, shape or form. I think they know it's run away from them, but they'll keep trying to the end. They've got to get a score on at some point and convert it. It is now Intelligence Core 50, QRL Bavaria 0, and he's just done a flip. He scored. That's quite impressive. I mean, he's not a slight gentleman. He's managed to turn his body around. Fair play.
Not been taken off though, so inconsistent by Intelligence Corps there.
Yeah, have a word.
In terms of what the punishment is.
Have a word. But after this, we're going to head back to the Tomobola Men's Elite as the South Sevens take on the Euskarians. That is going to be... Sam's reaction says it all. That is going to be gnarly. And We still have QRL Bavaria on the ball here in this second semi-final of the Defender Men's Open Bowl. The winner of this will go through to the final. It will be the Intelligence Corps.
Fell away.
You could fit a defender in between the scorelines here, I think, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's been tough. The Intelligence Corps have just been accurate.
Oh, lush.
And now there's a bit of showboating going on. They've deserved it, though. That's been knocked backwards off QRL Bavaria, and that should give Intelligence Corps another. They're going to take it past 50 now. That's Jack Long, who
Use all your time on the
finished
game's
that.
over.
Very impressive. It's been a great performance by the Intelligence Corps. I think this final is going to be, it won't be so one-sided. It will be an even matchup, I think, this final, but we have the potential to see some really impressive play there.
Yeah, you make a really valid point, because it has been hell of a one-sided game, to be honest with you, as the final whistle is blown. But the final is actually going to be really close, I think.
Yeah, agree. I think two very similar teams in the Bog Trotters and Young Intelligence Corps. They've got a nice mix of pace, power. Be interested to see what happens at the scrums as well. So I think we could see, might be able to get a defender through the last one, but I don't think we'll get a bit of paper through the final.
No, I completely and totally agree. Next up, we head to what will be an absolute humdinger: Euskarians versus South Sevens in the Tomobola Elite Men's. This is one to hang around for. And this is the Tomobola Men's Elite as the South Sevens take on the Euskarians. This is going to be a tight match.
We've had a fight in the commentary box over who gets to take this match, because we are so excited by what we're going to see on the pitch just now. This is potential to be the match of the day.
Yeah, this is two very, very well matched sides, both with a French flag next to them. And that normally means it means jouet, it means quality. The French in the world of rugby, you might have heard of them. They're going to be a powerhouse one day.
That's a very good tip for the future.
And we've already got it. And just ball out in front of him as he plonks it down for South Sevens. And the Euskarians get a bloody nose first. Wonderful bit of play there from South Sevens. And they're now going to have to convert. The option to convert from the other side, just because we don't want to be losing Rhino Vortex Pro match balls into the construction area where they're building a south stand, which will just sit below our VIP terraces. VIP terraces brought to you by Heineken.
Such a good start to this game. We'll be interested to see what South Sevens do off the kickoff. We were talking earlier, the Euskalians kickoff was such a weapon in their first match. South Sevens as well. It's just such a massive part of this. Goes high, a little bit long. Go find space though, I think, here. Ooh.
It's gone backwards. Euskalians with the ball.
Oh, what a lovely 2-on-1 now. Euskalians straightening up, hand off. Great tackle though.
And these two sides know that they are in for it. Neither of them are going to give an inch as Euskalians get the decision from Dan in the middle there. And there will be quite a lot of rivalry. Good kick.
Good
long
kick.
kick.
Might have just stayed in. It's going to bounce. It is going to stay in. So that means Dylan Chantra, who we were so impressed by in the first game, has got plenty of room. He just slows it down, looks for that space. Great footwork, pass out wide, well held on to. Out onto the far side. Oh, a big carry there. Lovely offload. And another. But does eventually Euskalians get him to ground, and they've got a good defensive line here. They're pushing up in the faces. Loads of space out wide for South Sevens. Dylan Chantra just skips through. Actually, that is Louis Lerate, who we talked about in the earlier match. He just skips through the middle. That was a really good defensive line by the Euskalians, but just so much space to cover.
Yeah, and it was just out of nowhere, just shot through the middle. And like you say, you've got to have your head on a swivel here, because otherwise, before you know it, you're going to end up on the wrong end of a score. It's converted there, so it is South Sevens 14, Euskaliens 0. And it is, at the moment, the boys in blue taking all of the plaudits. They are doing a fantastic job. They've just come out here just absolutely raring to go.
They really have. Euskalians, they haven't done much wrong. Missed a kick to touch, but it still went 60 odd metres down the pitch. But it's just, they've just been found out. South Sevens short kick, almost retained, but instead Euskalians get a chance. This time though, not in their own 5 metres. They have a bit more space to work with, and that ball has just killed the momentum for the Euskalians. Pass that just went to ground. Although they're restarting, there's a bit of space now.
Euskalians just trying to build, aren't they? They're just trying to build a little bit of momentum. They're keeping their hands on the ball. From a Sevens perspective, this is an absolute ice age. They've held on to it, and they're just trying to find a weak spot in that South Sevens backline, but I don't think there is one.
Sure, I think it's a stop in play there. I think it's going to be restart with Euskalians for the scrum. I think
and a bit of a talking to as well.
Head injury. I think he's okay. He's just bounced straight back up. So Euskalians will have the putting.
Because I thought he was hurt.
It's a good attacking play. So they're in their own 22, but obviously with the scrum it ties so many people in that if they can just get the pace to get down the outside.
It will be here.
Yeah, and just a bit of a change for South Sevens.
Yeah, Amani Navere comes on. Again, listed as a prop, but he looks like he can fly.
Yeah, I had a coffee with those two this morning.
Oh, really?
Yep, true story. I ordered my coffee and theirs came after mine, but they took mine. And I let them.
Yeah, you would. I think you did well to do that.
Yeah, I'm glad I made that choice.
Euskalians again go choose to kick to touch. Need a bit of territory. That's much better. Going into touch just inside their own half, so they'll have a chance to build from this spot.
That's another one of our Rhino Vortex Pro on the roof. Yet another volunteer I'm going to have to throw up there to get the ball back. Just epic kicks. You can see the difference between the Defender Men's Open and the Tomobola Men's Elite here. Just the speed and the power and the pace, but it is Euskalians that are running away up the pitch now, trying to find a gap, but defensive work from the South Sevens. It was quite the clatter.
He held on to him. He got driven back, but he held on to him. And that's a good carry, doubling up in defence, so there should be some spaces off his feet. They're going to have another chance. Will they go quick? They will go quick. This time with Gatin Labarre, who steps through, skips one way, needs some support, looking for some support. There is some space now. 3-on-1. Oh, intercept! He's led that perfectly. Now he passes it inside. I think he's going to get caught. No, he's going to go all the way. Oh, that was a thing of beauty.
Oh, my hamstrings hurt watching them do that. That was phenomenal.
Stunning.
Just intercepted, beautiful pass, and then it's just who's got the most in the tank, and the answer is South Sevens. What a try in this Franco battle of all French sides of South Sevens and these. Oh, so I've just got completely and totally distracted seeing what was going to happen with the conversion.
It's so interesting here with the South Sevens because they sure you can see a try there. There was a 3-on-1, perfect defensive lead, and instead it's now 19-0 to them, and we're almost done in the first half. Euskarians won't know what's hit them at the moment.
Yeah, it's just when you saw the Euskarians play earlier, and you thought, wow, this is going to be tough, and thought we'd be trading blows, but at the moment it's Euskarians just trying to find themselves staying in it while the mid-time whistle blows, which we're getting close.
That has gone straight out the back of the dead ball area by the South Sevens, so it will be the tap at halfway for Euskarians. You feel they need a try here, really. A try here just turns the momentum of the match. Good pass out wide, but South Sevens just quickly up. It's a little bit forward, maybe flat. Stepped in, stays on his feet, beating a low man. This is now the opportunity. Got to get the ball wide. Oh, I'm not sure if the kick was the option, but the pace out wide. Chips it through. Oh, South Sevens keep hold of possession. Now they're in their own 22. Step through, offload, back in field. I think they just want to kick it out. They are just going to kick it out. Again, weathered that Euskarian storm. A good kick, you feel maybe if they kept ball in hand, they would have been through on the outside.
We might look back on that as the opportunity that might have changed the match here for Euskarians. Euskarians number 9 feeling very hard done by. I feel like he got bounced off the ball when he possibly shouldn't have done, but it is what it is. So half time here, and the South Sevens are flying against the Euskarians. I mean, we think, I'm going to, not to speak for you here, but I mean, it could be potential, one of these two are going to be potential winners. I mean, everybody out here is, but I'm surprised it wasn't closer than it is.
Yeah, same. I think Euskarians have done enough to suggest that they can get back into this. It's only 19 points, it's not much in sevens, but South Sevens have just been so good. They've just kept hold of the ball. Defensively, they've just been a blanket. It's hard to see how you beat them, really. I mean, there's a few opportunities where footwork has gathered them in one space. That last moment there, we talked about, obviously maybe should have passed, but it does expose a bit of a weakness for the South Sevens, that if you get by a couple, because they want to come out and hit you, they create the space, and if they can get wide, if they can spread the ball wide, they can get in and score those tries. So I don't think this is over for Euskarians, but South Sevens will have so much confidence going to the second half.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Euskarians are probably just a little bit shell-shocked, to be honest with you. They thought, well, hold on a second, this isn't what was in the script, and South Sevens just found themselves possibly with a little bit more free space and time than they thought. But I mean, when you look at the offload, especially that third try was just beautifully put together, and a wonderful advert. We're very lucky to have them here in Gibraltar for this 2025 Gibraltar Sevens, the 5th edition here in Gibraltar. The wind has picked up a little bit, and South Sevens are going to be playing against the wind in this second half, but the Euskarians looking ready to go, but they mean business, both of these sides.
Yeah, I think South Sevens have brought on Mosesi Pepe, the number 11, who was so impressive in the first game. Just brilliant footwork, brilliant hair as well. So I think we're going to see a bit of him in this second half. Euskarians are set up to receive a short kick. We saw in the first half South Sevens trying to go long to find some space. It's going to be hard into this wing, so expect a little short chip over to the Euskarians.
Yeah, and this is the thing. It is wind plays such a massive factor, especially when they start kicking the ball up. And these long passes that both of these sides, frankly, have been attempting as well, is a major part of it. So it is South Sevens to kick us off in this second half, in this incredible crunch match of the Tomobola Men's Elite.
He's getting some good early mileage there, keeping hold of the ball. And chance now to play it back to the other way. They need to gain a bit of ground in the midfield. Good line run there. Oh, it's gone to ground, but that could work. You can't defend your bouncing ball. Euskarings keep hold of that. That's now 3-on-2. Could go back on the inside. Maybe use the offload. Poor offload. It's been
Backwards,
kicked to touch.
off flat.
So South Sevens again under pressure, but defensively just hold on.
Yeah, that was good stuff from the Euskarians up until it wasn't. The thought pattern is there.
Yep.
They've obviously decided that there's no point trying to impose and react to the South Sevens gameplay. The Euskarians have to play their own game and imprint it on the opposition, but it is South Sevens from the line out with ball in hand. They're moving it zippily across the pitch here.
Look at the footwork. This is Pepe.
Here we go, Pepe.
Oh, offload. Euskarians get him down. That's been knocked on, I think. Yeah, they will have a bit of a breathing space now with that knock on and the scrum that's going to come from it. However, that looked pretty deadly by the South Sevens there.
Yeah, it was just like a South Sevens dart straight into the board of the Euskarians. But they're making some changes now, the Euskarians, and it's a capable looking chap coming on for another. But the scrum will be telling. Strongly in there from Euskarians, but South Sevens pushing hard. South Sevens with the ball in their hand again, back into Pepe's hands. Pepe just slicing through, and it's just a missed chance.
Space now. This is Theo Tremo out wide for the South Sevens, who is a big prop. He won't like to be isolated, but footwork, offload, gone to hand, and South Sevens again. Oh, they won't play the advantage. It'll come back for the scrum. Euskarians are inches away from being in the lead of this match.
Yeah, it's just a game of fine margins, and you can hear it here in the stadium. Actually, it's just kind of a bit of a hush as people are really absorbing what they've got in front of their eyes here, which is a really tough battle. It is South Sevens with a 19-0 lead at the moment, but it really does not feel like that when you're watching the two compete. But it's another scrum here where Euskarians tend to push quite hard, but South Sevens just talking their way through it. Got the ball back into Pepe's hand. All the good stuff is going through Pepe at the moment.
Yeah, really impressive. Tremo though, big prop, obviously so much bigger than everyone else on the pitch, but can move as well. They go wide. There's that slut possibly forward. He keeps all of it, comes off his shin.
Bit of jouet.
Yeah, just make it into the 22, and it's going to be a penalty. They're going to go quick. No one back 10 yet for Euskarians. I think they just about got there by the time they made the tackle. Now starts to split it wide. Tremo, Pepe's got so much space. Tremo, lovely pass. Oh, actually, no, it died on him. Maybe just caught in that wing, just died on him, hit the shin, and then bounced into touch. But Euskarians, to get back into this, need to score 3 tries at least, you feel, and they've got 3.5 minutes, and they're 5 minutes from their own line, so not much of that's going in their favour.
Yeah, when that pass came into Pepe, they actually felt the wind here in the commentary booth, the gust that might have taken it away to him. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but it was a wonderful passage of play. Euskarians are going to have to find something quick. Of course, they can afford to lose this, and it's not the end of their day by any stretch of the imagination, but they're not going to want that to be the case. South Sevens not quite grabbing it. Euskarians now on the run.
High tackle, so they
will have a seatbelt round in there.
Bit of a chance here. They have got men over, but there's not much space there. Got straightening up, I think. Got staying in field. Good carry there by Eniko Golitsica, and it goes wide. South Sevens so quick though to drift across. There's almost no space for them to operating. Euskarians straightening up. Got to get Meng over there. Good bit of counter looking by the South Sevens as they spread it back to the right. Again, though, it's just like a blanket. It's like a blue blanket on the pitch. Possible crossing. Possible inside. That could be a yellow card. We are going to see a yellow card.
Yeah.
This is Euskarians' chance, you feel?
Yeah. So looks like he deliberately did what he did, and Euskarians now making a quick change, but they are going to have to capitalise on having the extra set of arms and legs out there as they try and push on. They've got just shy of 2.5 minutes left of this half to try and make a difference, but as we know, yeah, there's still plenty of time to drag themselves back into it aggressively, because space has been the issue, but maybe with the man down for South 7's space won't be. Euskerian's pushing real hard on this near side.
Manhandled by Tomobola. They're there and they get the penalty, so South Sevens are going to go quick despite being a man down, and they're going to go quick, and even they've got space out wide here, so straightened up, picked off the toes. It's Pepper on the out wide, steps once, well blocked down. He's been well marshalled actually the last few minutes. Euskerians double up on the tackle, but it is high,
Both of you up here.
and so it's a penalty to the South Sevens. Obviously anything kind of above that sternum, getting towards the neck, and you're going to be in difficulty. South Sevens keep all the ball, looking for space out wide. Obviously not going to find it with just 6 men, but they do tie 2 into that breakdown. Could be a turnover. Is a turnover. No, another penalty. And they go quick again.
Yep.
Straightened up by Tomobola, who's been impressive since he's come on. Let's go right. Again, another penalty. This is, I think that's calling a row here.
Yeah, I think the Euskerians are just grabbing here. They're just starting to feel the pressure. They know time is ticking down, but they might end up with a man in the bin if they carry on doing this. But Pepe, that's right, you mentioned it. We haven't spoken about him in the last couple of minutes, actually. They managed to keep a lid on him just about, but it's South Sevens through to score once again. 24-0. They really have put on a wonderful display here, and I think that might be that, you know.
I think that's that, yeah. I think it's been a brave battle by the Euskerians, and when they look back on this, they'll say they had the chances, but they just couldn't convert. The fact they haven't scored a single try, I think it says one thing, a huge amount about the South Sevens defence. You look, there's always going to be space in Sevens, but you look at how quickly they drift across the pitch and just kill that space off. I can't see how you score more than a couple of tries, and I can't see how they score more than 3 tries. So no, it's always going to be difficult.
I completely agree, and you know, this is a massive statement of intent by the South Sevens in this Tomobola Men's Elite competition as they kick towards the Euskerians in what is the final few seconds. But it is a very, very tight competition here, and the Euskerians still trying to get the better of them, but South Sevens just being hunted down. Great tackle.
Oh, lovely offload. Lovely offload. I think that's Tom Pecune, the 18-year-old scrum half, but he was fagged there by Sébastien Pellissier, who is a hooker from Belley in France. Just really nice. I thought that was a lovely bit of play. Euskerians, I think they'll be gutted with those last 2 tries. They actually, when they were down to, when Souths were down to 6 men, they won that period 5-0. So disappointing.
Yeah, really, really is. But that is the full-time whistle, and the Tomobola Men's Elite serving up a wonderful set of fine dining. But the Tomobola Men's Elite carries on. After this, we've got the Butcher Sevens coming back out onto the pitch, taking on the Royal Air Force Spitfires, followed by the Mavericks and Remy, and the Mavericks are going to be one to watch as well. It is at this point, unfortunately, I am going to have to take my leave from the commentary booth and leave Sam on his lonesome for a while, but James Weil will be coming back to relieve both at some moment in time. But thank you very much for joining us this morning for what has been a wonderful edition of Sevens across the board. The Quorum Women's competition has been fantastic. The Tomobola Men's Elite has obviously served us up a wonderful dish that we can devour. And of course the Defender Men's Open has continued to be a 4-wheeled frenzy. So thank you very much. I'll leave you with the capable hands of Sam, and we'll catch you later this afternoon. But don't go anywhere, as up next, the Butcher 7 takes on the Royal Air Force Spitfires.
Butchers against the Spitfires, although that immediately a free kick to the Spitfires for being in front of the kickers. Nice little move in the midfield, looking for some space out wide. Draw some players to him. Very impressed by the Spitfires earlier in the day when they played Rugby. We shall see both teams obviously throughout the day, but Spitfires here going through the middle. Butcher's doing well just to hang on to them. Defensively looking very impressive here, quick off the line, but opens up a bit of a hole. And that's Jack O'Regan, who was so good early in the match, and that's gone out into touch. So we have a little time to catch our breath.
Take your mark here, Gold.
And the Butchers will have the throwing at the line out.
In we go, Red.
Off the cop quickly, looking to get the ball out wide, back themselves pace-wise. Stepped in, lovely, another step in. Should possibly go the way. He will go the way. Butchers will open the scoring. That's a very well finished try. Just found a little bit of space and stepped in to go through the middle. Very impressive start. Spitfires will be disappointed at how easily they were breached there, but plenty of time left in this game. And that was Ben Miller scoring the try there for the Butchers. Well finished, and then outpaced the defenders as he got close to the line. Conversion was unsuccessful, so the Butchers will have the kick-off. Spitfires just looking to get back into this game. They were very impressive early doors, so you'd expect them to be competitive here. Ooh, taking the air potentially. Yeah, I think they're deciding that was both of them going for the ball at the same time. O'Regan pushes out wide, Spitfires stepping, tackled, possibly turning over, is lost. It's going to be pulled back for the penalty though, and the Spitfires have the chance to potentially clear their lines if that's what they want to do here. Jack O'Regan again, the scrum half slash hooker who walks back. They're going to tap it, pass out to the right. Butchers immediately quick to close down the space, but they've left a bit of a hole there. Big pass out wide. This goes all the way to the 15 metres. Bit of footwork there by Alfonso Maputo, and then it's hit in the midfield. Butchers again steal the ball, interception, so quick in defence, just close down that space immediately. Now look to go out wide, so much space here, they are going to score. That's a well finished try there. That was Oliver Sullivan giving the final pass to create the space. Again, Spitfires looking good in possession, but we've seen all day today that they're just too slow, or when there's errors and those turnovers, they just immediately result in tries. So Butchers with the opportunity to pull clear. Again, not successful, so they'll go 10-0 up. So Spitfires will be happy that they haven't been punished too much for those two early tries here. Obviously, converted try gives them a chance to take the lead with a second try, but it'll be the Butchers with the kick-off. Short, but taken by the Spitfires, so it will be play on. Not a free kick because it didn't go 10. Pass into the midfield. Ooh, hard tackle there. Possibly took him over the horizontal, but in fact knocked on. So this is going to be the Butchers scrum just inside the Spitfires half. That was a huge hit as he tipped him over there.
Okay. Can you bind onto the hooker, please? Thank you. Thank you, lads. Okay, keep it square, wait for the ball's coming. Crouch!
Getting a nice look there that Louis Rainford on the wing for the Spitfires. Butchers get the penalty advantage and take the quick tap. Going up through the middle. Lovely step here by Nathan Griffiths. They keep all the possession, bit scrappy on the floor. That is Ben Miller who scored the early try. Chips through, tries to follow his own chip. He might get there.
Time's off, gents. Got a foul, please.
Is not going to get there. It's being blown up. see what we been pulled back here. We've got the refs talking to one another, decide what's going on with this. I don't think he quite got there. I think the Spitfires managed to get back in time to touch the ball down, but we shall see. A bit of confidence between the two referees here. The assisting on the near side.
Gents, no try.
No
12
try.
red has held the goal player on the ground. No try, penalty here.
Touchdown.
You happy with the mark
by
here, Dan?
Spitfires, so it will be a 22 tap. So look to cut left. Big, powerful Kelly here through the midfield. Looking for contact. This is a great Kelly. Spreads out wide to the aim feature we saw earlier. He steps in, takes the tackle. That's Makutu who goes over the top. And it's Jack O'Legan who keeps hold of the ball. Looks to spread wide. He's beaten the defenders who pushed up in the midfield. And that's Tom Quainton now, who's looking for He scored a bunch of tries in the early game. Decides there's no point keeping on with that Cali though, because the Butchers had that closed up. But he gets the ball back, Quainton. Gets tackled as they go into the 22 though. So it's going to be Spitfire's ball. This is a messy look, but so many Butchers tie into that look. And the Spitfires get the penalty. Butchers just slowing that down as they got on the back foot. So Spitfires with the tap. It'll be Ollie Park who takes the tap. Passes to his left. Jack O'Legan steps inside, puts on the burst, and he goes through. Been so impressive so far this tournament. Maybe been tied up a little bit in the early part of this game, but that is a brilliant finish. And he sticks the kick through as well to take it to 10-7. So the RAF here back in this. Bit of a slow start for them, but that was very impressive.
Thank you.
To take that try by Jack O'Legan. So we've had a couple of substitutions. We're going to see Will Travis come on. Powerful carrier. He's going to be on the near side here with the ball's head. It's going to be O'Legan with the kick-off. Carl Hallis potentially the butcher to be under this, but instead they're going to have a player who was in front of the kicker. That was Will Travis, obviously keen to get involved in the game, but it's going to be a quick tap instead for the Butchers at halfway. So momentum swinging each way. Lovely inside ball, but it's been knocked on there by Theo Chapman. Butchers were definitely gone under for the try there, so very disappointed for them. It didn't go to hand. I think instead it's going to be the Spitfires who take possession.
Mark's here, it's not on my red.
Between the 10 and the 22. Interesting game so far. It's been quite limited, I would say, in terms of what they're looking to do. A few long passes, largely it's been those quick short carries. See what the Spitfires do here. So Jack O'Legan looks to give the pass, instead holds on to the ball, skips down one, but good tackle just to grab hold of his legs as they straighten up here. This is Ollie Park who straightens up, looking for contact in the midfield there, the Spitfires. If they get quick recycling of the ball here, there's players left, but they've drifted a bit farther and the Butchers get a turnover. So instead it is the Butchers with the ball, and asking for the kick through there is Oliver Sullivan, but the kick is just long. Right option, there's some space in behind, but Butchers don't add to their half-time lead. It's going to be 10-7 for the Butchers as they go into the half. I think they'll start very happy, but that second half of the first half, the Spitfires really started to get into this game. So, half-time team cards. We shall see what happens in the second half. I think the Spitfires will be happy with what they've done. They probably have the momentum as we go into this second half, but the Butchers look so dangerous as soon as they get hold of the ball. So, we will be back as we start the second half, a couple of minutes off. We will see a couple of changes. So I think it's going to be Jacko Vegan. I'm saying his name a lot, but he is pretty central to everything that the Spitfires are doing. He's going to take the kick-off, and we've got the Butchers set up with 4 in the front line and then 3 in the back. So hard to cover all the space here. You see some teams will go with 2 men in the between the 22 and the 10 metre to try and lift each other to compete for those short kicks. See what the Spitfires do here. Possibly a bit too long. Yeah, it's gone straight into the stands. So it will be the Butchers who start with a tap at halfway. So looking for Caden Davis here to go with the tap, see what he does. Obviously well set here for the Spitfires. They decide to go right. Steps in field, goes back to Caden Davis, who chips over the top. He's going to win that race as long as the ball doesn't beat him, and he will win it. Just touches down. Took a huge risk there by picking it up to then put it back down. Possibly should have just dived on it. Gave the Spitfires a chance to come back in, but the Butchers will now push home their advantage. You expect them to kick this, which will take it to 17-7. I mean, pretty simple stuff. Took the ball straight to the line, chipped over the top. Obviously it looks easy, actually incredibly difficult to do that, but really impressive. So Luke Davis kicks through to take it to 17-7, and the Butchers will have the kick-off. Again, such an important part of the game. We'll see what the Spitfires do here. So they're going to push some men into the front line, cover that short space. Obviously the guys behind will be looking to charge up on those balls that hang. It's a lovely hanging kick. It's going to go to the second level, but he should be hit immediately, and that's such a dangerous one. It's a penalty advantage because the Spitfire player was in front. I think they're going to take the penalty instead. So, looking to take the quick tap. He's got men in front of him. Slows it down. That was Ben Miller looking to push out wide. Now some space. Will Travis out wide, isolated potentially, but gets over. Good defence to push him inside, but the Spitfires ultimately just breach through. Very impressive linking of the passes there by Butchers, just linked together 4 or 5 passes and then good footwork on the outside to step in. So that will take them to 22-7. Don't think they're going to get this kick, it's so wide, and the wind here, probably can't see the impact of it at home, but it's really kicking off, so the wind is blowing from left to right as you look at it, and it makes these kicks so difficult, especially out wide. But it will be Luke Davis to have a go. Well struck, but pushed just to the right there, so he won't add the points. So it's a 15-point lead for the Butchers, but still 5 minutes left to play, more or less, so plenty of time for the RAF to get back into this. Starts with the kick. Lovely hanging kick, exactly the same as before. Reclaimed by the Butchers. Steps in, boot, lovely ball and all tackle there by Ollie Park of the Spitfires. Butchers keep all of it, look to the cycle, chips over the top, but this time not quite as successful there by Luke Davis, who looks to kick through. Instead, the RAF, risky pass over the top, but just about get there, and straightened up by Ollie Park as the Spitfires look to retain possession.
Going back here.
They're going to go all the way back for a knock-on from the Butchers. In fact, it's going to be deemed a deliberate knock-on. That was the ball that went over the top of the defender. He's obviously put his hand up. Certainly tried if he got it, but instead it's a yellow card. And so, Butchers will go down to 7. 4 minutes left. Still plenty of time for RAF to get back into this game, but they do need to string. Well, at this point, it will be 3 tries that they need to get back into this. Instead, interception by Davis. Passes out wide. Butchers, one more pass will do this, but instead tripped up by himself. Offload, doesn't go to hand. But Butchers will keep all that. Looks to be holding on there. I thought it is holding on.
No, it doesn't.
Spitfires, messy, but now have a chance. And they've messed up on the tap. There was plenty of opportunity there if they'd gone right. There was so much space, but instead the tap goes to ground, and it's going to be a scrum to the Butchers. And this couldn't suit the Maybeller here. They've got time going off the clock with obviously the player in the sim bin. So eating up the clock, and they're going to have the scrum put in as well. So all looking to go Butcher's way. We are going to see, though, an arrival of Lisa Price here. He's going to go straight into the scrum at hooker.
Up we come. Final time we sorted out. Bind onto
Got a
the
reset
hooker.
scrum. Very
Thank you.
unlikely event in
Let's
sevens.
go.
We're
Crouch.
going to have a reset scrum.
Set.
And here they go. Goes out right, obviously space for the scrum, looks to pass, but instead just carries straight through the middle. Ralph Miller there to take the try. Interesting to see on those scrums, especially midfield scrums, it's impossible to cover all of the options that you have, and so instead you see teams do something like that where they just pick off the back of the scrum, especially if you've got someone quick, they can just go straight through the middle.
Scrum's not over, you can't come up.
So Butchers now, even with that yellow card, they are taking the lead, and that kick is good, so it'll be 29-7. Probably unlikely to see the Spitfires pull back into this game now. 22 points just to get the draw, so obviously that would be, at this point, 4 tries that would be needed. So this looks to be going the Butchers' way, but the Spitfires will look to have a successful end to this game. Obviously they played well in parts, but just not taking some of those opportunities. Lovely hanging kick by the Butchers, going to be competed for, but ultimately Spitfire looked to retain that, but actually it was knocked on, and so again it'll be a Butchers scrum, and they will just again let the clock wind down slowly here. We've still got a minute and a half, but they are back up to the full complement of 7 players. You can see here how much the Butchers spread across the pitch, but it's going to be a free kick. We're seeing some interesting stuff at the scrums here. You normally expect scrums to just take place easily in sevens, but not this way. Instead, out wide here to Afonso Makutu, who steps in field, but that is being knocked forward. It's going to be the Butchers out wide as the Spitfire push up in defence. They do a good job there, cut down a lot of options, but Butchers with just pure pace stepped infield. Oh, this is lovely. That is Oliver Sullivan who runs in for his try, and just great footwork.
11.
Great footwork,
That
and that was
so
a little bit of a late hit by the Spitfires. He's not nothing more than just a talking to, but Sullivan here, just really impressive. Stepped infield, stepped off his foot, and then carried in, and then touched the ball down. A bit of a frustration hit there, I think, from the Spitfires. This second half, at least, hasn't gone their way. They got themselves back into it in the first half, but just second half has been all of the Butchers. Mentioned earlier that Spitfires haven't got too many players in this squad, so obviously they will start to suffer in the second halves. But ultimately, Butchers won that successfully there, 36 points to 7. Butchers can go a long way in this tournament. I think they've got some pace, they've got some power. Interesting to see as they come up against the French teams later in the tournament. But that is the end of this match, and we will be back very shortly.
Rhino are the official ball partners of this year's Gibraltar Sevens. Let's go for a tour around the rock. Mavericks against Remy, two teams who could go a long way. Very impressed by Mavericks in their first match. We'll see how they go here. They've got some really impressive pace on their pitch. Mavericks kick off going from right to left, and it is Eduardo who will be in the middle on the whistle. Kick off from the Mavericks, just taken by the wings there, and instead it will be Remy with the tap in the middle. Heard that there's a bunch of Remy supporters and players watching back at home, so thank you for jumping on to the live stream.
and we're looking forward to seeing how your guys get on in this match. So they will tap to start off with. Passing out wide, looking for space in the middle. Good step, good power. Good start there to this attack by Limi as they look to go out to the right. Kali by Moto, but he's turned over, and it's Mavericks with the ball. And this is looking like to be a breakaway by the Mavericks. That's Sean Amenya, but instead they look and they pass to go in field. Mavericks looking to keep hold of the ball, look to go to the right. Limi currently playing with just 6 players, and that's ultimately going to tell there as Mavericks finish that off with Dylan Coetzee scoring in the corner. Actually, no. Knocked on, so not scored in that corner. So Mavericks butchered a goalie opportunity there, and Limi will escape without conceding a try. They defended there down to 6. Unfortunately, it was Moto who is down clutching his knee. He's back to his feet now, and so obviously Limi can make the substitution, and it will be Denise Wise who comes on for Limi. So obviously that'll take them back up to 7 as Moto is carted off.
Turn back on.
Applause. Limps into
Coach.
just underneath us here.
Boing.
Limi will start with the putting.
Set.
So way on the far side, they've got to have a lot of space to operate as long as they can keep hold of this ball, and they do. So get the ball wide, and they will look to exploit some of these gaps.
Tackle!
Isolated in midfield though here, this could be a Mavericks turnover, and it is a Mavericks turnover, but instead he knocked it on as he was making the turnover. So again, Limi will get the putting just
9.
at the penalty spot if
You
this
have to
were
stay
a
behind the tunnel, please.
football pitch. So Lima will get the putting. They need to clear some of this territory though. They are very deep in their own half.
Crouch.
They need to get this ball clear.
Point. Set.
Plenty of support from Mavericks in the crowd, but Lima get the ball out the back, looking to go wide. Bit of pace out wide, tries to step, but good defence by Coetzee, who almost waiting for that try before. So Limi will keep all the ball, looking to build some phases. Good step infield there, keeps all the ball, and a lovely offload as well. That was Ledua who made the step, and it's going to be a penalty to Limi. So slowly getting out of their own half.
Happy with that?
And it's a tap here from Ledua as they look to go left. This is a nice carry by Gibbo, and he steps wide. Carry on that wide, and they're going to go the whole way. Lovely finish by Limi. Very impressive to get that try. So after it being more or less all Mavericks to start this game, it is going to be Limi who scored the first try.
Next. From behind. Oh.
It's going to be Temesengakolo who goes up to attempt the conversion.
Behind, please.
Limi, impressive start. Impressive try there by Limi. Mavericks though have had perhaps the better of this game. Should have scored in the corner. Knocked on by Coetzee in the corner, and Limi have the chance here to go 7-0 up. Which they do. So Limi will have the kick-off as we reach the halfway point in the first half. And we're going to see Lepangi Kolingasau, who will come on. He was very impressive in the first game. Bit of a delay here. In fact, it's going to be a free kick. That was a delay by Limi, and it's going to be the Mavericks who get the quick tap. And they're going to go to the right. They've overloaded the right-hand side, so there's 4 over on that side. Inside step by Murray Redpath, that goes out wide here to Sean Amaya, who gets a big hit, gets the ball away, and ultimately it ends up with Harry Rice. Harry Rice keeps on. Can't get tackled, but ultimately is tackled here as they get into the 5 metre. Limi get the turnover. So Mavericks, despite stringing that possession together, they can't finish anything with it, and Limi will have the penalty. And they kick to touch. Good kick will get them into the Mavericks half. So
Yeah.
it's going to be Nicolo to throwing for Limi, which is one.
Oh,
Despite
hold
Mavericks
off.
competing. Keep the ball in the maul. And they're going to play out here. So looking to your left, Mavericks are quick off the line and closing down those options, and that pass won't help because that puts them under
Tackle.
immediate pressure. And that is
Oh,
a
wait, behind
hit
the
there
last
by
foot.
Dylan Kutsia, who comes off the line. Now Limi waiting for Maine to get back into their attacking shape, and that's knocked on.
But it's knock on.
It is going to be advantage, or would have been
First
advantage,
knock on.
but
Who's
unfortunately
red?
it's another knock on by Mavericks. It's worth saying here that obviously we haven't got the humidity anymore because the cloud is largely gone, but it is hot out there, so these are not necessarily ideal conditions for them being obviously keeping the ball in hand. Both teams doing a good job of it, but we are seeing some of those passes just not quite going to hand and just being looped, and that kills off that momentum, allows the defense to come back into it. Mavericks putting just outside the 22 of Limi.
Sit.
It's going to be a free
Early.
kick to the Mavericks
Yeah.
for
Back in, guys.
scrum offence. They go quick and they're looking to go left. So this is a good carry by Coetzee, who puts in Charlie Owens to score in the corner. Big powerful carrier there, Charlie Owens, but ultimately by the work that Coetzee did, all he had to do was just dive into the corner. So Mavericks with a chance to draw level. It's 7-5 at the moment. It'll be a very difficult kick so far out wide, but they do have the chance to draw level. Impressive for Mavericks there. Limi had the upper hand, but they just were loose with their passing, and that created some turnovers that Mavericks were able to play off. Ooh. Good kick by the Mavericks. I don't think that's going to quite get there. Doesn't quite get there. Kicking to the wings, right on the edge of the pitch, always going to be very difficult, but gave it every chance of going over there as we hit half time. So, just a reminder, at half time it's Limi with 7 and Mavericks with 5. And just to fill in, it was Ben Herford-John who scored the first try of the match for Limi. So, half time, very entertaining game so far. It's been quite tight, and we will see what happens in the second half.
Going into the second half then, the Mavericks currently on 5, the Limi on 7.
And we're getting kicked off for the second half. It's going to be Limi who kick off, going right to left. They'll be playing into the wings. Not sure how much of a factor that will be. Obviously there's not a huge amount of kicking in sevens, but it does have an impact on passing.
Hold on.
Especially when you're this strength, it can, especially long passes, it can really just hold them up. So it's going to be Ben Herford-John with the kick, which is a lovely hanging kick. Loads of pressure, but taking in the air. There, that was Lukulu. And Mavericks go out clear with Coetzee. Let's go out wide. That's a pass that has the winger diving onto pick it off his lace tops. Lovely at the back pass to the Mavericks, but great defence now. Now they may have a chance to turn this over, but just Mavericks get there just in time. Some good footwork through the middle. Again, we may have a chance. but can't get the turnover. So Mavericks will keep hold, but Lima have slowed that down. Wide pass out. Lima Savainga, carries that wide but drops it, and Lima will have the opportunity off turnover ball. Quick ball, but scrappy. And Lima are caught in their own 22 and intercepting. So Savainga, he was the one who was stripped for the turnover, but gets the interception to score that try for Mavericks. So Mavericks, regardless of whether they get this conversion, will take the lead. It will be 10-7. Again, difficult conversion, but Savainga, who we haven't seen so far in this game, but just starts, and he's so powerful. Just look at him from up here. He is going to be very difficult to stop for the Mavericks. So kick is unsuccessful, and Limi will launch for the second time today. That's just so Mavericks will have the kickoff. We have a slow kickoff here with 2 balls on the pitch, just really pulling down the time that Limi will have to defend it. I think Mavericks probably fancy themselves in a slightly quicker game. Limi much more physical, so I don't think they mind it being slowed down, but Mavericks with the kickoff. Longer kick will be taken by Natangi Lika, who then feeds Malachite Missy. That pass goes again to Deck, and it's Ladua who will have to go back to the claim. Good offload though. Now Limi will be clear, but it's dropped, it's passed out wide for the Mavericks, who try and chip through. Gets the penalty, just brought down momentarily after he kicked through. In fact, actually given for the trip in that situation, but Mavericks will have the kick. They've got more men on the... In fact, they've split it, so they've got 3 on each side. Tapped, gone left. Looking to go to the right there now. Now they've drawn some of the Limi players to the far side. Brought to get there, Limi.
No hands!
Good tackle. Mavericks throws some space out to the right. Savainga, hard man to bring down, but he's stopped with the offload though. And another offload. Brilliant play there. That was a mixture of edge volley, but who then fagged Jacko Kelly to ultimately touchdown for the try. So Mavericks definitely getting the better of this second half. Limi just struggled to get out of their own territory here. Obviously not much margin to kick, and so they've had to play from deep in their own half, and it's just, at the moment, it's just not working for them. Good kick by Mavericks, but it's not going to quite get there. That's Savinga attempting to convert that, but doesn't quite get there. Such a handful though. He was brought down, but only by 2 players, and he could get the offload away. So Mavericks again with the kick. Limi looking to get a foothold in this second half. Short kick this time, so we'll give Limi a chance to play from a little bit further up the pitch. And despite a good hit, they do have an opportunity. They can step infield, make the carry, but well held up here by the Mavericks. Ultimately goes to ground, but buys their team plenty of time in defence.
My way.
Leaning on the far side of the pitch, just so difficult to get out, and that is knocked on
forward pass
twice, so it won't be
first
a try
knock on with red,
but it will be Mavericks with the putting for the scrum, just 5 or 6 metres out. So Mavericks with the putting.
On the 5, yeah? Yeah. Probably just makes a change.
Been the story of the half though, really.
Time off, subs.
Limi playing into the wings for the second half, but just with so much territory against them, and just haven't been able to get out of their 22, and Mavericks have just played off that. Obviously Limi having to go quite expansive with their play to get out, and some of those passes just haven't gone to hand.
Coach!
So Mavericks with the putting.
Boing!
5 metre scrum.
9!
And we'll get that pull.
No pressure, 9.
Looking to go left. 2 on 2. Who will make the tackle? Oh, he's knocked it on. So knocked on by the Mavericks again. They should have really had 2 tries this game, both in the corners, but knocked both of them on. Not a huge amount of enjoyment to hear this though for them either, because they will have the put in, but again, they're so at the moment just camped in their own 5 metre. So Mavericks will bring on Jack Blackmore, who comes on. They're going to change a couple of players, I think, as they look to just freshen the legs up. And on the Remy side, it's Denise Wise who comes on.
Right, yeah, sorry.
Again, just to freshen up those legs.
Hold on a sec.
It's been quite a slow second half, very stop-start. In fact, we did have the free kick given for the kick-off that was delayed. So it has been quite stop and start, which means that we've only got 1 minute left. So Remy will have to score immediately to have a chance of the victory, obviously 8 points behind, and they're going to have to go the whole length of the pitch. Mavericks, loads of pressure on that, but Remy do keep hold of the ball, and they do kick it, but it's just held up in that wing, so it's not going to clear the 22, and so Mavericks still have possession inside the 22, and they've got numbers out to the right. Good carry there by number 11, that's Murray Redpath, who then passes infield for Jack Blackmore, who's just come on. Great support line.
You were fighting for the ball.
Legs.
No, it was a free contest.
Will keep hold of that ball.
It was a free contest.
Complaining about something there to the left. I'm not quite sure what they saw. Unfortunately, just so difficult getting out of that half. Something we need to watch for as this day progresses, obviously, because teams playing from right to left will always be playing into the breeze. And so it does make it so difficult, especially if you are camped there, then you might want that kick. You saw Remy there attempt that kick, but it obviously just kind of went up and straight down. Short little chip by the Mavericks, but it is retained by Missy, who carries up through the middle but is brought down. Remy now do have a chance. There's a couple of men out to the right. Now the chip over the top. Possibly he's going to beat the man. Needs the chip to work to his advantage, needs the second chip, and ultimately he does get there. So Remy with a consolation try to end the second half. They obviously can't get into it. We are at full time, but fairly impressive finish. I think that was Kenneth Gibson who went over for that try. It's a good way to finish for Remy, but ultimately second half they just couldn't get out of their own 22, and it really caught up with them. So impressive by Mavericks. They win 22-14. I think Remy won't be too disappointed. They put together some good play, but Mavericks just played the territory. And we will be back, and the next game we're moving back over to the women's side of things, and we're going to see the Savvy Panthers against the Sefton Ladies in the Quorum Women Sevens. Very much looking forward to that. I thought the Savvy Panthers were fantastic earlier this game, so looking forward to that. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Very much looking forward to this match between the Sefton ladies and the Savvy Panthers. Been so impressed with the Savvy Panthers so far today. Bit of a scrappy start there. It'll be the Panthers with the putting just outside the 22 of Sefton. A couple of people to keep your eye on. Number 14 for the Panthers is Charlie Mangs, who was exceptional in the earlier game. Also 7, Liv Taylor. And also we have Lowry Davis, the number 3. Natalie Day goes through the middle. And this is Liv Taylor, who looks to push out wide and finds Maisie Liddell, who was also fantastic. Big hit there by Sefton. Savvy Panthers look to recycle in the midfield. Ultimately get there, but this is Lowry Davis, who's got so much pace, looks to finish. Diving attempt by Sefton, but Lowry Davis is going to finish in the corner. She is so quick. This is very difficult for any of the teams that we've seen so far today to stop her. Just so unbelievably quick out there on the wing, but got a lot of talent inside her to create that space that gets out there. So early lead for the Panthers. Kick not successful. It was a very wide kick, so it will be 5-0. Panthers just waiting for the ball here. Don't think anyone will mind that we're just slowing things down a little bit, especially in this heat. But the Panthers with the kick, it'll be Charlie Mangs with that kick-off. Lovely hanging kick, loads of pressure for Sefton number 12. Amelia Morris-Lay. But Sefton keep all the ball, look to the midfield. Nice carry, bit cross field, but they did create some space. Looking here to keep possession. And they do so. Oh, great clear out though by the Savvy Panthers. And they will get the penalty advantage there. That's Holly Williams with the absolutely enormous clear out. Savvy Panthers opting for the scrum just on the 22. Seeing how effective that is. Obviously it ties in 4 of your defenders with the scrum half there as well. Sefton deciding to defend this with someone on the blind side. That does mean that they've left an overlap on the open side. Savvy Panthers haven't got anyone there. So as long as they get the ball left, they should have that overlap. So it's Charlie Mangs, steps in field, gets the ball out there to Taylor. Taylor stays on her feet, carries into the 22, but is brought to deck. And the ball goes out wide. Here, this is Sophia Lombard, who gets it out wide to Lowry Davis, who's scoring on the left, and she's going to score on the right as well. In fact, she's going to go under the posts. Lowry Davis. Pretty sure she scored every time she's touched the ball today. Absolutely exceptional performance from her so far. So quick, so powerful. She's going to convert her own try. Just pull that one to the left. So Sefton not penalised as much as they should be maybe for this. It's just 10-0 rather than 12 or 14. The conversions going over for the Panthers. And the Panthers will once again have the kick-off. Again, Charlie Mangs. Mangs another beautiful hanging kick. So difficult to take. But again, that is Amelia Morris-Lay who does take that kick under huge pressure, and Sefton have a chance to go wide. There's some space here. It's not backwards. And Sefton will retain possession as we get to the 10. Very tight though. They've gone very tight with that. And then that's been turned over. And that's gone to Liv Taylor. And Liv Taylor will going to score. Right place at the right time. Ball just got flung towards her and she just stuck out the hand and grabbed it and will go under the posts. So Sefton, I think, will be disappointed so far that they actually haven't done too much wrong, but every error that they've made has been punished by Sefton. Enjoying watching the matchup at the kickoff here. So Charlie Mangs, some beautiful kicks, but we're seeing Amelia Morris-Lay just get under them and secure possession. Mangs is going to go to the right hand side at the so far. She's gone left all the time. It's a nice kick. They're going to let it bounce, never let it bounce, and Sefton will be in their own 22 under huge pressure. That's a loose pass that ends up getting picked up just on their try line. Sefton under loads of pressure now. Will retain possession though, just on their own line. They're going to have to do so much though to get out of here without conceding a try. Nice Callie just to start off with. I think keeping it tight is a good option. Just pausing. Kicks over the top. That's going to bounce. No, Savvy Panthers will retain. That's gone forwards though. Forwards off Sophia Lombard. And Sefton will have another chance to escape from their own 22. Scrappy at the moment from Sefton as soon as they come under pressure, and they are coming under a lot of pressure from the Savvy Panthers. So Sefton with the putting just inside their own 22. And the Savvy Panthers do retain possession there, so turning over against the head. Goes out wide here to Maisie Liddell. Steps in, steps out, will be brought down. Yes, pulled back just before the line. Liv Taylor at the back. Slows things down. Pass out wide. Charlie Mangs passes out wide again, but it's just knocked on. And so Sefton aren't punished there for that scrum loss against the head. Savvy Panthers creating so many opportunities, but just not able to finish all of them at the moment. And we are going to see a change. So Becca Lawn is going to come on. And that is Sophia Lombard, who is just coming off there. Sefton with the putting. Another huge shove by the Panthers, but Sefton retain possession. There is space out wide. This is a good carry through by... But penalty, Charlie Mann takes penalty. Lowry Davis steps through. That's the first time I think she's been tackled here. She picks up the ball though, goes again. Unstoppable. The Panthers with the pick up, and they will go through, and that is Liv Taylor who goes under the post. That trio of Mangs, Taylor and Davis have been so impressive so far today. They are the kind of the fulcrum for everything that goes on around the Panthers. Incredibly impressive, and they will get that conversion, and so it will be 24-0 at half time for the Savvy Panthers. So we're back for the second half. Sefton will have the kick-off. Also have the advantage that I think we're going to see quite a few changes from the Savvy Panthers as they get ready to start. It's a nice long kick which will find turf and actually will come straight back to the Sefton ladies. So they have a chance here to get themselves on the score sheet and get back into this game. Nice carry up through the middle, but a nice hit there by Maisie Liddell. Very powerful, and the Savvy Panthers look to go quick here. They're very keen. Oh, it's a lovely footwork by Liv Taylor just to get through, and she ultimately feeds Charlotte Grace Mosca, who will go through for the try. So Sefton did almost everything right there, but Maisie Liddell putting a huge hit, and then it was just quick play off that tap that ultimately found them space. So I am joined back by Stu Porro. Stu, have you been enjoying some hobnobbing?
Yeah, I have, to be honest. I had to go over and just say hello to some of our wonderful partners and just talk them through the facilities and what's going on in front of them, which, as we can see, has been a wonderful game of sevens in the Quorum Women's competition. The Savvy Panthers look like they are doing quite the job.
Yeah, it's been a good game so far. Savvy Panthers just playing off the mistakes of the Sefton ladies. Might get a chance here. Sefton didn't go for that ball. It bounced inside the 10, but ultimately made it through. And they're just going to stay in field on that far side. Savvy Panthers getting driven back. Now it's touch. So Sefton will have a chance to build a platform here. And as we look over to the right, there are a lot of Hawaiian shirts on display in the corporate boxes.
Yes, it is colourful as you like. So today is Hawaiian Shirt Saturday, and they are taking it very seriously. And tomorrow is Superhero Sunday here at the Europa Point Complex. And we've got the VIPs in their boxes enjoying it quite the thing. Almost as colourful as the players out there.
I can see that you're already wearing your pants outside of your trousers today, just getting in there an hour a day early.
Yeah, you just got to get in there early, man. Like, this is the thing.
Great break here by Sefton. This could go all the way. Just going to tie up, I think, just before the end, maybe get driven out. Done really well to stay in field. Needs some support, though, there. And does get it. So Sefton will have the chance now to build, and they have the penalty advantage as well. Great offload that finds its way to Amelia Morris-Lay as they look to build, but driven off, it will come back for a penalty. So Sefton looking better there. They got some players looking free out wide. Just couldn't quite get there in support quickly enough. But they will take the quick tap. Looking to go down the blind side potentially. 2-on-2 here. Nice carry. Could have maybe got the offload away. Does get the offload away eventually. Great tackling though here by the Savvy Panthers. Just defending brilliantly, and now they have the turnover. So they have the turnover, they have the chance to move it wide. And that is going to be Lowry Davis. Can she get it? She might go all the way from here. She's scragged very well though. I think that's Neve Lohman who will scrag her and bring her down. Keeps hold of the ball. Savvy Panthers with the chance now to push back to the right. There's a bit of holes in that Sefton defence. Offloaded well. Now there's space. This, I think, is going to be that. Going all the way. That's Natalie Day. Actually, no, apologies. That's Charlotte Grace Mosca, who will score another try. Fairly impressive so far, these Savvy Panthers.
Yeah, they really have come out of the blocks today with a point to prove. And we've been watching them. They were training actually here on Thursday, and they were really, really well drilled, and then they trained again on the Friday morning. They were training on the Wednesday together as well, so they've really put the time in off of the pitch to, you know, just put together the types of performances that we're seeing now, really.
It's interesting because obviously a lot of sevens teams will be made up of, you know, have representatives from lots of different sides, and so often you don't have that gelling effect that maybe you do at the 15s level. But in this case, the Savvy Panthers look just one coherent team, and everything that they're doing is kind of showing that off.
Yeah, and it is that kind of almost telepathic ability to know what your teammate's going to do, and that can only really be built if you spend time together.
Yeah,
you know, and train together. Otherwise, you're a bit stuck.
Well, we're going to see a scrum putting for the Savvy Panthers here. We've got just 2 minutes left of this game. It would be good to see Sefton put a try on the board. They have had opportunities. I think Savvy Panthers have just been so good, though. But Sefton deserving of a try here. But the Panthers retain possession and look to go wide. Nice passing, gives them plenty of opportunity to run through. And that's a great carry by Holly Williams, but ultimately brought down as they get to the far side. Charlie Mangs now with the ball. What's she going to do? Always electric when she has possession. Late pass to put Erin Bradley into a bit of a hole. Maintain possession. Look to go wide. This is Lowry Davis to score the try. I think that's her hat trick for today. Such an impressive player. Possibly been the player of the day for me. Everything she touches just seems to turn to tries.
Yeah, really is just having a beautiful day of it, really. You know, just as you say, having the rub of the green, just being able to just, you know, spot a gap where others might not, and you know, also having the confidence to take advantage of that as well. It's not just a case of having the skill. You've got to back yourself while you do it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. She's going to take a well-earned rest, I think, just there. Actually, in fact, we're going to have no try. So it's come back, so it's not going to be a try. Instead, it is going to be a penalty to Sefton. And I think it might be a yellow card to Charlie Mangs as well. I'm not sure what happened there. It would have been something off the ball, so I'm not entirely sure what that was. But it's gone. She's going to go to the bin. It won't make much of an impact. We're basically at time now, but Sefton will have a chance if they can go 90 odd metres to put some points on the board. So quick tap, playing at 6 of course here. Look to kick through, that hasn't worked out, that hasn't worked out, that hasn't worked out. It's looking like a game of football out there at the moment. Very scrappy, it's gone backwards though, so Sefton will maintain possession. But Savvy Panthers are just so good at eating up the space. In fact, they've got the turnover. No, it's been coming back for the penalty. So Sefton will have another chance after a little bit of a scrappy attempt to exit. They do carry. They're looking very tired though out there. It's been a long day, but this is a good carry out wide by Sefton. They have to step in because it's not going to go all the way, but ultimately it's retained by the Savvy Panthers. And that is Mosca with the ball. She passed it backwards. Savvy Panthers willing to play on here. The clock is late, so they could call it a day, but instead they're going to keep possession. Just 6 of them, of course. Big cat in the midfield.
Oh, that was a lovely string of play there, and they found the space again.
Nice. Maybe won't go all the way. Maybe will go all the way. Maybe will go all the way. Brilliant try by Ali McDonald. Just kept holding off the Sefton ladies' attention, and ultimately goes over them the corner. Very difficult kick here, but they won't really care. This is going to be 43-0. A professional victory there by the Savvy Panthers.
Yeah, they've again just been clinical. They've come on board and just followed their game plan. I think the staff that support them off the pitch will be very happy with that. But overall, once again, looking like a very strong, complete, cohesive side. And I don't see how... Well, there will be a way for an opponent to unlock them, but I couldn't be the one to tell you what that is.
No, me neither. I think this is looking like the most complete side we've seen today. They've got ability and skill all over the pitch. I think it's going to be very difficult to beat. And we will be back very shortly. And the next game will be the Intelligence Corps against the Shelford Peacocks. So another one from the Quorum Women's. And we're looking forward to that. We're back very shortly.
And we've got the Quorum Women's competition over, and the Intelligence Corps are up against the Peacocks. This is going to be an interesting pairing up. The Intelligence Corps had themselves an interesting run so far, and the Peacocks got mauled by the Panthers, so this is going to be a good humdinger. I'm joined by a certain James Wallace back. How are you, sir?
Stu, lovely to be with you. I've had to put my other hat on and file a match report on a lovely Lions opener against the Western Force. Yeah, so I'm pleased to be back in the comms box after a quick chicken wrap, and it looks like I've missed some good action.
Well, I can happily tell you that, as with always, the best is yet to come, so I wouldn't worry about that too much, but there's been an awful lot going on. And we've got the Quorum Women's in front of us at the moment. We've had all sorts of humdingers going on within the Tomobola Men's Elite, the Defender Men's Open, but this Quorum Women's competition has been great as the Peacocks make a break for it. Slight fumble, looks like it was knocked on, and it will be a scrum for the Peacocks.
Yeah, just showing the importance of first up tackling there, Stu. Intelligence Corps came back well in scramble, but that first up tackling, that first line, is absolute key tenet of Sevens rugby. And the Intelligence Corps, lucky they got into scramble there. Peacocks have turned that scrum over, and they attack going left to right. Ball falls loose, and they reset.
Now, in the previous battles that these two have had before coming together this afternoon, Intelligence Corps found some form, but the Peacocks had a little bit of an issue as a card is dished out for the Intelligence Corps. Bit of time in the bin there, James.
Yeah, you have to ask yourself if Intelligence Corps is a contradiction in terms when you see something like that, Stu.
Yeah, we've been punning it left, right and rhubarb, but it is the Peacocks in, taking advantage of having the extra player on the pitch, and now they'll look to fully convert their score. It's a bit tough over there. The wind has quite literally just changed direction.
It's that old swirling wind at Europa Park.
And converted. Yeah, absolutely. The wind and the weather play such a massive factor in this. That it's a hard one. And early this morning we had quite a lot of humidity. Yep. Now that cloud has burnt off, it's different conditions that they're going to have to, all the players are going to have to find themselves in.
I think it's actually lovely weather for Sevens. That cool breeze cools the players down. And actually, just on the subject of the wind, we saw in one of the games earlier on today, I can't remember which one it was one of the men's elites games, a loss snatched from the jaws of a draw when somebody failed to kick a conversion under the posts. I wonder, those sorts of little things when it comes to pools, when it comes to playoffs, they count for so much. And I think the intensity of the Gib Sevens, it is all about taking those opportunities. If you've got an opportunity for points, so key to take them.
Yeah, absolutely right. There's not a lot of time in order to take those opportunities, so you do have to take them.
I'm loving the number 10 for the Peacocks. It's Gibraltar Pride weekend. We've got a lovely rainbow piece of rainbow headgear on the number 9 for the Peacocks, number 10 for the Peacocks. But the Intelligence Corps are coming up again. They're attacking straight down the middle with power.
Yeah, and the Intelligence Corps managed to retain possession, grab it back, but the Peacocks are really quick off the blocks just to close any kind of Intelligence Corps attack down. Quickly taken by the Peacocks, number 12, but she's being handled all over the show.
It's become a war of attrition, this is. It's become a bit of a war of attrition. More of a ruck game.
Dean just having a bit of a word.
I think he's probably saying something like, let's play sevens rather than a scrummaging game in West Wales on a Friday night in bloody November.
Yeah, and there's just recomposing themselves and just having a conversation about as exactly that, you know, just remember what we're here to do, remember how we want to play, and go and play your game.
Well, the Peacocks obviously listen to him because they're attacking hard down the right with an overlap. 15 has absolutely gassed the intelligence core there. So lovely, lovely coruscating arc around the Peacocks. They got a little bit narrow in defence there. I think often, you know, when you got 6 men, 6 girls in this case, Stuart, you know, defending the wide outside becomes very, very challenging. You know, you don't have that extra man in the boot coming around making scramble defence the extra man on the wide outside, and I think the Peacocks spotted that and blitzed the outside there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When you're down a player, it is just an absolute nightmare to try and protect yourself round that flank.
Yeah. Just going back to the Lions, I was watching the Lions today, and their defensive system was very interesting. They were playing what they call a cascading defence, 12-3, 13-2, 14-1, depending on where they were on the pitch. And one of the things that they didn't do well was work that 9 in the boot, and that's something that you see so much in sevens. That 9 is the key to the scramble defence. Dean Crossley has almost taken a tackle, taken a pass there, put his hands down in the end, but the intelligence corps trying to exit under pressure from the Peacocks. Peacocks coming up as one line, putting incredible pressure on the intelligence corps the intelligence corps' exit.
It's been an awful lot of stoppages in this game so far. Probably not a bad thing if you're a player on a sevens pitch. It does give you a chance to kind of address the small but aggressive burning that you'll have in your lungs and your legs as you just come together. It's still incredibly tight as the Shelford Peacocks try and dominate the intelligence corps and get some valuable points on the board. The intelligence corps just trying to play a little bit hand to ball, ball to hand through the back there, but again just handling just in that final phase, letting them down.
I think when you're in a situation like that, Stu, you know, the intelligence corps really struggling with that the flatness of that Peacock defensive line. What really surprises me, there's a lot of room at the back there, little chip kick through. That would have changed the dynamic there, and I think perhaps the intelligence corps need to be looking at playing heads-up rugby and seeing where the exit opportunities are. There was so much room for that little chip kick, either grubber or through.
And the Peacocks here just thinking that they'd spotted an opportunity.
Oh.
Ball went loose. And no, Dean Crossley in the middle there thinking about blowing his whistle. But the Peacocks through right in the corner. And down for another score.
I just wonder there, Stu, the ball was as the ball wobbled out there, you've got the new metre law, which does apply to sevens as well as 15s, I believe. And I just wonder there if Dean may have blown for a penalty, but no, play on was the call.
No, looks like it's good. Conversion attempted, heading north, but unfortunately just falling shy of the posts there. So we've got the Peacocks 17-0 ahead at the moment.
Intelligence 4-0. The Shelford Peacocks 17.
And the whistle is blown here.
Yeah, I've got to hold my stomach in because we're now on screen, Stu. So
the director is really catching me out every time because we got this wonderful thing at half-time where I look gorgeous Anyway, nevertheless, here we both are. Hello everybody at home, thank you very much for joining us at half-time. And the Intelligence Corps and the Peacocks playing out what has been quite an interesting game of sevens here in the Quorum Women's competition. But while we have an opportunity, it's the first time we've chatted on camera about this, the women's competition here at the sevens, what have been your early thoughts? Because we've got a long way to go still.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I'd love to say is I think both the Women's Open and the Women's Elite, they bring real colour, they bring real passion. And I think it's one of the features coming and watching the excellence of the girls' game, the amount of teams that enter and the sheer vibrancy that they bring around. They're always the loudest in the stands, and also you could also say they're the most passionate, both in terms of the support they bring and in terms of the effort they bring on the pitch.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's an element of colour and fun, and a lot of the teams come out and end up, they bring some of them an open, men's open, a men's elite, and a women's team as well. So that support is filtered throughout, and it's great to see all round. And last year we saw a surprise winner in Costa Blanca at the women's competition. This time round in the Quorum Women's, it's hard to call. I think we haven't seen enough of them yet, really, to start, or certainly I haven't, to see what's going to happen.
And I think, we talk about the vibrancy and the colour, but I think we also need to shout out the standard of the rugby on the pitch. I mean, you referred to the Costa Blanca women last year. They absolutely dominated, and there were some serious players in that side. The girl that played at wing or scrum half, whose name escapes me, that she had pace to burn, and also a couple of the Wild Dogs players last year really, really impressed me. Now, I know the Wild Dogs have struggled to get availability for this weekend. That's a real shame, because they came out and they dominated last year. And being South Africans, they weren't scared to tell us how much they dominated the Sevens tournament, but they did it with a smile on their face, and it's a shame that they're not quite as strong this year. Peacocks kicking off down towards the far end, and again, it's been a scrappy game, this one. The Peacocks are looking, they need to straighten the line up here now. Oh, that looked a little bit high, but Dean said play on. And that 15 for the Peacocks, again showing that pace on the outside, and basically that's a carbon copy of what we saw at the other end of the pitch.
Oh yeah, they seem to have that little bit of play absolutely nailed on, and they've come flying out the blocks here, and they just saw an opportunity, took it towards that south stand. Can't blame them at all. And in for the try. That's very tough to convert at that end of the stadium.
I think the Intelligence Corps will be really disappointed in their defence there, because that really was just a case of drifting. At no point did the Peacocks really look to cut back or straighten the line up. And as a coach, you look at that and you think, well, that we really should have defended. It was a poor piece of defence on the wide outside by the Peacocks, by the Intelligence Corps for me, Stu.
Yeah, I agree. There was a bit of a blink there, and then before you know it, they were punished, which is the essence of sevens. This is the way that it goes. But as we just wait for the Peacocks to kick off towards the Intelligence Corps, a lot will hazard on this, and it's just gone on and out of bounds.
The key for me is you can't afford to stand off tackles, right? You've got to go in and make that tackle. You're working with an assistant. You've got to take responsibility of yourself, and even within, probably you call this an adapted drift system, adapted push system. You can't look at the person outside you and say, look, I'm waiting for you to make the tackle. You can't let sides attack across the field and then gash you on the outside when you're working that drift defence. And we always come back in rugby, one of the oldest adages in rugby is the 16th man in 15s, the touchline, or the 8th man in 7, again, the touchline, never misses a tackle. And you've got to work that outside channel and nail that tackle. Don't wait for the person outside you to make it.
And Peacocks, once again, they would have thought about needling that far side and just seeing if they could get any more success. And in the tackle, that Peacocks player was dragging 3 Intelligence Corps players with her. Ball is now floating around quite nicely. Can she get it over to her colleague? And still, again, over, just missing the pass there, but they're still retaining possession and then eventually just dropped forward, it looks like, in the tackle.
And I don't want to hark on about this, Stu, but again, we saw exactly there, the Peacocks had potentially chance to go around the outside of the Intelligence Corps. Intelligence Corps were 2-on-2, but the man, the girl at 9 had failed to drift, or the acting halfback, whichever way you want to call it. That person has to come across and make the extra man on the far outside. Otherwise, the Intelligence Corps are going to hemorrhage tries along those touchlines. They really need to sort that out.
Yeah, and the problem is they're running out of time to do that, and that's the harsh reality of the sport. Peacocks again looks like they're in and just getting over the line. I thought she was a jink inside on the left-hand side, but managed to just spot that small gap, and it's in once again against the Intelligence Corps. Intelligence Corps just not really getting what they possibly feel like they deserve, but the lapses in defensive concentration at the moment is what's paying for them. But the Peacocks are just managing to impose their game plan on them.
Yeah, they're standing square. Their handling is probably far superior, I think it's fair to say. But they've got time on the ball. And at sevens, one of the worst things you can do is give your opponents time on the ball. You've got to close that space down. You've got to close that space down and make sure that you're defending that extra person.
So we've got the Peacocks kicking off once again. They are 27-0 up against the girls in green here of the Intelligence Corps. We've got just shy of 3 minutes remaining of this.
Nice take there.
half.
That wind's howling, and that was a great take under pressure. But then not releasing in the tackle. They've ruined the great work of the number 7 for the Intelligence Corps, fielding the restart, and now they put themselves under pressure through a technical offence, Stu. And look, again, this looks, if they can get round, they had a 3-on-1 there. They're going to go again, and there we are. That outside channel is absolutely killing the Intelligence Corps.
And we've seen a couple of high-scoring games throughout the competition, and it does look like this might be going that way. We're currently 32-0 in favour of the Peacocks. Good old kick there, and converted. I've got to say, that is mighty, mighty impressive. That's 34-0. That was really good, James. That was
a ballsy conversion, wasn't it? It really was.
Very good.
Yeah.
I mean, the kick is obviously fantastic, but these Rhino Vortex Pro, provided by Rhino, they are also a fantastic addition to the conversion process. Seamlessly linked by myself there.
Intelligence Corps done well under pressure here. Now, number 12 for the Intelligence Corps. She's on her own. She's breaking down the field. Could this be the opening try? No, her legs fails her just at the end. There's a hint of a high tackle there, but Intelligence Corps recycled. They're going for the line. The crowd are on the feet. They really want to see the girls in green break their duck on the scoreboard. Oh, lovely little chicken wing there. Chicken wing offload round the back, and the Intelligence Corps are there, and we've got the best celebration already of the tournament. Excellent work by the Intelligence Corps. That was lovely to see, and the crowd's got to their feet for that, as the underdogs have finally pulled one back. Great to see, Stu.
Yeah, fantastic. And we saw this last time out from the Intelligence Corps. Their celebrations are worth the try, and I've got a funny feeling they're going to worm their way into the highlights of today. Let's put it that way. So fantastic.
What would your celebration be, Stu?
I used to have this celebration when I scored a try, where I used to rotate my hands like little propellers because I was flying like a plane. And it went down about as well as you can imagine, and I was fined many times for my reaction. But I did it nevertheless. But that's full-time here.
That is full-time.
I'd forgotten about that little celebration of mine, so you asked me actually. So there we go. We've got the full-time whistle here in the Quorum Women's competition. 36 to the Shelford Peacocks, 5 to the Intelligence Corps. A good match. I enjoyed it. Probably a little bit more the Intelligence Corps.
Versus Campion Sevens.
this is the semi-final of the Defender Men's Open. In front of you, you have got Luke Pearce, supported by Eduardo Casillas and Ben Thomas. It's the Gibraltar Campion Sevens in the floral jerseys against the Ibex Macaques, who find themselves in the dark blue, all blue kit with blue shorts. Now, the Campion Sevens, new to the touring team, to the circuit, made their debut in London. Did a very good showing in the Algarve as part of the Open there, and now are here at home. And so the Ibex Macaques, also jam-packed full of Gibraltarian talent. And this is an all-Gibraltarian affair. The Campion Sevens against the Ibex Macaques. I'm a commentator, so I don't have favourites, but I do sponsor the Campion Sevens, so it would be lovely if they made the final.
Little plug for Stu's marketing agency there as we kick off. Oh! Hold on. I think we've had a bit of head contact there. I don't know what you do with that one, Stu. It's a rugby incident, isn't it? The two boys are going absolutely helter-skelter for that.
Yeah, I mean, you probably heard me over the mic. I oohed just with the rest of the stadium here. It is a perfectly normal rugby incident. They both went up for it. They know each other. It's just one of those things. Pablo, number 4 there, of the Campions, just going for the ball. They weren't looking at each other. They were looking at the ball. What can you do?
Yeah, referee Luke Pearce, very experienced Sevens ref. Absolutely top man, a star of this tournament.
Time back on. Let's go.
Since we were last on air, apparently Luke's learnt another language and he's now septilingual.
Set.
Yeah, he's an impressive man. It's annoying. Yeah. But ball in the hands of the Campion 7 there. Into number 4. Pablo just keeping an eye on it, trying to find a gap. Afterburners, he's also a Gibraltar men's 15s fully fledged international as well, so he knows a thing or two about competition.
So a lovely open game, Stu. We're seeing some wonderful ball handling, some real ambition, some great offloading.
And the Campions just managing to keep on the ball. And then it is the Campions that are penalised. The Ibex Macaques handing back over.
Just a knock on there.
And with the Ibex in the blue kit, remember, and the Campions just in that floral with Visit Gibraltar on the back, something I urge everyone to do. And strong push there from the Campions.
Oh,
what
that's
a feint.
Lovely dummy. In and out. Benny Hill.
I remember Benny Hill.
That's a great name.
Actually,
I think it was Julian Turner, wasn't it?
And that is the first try of this all Llanito affair. It is the Campion Sevens drawing first blood from the Ibex Macaques. We've got a heck of a Sevens game in front of us. Just afterburners go on, down we go. Try awarded by Luke Pearce. And now we'll look to convert.
This is the men's open, and the standard is outstanding already. It's really, really been hard fought. There's some big boys out there as well, isn't there?
Absolutely, and fully converted. So Campions take away 7 points from their first foray into the Macaques.
Decent conversion, that, isn't it?
Very, very. It's so tough over there, James. It really, really is. I look over there and I can barely understand how they're doing it.
They're behind.
There's somebody that's played cricket on this ground and tried to take a steepling catch under the high ball. It went every way except the way I expected it to go. As the Campions kick off, Marquez running out of defence.
It's over.
Just getting to the edge of that Campion defence.
Leave it.
Campions running back, picking up the ball and looking to go again. The Campions now getting used to playing with each other, being a brand new team on the Sevens circuit. This is just their third tournament together. Some of the lads will know each other well, but
play on.
Still difficult. The Ibex Macaques, of course, based purely out of Gibraltar.
Little jersey pull there, I think.
But then you've held them back.
And referee Luke Pearce as eagle-eyed as ever as Campion's attack right to left. Getting to the edge of the Marquez again. Some lovely directness in the Campion's approach here, Stu. They're not afraid to take Marquez on in terms of physicality as well as in terms of handling.
No, they really are going hell for leather. Nice little boot to the laces, and the laces find the ball, and is he going to just make it? It's just gone dead. 10 out of 10 for trying. That is the bravery we want to see. That is what some people in the stands are paying for. That is exactly what we want. But now looking at...
Now, I know you've not seen it, Stu, but in the Lions game today, we saw the master of his art, Finn Russell, create the opening try for the Lions with a beautiful cross kick to James Lowe. Tapped it back to Dan Sheehan 1 minute into the game. And you just wonder, you know, the crossfield pass, crossfield kick, whatever you want to call it, has become such a feature of modern rugby. And it's great to see it being brought into the sevens. We haven't seen a lot of it up until then. But it's such a lethal weapon, especially if you've got good aerialists on the touchline.
Yeah, and I mean, you and I have both been watching rugby long enough to see that evolution come into play. And I think it's down to athleticism, you know, at all levels of the game, in all formats of the game. Yeah. Just players are so much more athletically able. Not casting aspersions on my day, or if we go just a touch further back your day. But no. It's just the reality of it. These players are so fit.
And I think in terms of sevens, you know, you may as well call the aerial game per se the third part of the set piece. It's such 100%. An important part of sevens.
That's such a good point, well made, yeah, completely agree. But this match here is drawing a hell of a lot of spectators. The entire VIP and VVIP are out on the stands watching these two Gibraltarian sides slug it out here in the Defender Men's Open semi-final. The Ibex Macaques, a fantastic local side against Campion Sevens, a side brought together by Gibraltar Rugby to promote Gibraltar at home and abroad. Who wrote that boxing line, I wonder? And the Campions just lining up once again, just trying to find a small gap in that Macaque back line. The Ibex Macaques, James, so powerful in the opening pool matches of the Defender Men's Open on our opening day here at the 2025 Gibraltar Sevens. And here we go. Ball in.
No. 9.
Yeah, Luke Pearce absolutely on the ball there. Marquez scrum half came around, held back the Campion scrum half. Luke Pearce absolutely on the money there. Good shout.
And just tumbling, just agonisingly close to their second try of this game.
It's about recycling here, Stu. They're go left, little dummy. Beautiful piece of work that.
And the Campion Sevens in for their second try of this semi-final of the Defender Men's Open.
Stu Parr is getting rather excited sitting next to me in the comms box. You know, you have to be neutral as a commentator, but I think Stu's definitely got his Gibraltar hat on. His Gibraltarian hat, I should say.
That's good correction. Well done.
yeah, I've been brought up well here.
I don't know what you're talking about, by the way. I'm perfectly composed. Everything's fine. And
it's half time.
The Macaques are just coming together for half time. And a
no way close.
Heck of a first half it was too. Just see the Ibex Macaques coming together for a chat. Charlie Hill there, Gibraltarian international in that Macaque side as well. And we've got the Campions in the centre of your screen there, and team manager Tom Reed and team manager Luke Eastwell in there in the yellow hat, just chatting them through the second half. And talking of the second half, what do we think is coming down the line, James?
I think from the point of view of the Marquez, I think what they need to do is get field position. They've been pinned into their own backfield pretty much 5 minutes of that 7. Tom Reed giving a stunning team talk there, but I'll tell you what, mate, he needs to have a word with his barber. There's got to be a serious conversation there.
The thing with Tom, he is a very serious man, so in the front it's business and in the back it's a party. And that's a mantra that he will live and die by, but I've seen him put more effort into his mullet than some other aspects of his life so far, and I'm proud of him for one.
The only problem is it's more of a Tupperware party than any other form of party. He's got to have there's a serious conversation to be had there, Stuart.
So we're about to kick off the second half here of the semi-final of the Defender Men's Open. And the Campion Sevens will be kicking towards the north of this Europa Sports Park field, towards the Ibex Macaques, who are on 0 points, 0 puntas. And it is 12 points for the Campion Sevens. And it's 14 for the Campions, according to Tom Reed, the team manager, that's shouting up to us.
Oh, that's a lovely...
2 converted tries would make sense, actually, mathematically.
That was almost the perfect dropout, but I think the wind just caught that, didn't it?
And we'll come back to you on the scores. The official score is 12, so the team manager down there of Campions trying to do a naughty. No, really will be accused of backing the wrong horse.
He's absolutely shameless.
Absolutely shameless.
There's a brutal handoff there by Barney Harrison, I think that was. That's just get out of my way, wasn't it? But Ibex Marquez have unfortunately committed the cardinal sin of turning over the moment they got a little bit of forward momentum.
Get out, tackler!
The Campions go straight down the middle, again showing that physicality. Lovely pickup by David Valerino there. And he's on the ball now, he's tacking down the wide hand side, he's back in his own pace, but he's going to be hauled down just short. The ball's recycled. Oh, what a wonderful piece of support work there.
And there we go. And
I'm pretty sure that was Julian Turnick there.
Well, it looks like someone's running around in Julian's jersey, if not. But
yeah,
beautifully taken. And I can tell you now, I was looking at that just thinking, just put the ball down, please. I know that's the game, but if you wouldn't mind. But now just looking to convert. Tough end of the pitch.
Oh, I think he's done that.
And
nice,
he's converted. So we're up to 19 for the Gibraltar Campions, keeping the Macaques to 0. And this is a heck of a performance because the Macaques side are a serious player. This Ibex Macaques side have been fierce, and it's gone clean into touch.
I think that wind's really making it difficult for the kickers here. But a quick line out by Ibex. They're attacking down the middle of the field. Again, physicality coming in, but their passing's letting them down, passing behind the man.
And the Macaques with a bit of space in front of them, but just ran out of gas, and tackle made. And yeah, I'd say that was a little high.
Theo Korn there, working wonders down the middle of the pitch, really back in his own pace there. But
release, tackler!
Campions up with a very piece of aggressive defence, and I think they've turned him over there. That's a lovely piece of work at the breakdown. Oh! Lou Pearce spots a little knock on there, and the good work of the Campions in turning over has suffered through their own inaccuracies. Crowd of singing is, yeah.
Yeah, standards come alive. Someone's had a beer or something, but
or 10.
Or 10.
Too slow.
Haven't even had one yet today.
No, I'm not either. I had a rather nice chicken wrap though earlier, and I had coffee made for me by Freddie Tuolagi. He makes a fine cup of coffee, does Fred?
Leave it.
And the Macaques on the run here. There's a big gap. The Campions are going to have to do something special, and it is a rather bolstery bang into the try.
That was Ben Bridgman. Absolutely clattering run there, Stu.
Yeah, and then the yellow card handed out because it was a bit messy. And they're just deciding which one of the Campions is going to get his marching orders.
Use your legs like that, okay?
He's going to spend a couple of minutes in the bin.
Eagle-eyed Luke Pearce, a strict invigilator of the rules.
And
there,
I've got to
Stu.
say, I've got to agree with him because, I mean, I couldn't see exactly what was going on, but it did look a little messy. slow walk there. But the Campions still wrestling control of this match. Just shy of 3 minutes to go in this second half of the first semi-final for the Defender Men's Open. After this, we've got Scrappy Sevens against the Wild Dogs in the second of the Defender Men's Open semi-finals. They're two very, very good teams. And Campion Sevens now just losing their hold on this semi-final ever so slightly. They're going to have to do the dirty stuff.
Unplayable there. No, it's a scrum. It's a scrum.
That's right, you see that. I think Luke's actually called that. He's been held up as in the tackle, so a more.
Quickly.
And the Ibis Marquez, as a result, get a turnover scrum. Not so in sevens, that, is it?
No, it really isn't. We've seen a lot of things over the last couple of days that we don't usually see in sevens, and that's not a complaint. I think it's just a testament to the quality that we have on the pitch.
Marquez attacking the blind side. I think perhaps he should have passed on the taking contact there, but they recycle and they attack left to right. Oh no! Cuts across the grain where he had a 2-on-none overlap. That is a cataclysmic piece of rugby decision making. But they've recycled the ball and they've kept it attacking the line just short.
Too many movements.
And Luke Pearce, no, that is a penalty for a double movement. That is not a try, ladies and gentlemen. Luke Pearce absolutely spot on there. Marquez, I mean the Ibex Marquez there. Shit, they had a 2 or 3 on none, and then they started to cut back against the grain. That is a coach killer.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Ibex Macaques are full of talent, international talent. There are some lads out there that have played international rugby for the Gibraltar men's 15 side, and they play together regularly. There's a couple of those lads that are back from university actually, so they'll be playing on home soil for the first time in a while. But there is definitely some venom in here. We're down into the final minute of this semi-final, the Defender Men's Open. Campions have got control at the moment, but the line-out has gone over absolutely everybody, but is still technically good to continue. But the Campions have the ball. There is Julian with the ball now, but the ball is free. Charlie's on it, and no.
Lovely turnover by Julian Tunnett there.
Kick the ball through the ruck.
Big fan of his wafers as well.
30 seconds.
Honestly, in my world, he would have to be nicknamed Wafer.
Don't slow it down, guys. Keep playing.
Let's make your world our world right now. right now.
For those of you who know the famous, legendary Turnix caramel wafers, those things with a glass of milk are one of life's greatest pleasures.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm 18 stone.
They also do lovely tea cakes, but it's...
I'm on there. I'm with you, Stu.
Honestly, you can't get any better.
Tea cakes on commentary, that's what we need.
Oh, Tunnocks, and you dip them in an iron brew. Let's just go for the whole Scottish hog on that one. But story for another day as the Campions take the ball up the line out.
Up on 5, guys.
Come on, Campions, keep your sponsors happy, lads. Let's just do the job. Impartiality is king.
Scrum a line out. We'll scrum it here, guys. It's going to be the last play.
Stu Porro's just received a sanction from the referees, from the tour management office, for promoting his business live on air.
Didn't go 5 metres.
Right. Just saying sponsors should be get happy. That's all I'm saying.
Callum switched his microphone off.
Let's go.
So let's see what the Ibis Marquez can do here. They're 19-7 down.
Bye.
This is the last play of the game.
Set.
Let's just see if they can do something for their own pride here. A scrappy scrum, but the Marquez have come away with it. Luke Pearce. Luke Pearce has called a penalty there, coming up on the tight head side. Ibis Marquez on their own 22, attacking out of exit.
So there we go. Just as you say, trying to regain some pride here. The Ibex Macaques are just
that's again
popping the ball around, but just so quick on it, the Campions.
This has been a win that's very much been based upon the aggression in defence. There we have it. Stu Porro punches the air next to me. The Campions are through to the men's open final. Outstanding display there, Stu.
Yeah, fantastic display there from what is a very young side put together. This is only their third competition with each other, and the Campion Sevens have taken their step into their first ever final. A fantastic result there for the Campion Sevens. Just a nod to the Ibex Macaques. They really did play their part in this final, but ultimately they were undone.
Sevens versus the Wild Dogs.
Yeah, thanks, fellas.
So we've got the Scrappy Sevens against the Wild Dogs in this second semi-final of the Defender Men's Open. The winner of this will face the Campion Sevens in the final later on this afternoon. It's Rosie Evans in the middle, assisted by Dean Crossley and Daryl Chapman. And I'm next to Sam Garner once again. How are you, dear boy?
I am very well. I was enjoying watching that last game as a punter. That was a fantastic game of rugby. The quality in this tournament is absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, it really, really is. Scrappy Sevens are a fantastic outfit. Wild Dogs, defending champions, they know a thing or three about Sevens. And yeah, it's going to be a tough test for the Campions, regardless of who these two get through. But kick off from the Scrappy Sevens here towards the Wild Dogs. And the Wild Dogs, a team made up of all sorts of different makes and model of rugby player, as we see a pair of pants.
No five.
Get that in your bingo card.
Pair of pants belonging to Adam Lilly there, who made nice carry on the near side. Now splayed out wide though. Oh, lovely footwork there by Ryan Denver, who plays for the Jamaica Sevens team.
Yeah, we've had the Jamaican under-20s has played the Gibraltar under-20s last winter, and they were a fantastic outfit. Was very happy to be part of that, but that looks like it's been a little bit of a trip, but an advantage played as the Wild Dogs looking to get under the post, and they do in front of the very happy spectators. Well done indeed.
That was Luke Podreski there, who just he didn't make the kick, but just carried on. Possibly it would have come back for the penalty, do you think, if
I think so. I think so.
Oh,
and we're just time off. Just looks like a battery pack being changed on the ref's mic there. But yeah, no, I absolutely think so, Sam. I think they would have brought it back, but advantage played, rightfully so. And yeah, that's the Wild Dogs up to seven. I think they converted it. So you can almost smell the gears in my brain as they were together as I was trying to figure that one out. So that was always a bit of a pain in the rear.
Good kick-off though for Mads Sjøgaard, who is our Danish international. But well worked by the Scrappy Sevens out to the near side. Just keeping the ball alive, don't want to go to ground. Eventually found the opening.
Scrappy Sevens were here last year and they fell at this hurdle. And I know they want to go one better, if not two better this year. Scrappy Sevens, a wonderful outfit. And their history coming from scrap metal, I think, which is why they're called the Scrappies.
Do they work in scrap metal?
I don't know. I spoke to the owner. I forgot what he said. We'd had a few beers last year. Nice guy. You see him later around Europa. He tends to just wander around with as fewer clothes on as humanly possible. And frankly, I'm here for it. Respect the rig.
Yeah, quite a lot of that going on today.
There is, isn't there? But Scrappy Sevens back on the ball. I've got to say, this Defender Men's Open, the quality has been through the roof this year. Yeah, Rosie just calling it back there.
Yeah, being impressed so far by Cal Andrews, a 9 for the Scrappy Sevens. Just seems to be a real live wire. Keep on top of everything. Play it to the far side of the pitch. There's a bit of space. I mean, there's always space in Sevens, but there's a bit of space. This is a massive pass to Andrews, who has a bit of space, almost trips himself, does end up getting tripped up by Adam Lilly there, who's had an eventful start to the game. Ooh, nice physical battle here between...
I'm telling you what, the ruts and the mauls in this game have been absolutely savage. In fact, across the entire couple of days of competition that we've had here at the 2025 Gibraltar Sevens, we've seen quite a lot of what we might even see in the 15s game, if I'm honest with you, Sam.
Absolutely. I think maybe it's a winged, maybe it's just a willingness to kind of play a bit tighter, but I think the fact is a lot of them are playing quite tight to a breakdown, which is creating these real physical battles. I mean, some of the games we've seen have been really open, free-flowing, which is always enjoyable, but also these defensive matchups are really enjoyable as well.
Yeah.
Bit of an opportunity here for the Wild Dogs. That's Ryan Dengavir, the Jamaican player, who is just, well, incredibly agile, just skipping around everyone. Just keeps hold of the ball there. Tie a lot of Scrappy Sevens players into that look.
Yeah.
And there should be a bit of space now to exploit if they can get on the outside.
And the Wild Dogs have just exposed that flag. It looks like it might have gone into touch, but no, it's still alive. Wild Dogs looking to double down on their scoring exploits from earlier. There's just a bit of space in the middle now. Scrappy Sevens just trying not to be drawn out of shape. Oh, dumped.
Good defence from Scrappy Sevens. As you say, they got pulled to one side of the pitch, but then as it came back, their defence was just really impressive and just held them there. I think they're grateful that that wasn't allowed, that quick line out there, because they were about to get absolutely dumped. So they will go for the conventional line out and see if they can build from there.
Yeah, it's all about a bit of a game of chess eventually, even though this is super quick format. Sometimes you just have to do the more traditional thing of just building phases of play until you can get some luck out of the back of it. Scrappy Sevens just ploughing through there, Sam, but well taken, isn't it?
Yeah, there is. They do have an overlap on the left if they get that ball away quickly, and that is a... Ooh, who's got that? Great work by the Scrappy Sevens to keep hold, but off his feet there. That was...
number 12, Jack Eccleston, he actually plays for the Gibraltar national side, being a Gibraltarian. He's just come back from travelling, but he's in a Scrappy jersey today, and he was vocal.
He was disappointed with that call. I think.
Disappointed, which is out of character for him, if I'm honest with you, and they must have definitely felt that he was in the right then.
Yeah. So I'm enjoying seeing the different nationalities on display here for the Wild Dogs. We have just lost our Jamaican player who's gone off with looked to be a bit of a, I don't know, dead leg maybe. But this has gone to Mads Sjøgaard, who is our Danish player, who puts through Shave After to score just about 15 metres out from the centre. That was very impressive by Sjøgaard, our Dane there, our great Dane, to just get on the outside and create the 2-on-1. Such a skill to beat one defender, as we've said in sevens. If you beat one player, the whole pitch opens up.
Yeah, and that's really it, isn't it? It's just that sounds so simple when we talk about it up here, but how they managed to unlock defences with just that one move is quite incredible. And just touching upon just the multinational build-up and make-up of that Wild Dogs side, you know, we were interviewing them last year after their success, and the Scottish accents, South African accents, and you know, all sorts of weird and wonderful stories about how they came together, and I loved it. And that's really what we enjoy. And they fly in from all over the world to play here in Gibraltar, and we must have done a good job because they've come back.
Yeah.
So it's great to see the Wild Dogs kicking off towards Scrappy Sevens. I know Scrappy are desperate to go one further, but they've just kept it in.
That's a great pass.
Yeah.
Managed to turn a big negative there into a potential positive. Got a couple of options. Goes straight through the middle. Needs to. Jack Power now picks up the loose ball. He is looking very quick. He definitely looked like he blocked him a little bit there. Anyway, Scrappy Sevens got the ball underneath the shadow of their own post, but he's bouncing players left, right, and centre.
Starting to get a little bit antsy now out there on the pitch.
That was CJ Fine, who just made a break of beating 4 or 5 defenders as he went. Very interesting here from the Scrappy Sevens, just slowing this leg down. Beat a man, as we said, that's important. Beat 2 men, beat 3 men. He's going to go. He could go all the way here. He's tying up a little bit. That's Dylan Grogan. Oh, he's going to go all the way. Absolutely brilliant finish by Alex McNamara. But you have to say that was created by Lackey Wood, who beat about 4 men on the way to that.
Scenes. That was absolutely fantastic, and just as I thought it was going to run out of steam, beautifully passed across and now converted. What a fantastic high-octane finish to the first half here of the Second Defender Men's Open semi-final between the Wild Dogs and the Scrappy Sevens. It's the Wild Dogs 12 and the Scrappy Sevens 7. It was a fantastic start. Second semi-final of Defender Men's Open. It's Scrappy 7-7, Wild Dogs 12, Sam is beside me, taking us through the kick-off. It's high.
Oh, that might be perfect. That might just be a beautiful pitching wedge onto a tiny little green that's just stuck there. Brilliant kick-off. This is a great game so far, Stu. Really
yeah, it's fantastic. It really is. I've got to say the quality of the Open has been head and shoulders above what you might expect. These are professional outfits. You know, they've really come ready and they've got everything behind them that they need. Line out. Yeah, I think Rosie making the right call there and just bringing it back. Scrappy Sevens will be desperate to make this final, especially after last year. Heartbreaking that they didn't make it to the final.
Oh, lovely over the top. That's very well worked.
No contest.
Looking to split it wide now. Scrappy Sevens got a bit of space. Steps up. Oh, puts him through. This could be it. That could be it. That is brilliant. That is Kai Andrews, I think, who runs all the way through to score that. That is a fantastic try. All came off that line out. We haven't seen one of those today. The ball deliberately over the top. We've seen a few where it wasn't deliberate, but the ball deliberately over the top to create the space and then to attack out wide.
Yeah, that was fantastic and converted as well. So that puts Scrappy Sevens ahead of the Wild Dogs. And they are now starting to get their way back towards vindication, redemption and revenge from last year where they were dumped out at the semis. Wild Dogs, of course, going on to win the Men's Open. But this Defender Men's Open semi-final, the second of the semi-finals for the Open, is heated. Nowhere near as one-sided as the previous semi-final. The winner of this will go on to play the Campion Sevens.
Oh! Footwork, brilliant footwork by Giles Clark. Now he plays out wide, a little tap on. Oh, it's come back. 4.
Looks like a tackle off the ball here.
Possibly. Maybe they'd have liked the advantage if it is. Yeah, so they might have liked the advantage there because they were longing to clear there. Instead they've got the tap in the middle of the pitch, which they will take to go to the far side. Just looking for those holes. There's always going to be holes in 7, but you've got to find them.
And they're just trying to weasel out that gap, aren't they, Sam? But loose pass there.
And then Zydam Lilly will have to go back and get this. Straightens himself up, goes half through the tackle, gets the offload away. That's Maz Surgaard. Oh, and now Pace on the outside. He's going to go all the way. Well, it didn't matter, really, that they were brought back there. They end up scoring the try.
And the Scrappy Sevens were so close to catching him there, but it's the Wild Dogs pinning down for their third try. And they'll look to convert this from the back end of the posts.
This is perhaps a game that we've seen that's swung back and forth the most. We've seen a few where one team's had the advantage, then the other team, but not so many where the momentum is chasing back and forth across the pitch.
Yeah, this is a fantastic game to be a part of, to be honest with you. I know the spectators in the stands will be enjoying this as much as we are here, as this semi-final of the Defender Men's Open really starts to go into the most vital part. We've got half of the second half still to go. Our little stadium here in Southern Europa is absolutely buzzing as ball goes up.
It's exactly the same as we saw before. I mean, it does end up with Scrappy Sevens getting the pudding or the throwing, but absolutely perfectly weighted kick to just bounce just before it's gone out. I don't think teams fancy these lineouts. Obviously, they're so hard to wing. Yeah. However, the one before we know was end up with a try for Scrappy Sevens, so they might try and do the same again. Although no, they've lost that. Now the Wild Dogs will fancy their chances.
And the Wild Dogs they've got a bit of space there. Dropped forward perhaps, but the ball is loose. Scrappy Sevens on the hunt and flying through.
Yeah, it will come back, I think, for the knock on there.
This game is like a caress to the back of the head. It can be uncomfortable, but mainly lovely. Scrappy Sevens just trying to get themselves back into this. They're so close.
This is a really good match. It's a really good second half. I'm gutted we've only got 2 minutes 20 of it left.
Probably not as gutted as whoever ends up on the losing side of this. Remember, the winners here will go on to play the Campion Sevens in the final of this Defender Men's Open later on this afternoon. Presentation will also be directly after that match. All can be found in the highlights tomorrow. But we've got... And
I show to you, cut away to graphics, okay, Y level.
I'm just going to cut away to...
Scrappy Sevens exactly on the far side of the pitch here. They've got the Wild Dogs on the run a little bit. This is Lackey Wood who created that try in the first half. He's managed to get the ball away again. Impossible to bring down. Gives the ball back to him. Let's just watch what he does.
They're being composed here. They know that they've got it in them. Big long ball out the back. Well taken.
It's worked. And it's come all the way through. That's Ben's the picture.
They've got a man on the overlap here.
This could be it.
You've got a man on the overlap here.
Oh, he's just worked down.
Absolutely last minute ditch tackle. That was a high tackle if ever I saw one. The ball is loose.
That does look out.
And Scrappy had the try.
Barney Gill, who's been incredibly physical all game, just leaps over to score that try. So that is, at the moment, that is tied. 19 all. I can't see them getting this kick.
This is such a tough angle to get the ball over and convert it. If they convert, they're winning. Here we have it. And it is well short from there.
So he has pulled it, and it's, as you say, it's short. So it is 19 all. We've got just under 30 seconds left on the game clock. It is going to be stopped there by those, so we will have 30 seconds left when play restarts. Of course, the Scrappy Sevens will be kicking to the Wild Dogs. So, question for you, Stu: are you going short, trying to claim in this situation, or are you going to stick it long and force them to play out?
I'm going short, I think.
I think I might be with you. They've gone, well, they've hit the glass. And it's bounced favourably, so it has turned them, and it's going to go into touch. That was almost perfect. It's going to go into touch. In fact, it might have been touched, so it might be a Scrappy Sevens.
It does look like it may well be.
Looks like it might be.
And this is exactly
You guys are grey, okay?
what
I know you've
we
been green the rest of the time, but
are looking for. Don't worry, the pitch is still perfectly level.
Yeah.
It's the, and we can hear the Scrappy Sevens bench absolutely hollering below us.
In fact, it is going to be the Scrappy Sevens. So Scrappy Sevens, with no time left on the clock, have a line out 7 metres from the Wild Dogs line. Wild Dogs are just looking for reinforcements. They're being on Ben Selway.
This is high stakes stuff, Sam. This is tension.
They win the line out. They've done the first job.
They've dropped the ball.
They've dropped it, so it's going to be knocked on. That. In fact, it's a free kick.
Crikey, this really is sweaty feet stuff.
Wild Dogs are not out of this, of course, because this is going to be... Or, in fact, Scrappy Sevens are not out of this because Wild Dogs have to go 95 metres, so the chance of making a mistake is fairly high. So, they are going to tap.
19 all. So it's a draw.
I think there's a quick question about what the laws are in this situation, what they should do. So Wild Dogs kick. They kick through. It's now going to be a foot race, but it's going to be a penalty instead. So it's going to be a penalty to the Wild Dogs. And it's going to be a yellow card.
Scrappy just stuck an elbow out there and blocked the runner. It was super cynical. I saw that and I'm not even wearing my glasses.
Yeah, that is Lucky Wood, who's been so good today, but that, as you say, that was a silly mistake. And of course, it's where the ball bounces, so they've gained about 30 metres on that. Wild Dogs take the tap 60 metres from the Scrappy Sevens line. Step on the outside. Oh, he's gone through! He's gone through! That's Shay Rafter, who's just slipped through what you feel must be a gap left by that yellow card.
Yeah, they will be gutted, but the Wild Dogs are just so clinical when it matters. And Scrappy Sevens, just a boy thrown into the bin for what was frankly super cynical, Sam. It really didn't need to happen.
Yeah.
But respect nonetheless. Scrappy really pushing Wild Dogs all the way.
Absolutely. We've seen a few of those work, those kicks in behind where you're hoping for the bounce. I don't think that one would have. I think that the Scrappy Sevens probably had it covered.
I completely and totally agree. So that is the full-time whistle here in the second semi-final of Defender Men's Open. Wild Dogs taking it 24-19. The Wild Dogs will be taking on the Campion Sevens in the final of the Defender Men's Open later on today here at the Europa Sports Complex. Stay with us as we carry on with an afternoon full of rugby. I'm going to be handing over to my good friend and colleague James Weil. I will be taking my leave for now, but you will see me on screens later on talking through the action. Thanks very much for joining us. The final of this Defender Men's Open is going to be a humdinger. Welcome to the first day of the 2025 Gibraltar Sevens. Plenty of action on pitch today. The Betfred Vet 10s kicks off alongside the Defender Men's Open competition. The tackles will be big, the skills will be silky, and the beer is flowing. Welcome to the Gibraltar Sevens. The first day of the Gibraltar 7 is packed full of action. The Vet 10s hit the pitch at Europa, showing exactly what wisdom and experience does. We also saw the Defender Men's Open start its competition. It was tight, the skills were silky, and ultimately it led to the quarter-finals of the Defender Men's Open being an extraordinarily tight affair, with local teams managing to carve their way through to the latter stages of the competition. But this is, of course, Rugby Sevens. It's about fun and a festival atmosphere, with the DJ coming in to make sure that everybody stayed on their feet and enjoying themselves. The Gibraltar Sevens is far from over. The best is yet to come, here on the southern tip of Gibraltar.
Welcome back to Europa Park for the Men's Open Shield final. We've got the RAF Spitfires versus French team Esquarians. Spitfires playing left to right. And they go with a lovely short drop off. Has that gone 10? No, not forward. Spitfires playing with advantage. Short ruck. Ollie Park driving close around the ruck fringes. Oh, some lovely work. More dummies than mother care there. Ollie Park again shining for the Spitfires. Strong scum half. Very, very good into contact, Sam.
Yeah, really impressive. I think him and Jacko Vegan, number 4, who just made that pass, are 2 standout players for the Spitfires. If they have a good game, they can really put pressure, get the victory here over Euskadians. That's O'Vegan That's O'Vegan just making the pass, making the break there. So very impressive start from Spitfires.
Every Spitfire needs its Merlin engine, and that's Jack O'Regan in this.
It is. I think Euskadians started so well.
He's going again, Jack.
That's a great play. Inside, outside, hanged off to the back, hanged off to the front.
Oh, that's lovely work. Yeah. Some wonderful work with ball in hand, and then a pass I don't think even his mother would be proud of.
That's Tom Quainton who made the carry. He's been very impressive. Euskadians, though, going away. All the way. That's
Just
Kevin Gallet.
Just goes to show transition rugby, even in sevens. Great source of try scoring, Sam.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at what happened there, the Spitfires just got caught with 2 men ahead of the ball, and obviously then you're trying to defend 7v5, and there's just too much space on a pitch to do that. So, good start by the Euskadians. However, if the Spitfires just take a couple of breaths here, I think they'll realise they're well in this game.
Yeah, it's early doors. Difficult conversion coming up, left-footed, might work. Yes. Daryl Chapman under the post waves his flag. Daryl Chapman, referees in the championship in the UK, a real character of Gibraltar Sevens rugby.
This is Alexis Pibe with the kick. He's been very impressive kicking off so far. That's another beautiful hanging kick that has been retained by the Euskadians. Yeah, they got a chance to go left. Gallet straightens up. Previous try scorer. Breaks through 1, breaks through 1.5.
Yeah, absolutely great work. That's who's gone over there? Lenny Foley. Lenny Foley, a scrum half who can play on the wing, just out of sight here in the comms box. Great work by the Euskadians. Come back straight away. It's that restart again, Sam, and the hang time on that restart was phenomenal.
Oh, it's exceptional. I mean, he caught it, he retained it just outside the 22, so it's gone 30 metres, but with enough hang time to catch it there. It is changing the game. I think we're seeing this dropping to the 15s as well. This kind of kickoff is changing the game.
Absolutely, and of course in sevens, retaining the kickoff after score is a really crucial part of the sevens game. And it comes back to the point about aerialists that we make ad nauseum. And again, the hang time on that is absolutely outrageous.
And again retained. So again, it's the attacking opportunity. Oh, almost accepted.
There's a line here, something.
There's a knock on. That could be deliberate. That could be yellow, depending on how strict. Anyway, Waldo's going to not give that yellow, just a knock on. So it'll be.
I think in fairness, he's gone there with 2 hands.
Yeah.
It's a fair attempt to catch. Yeah, one of my biggest bugbears in 15s, especially in the Premiership in international rugby, is the difference between retaining the ball and knocking the ball forward is literally the skin on the end of the fingertips.
Yeah.
And I think referees are particularly harsh on people that are often going for a genuine intercept. Ball comes out scrappily out of the back of the scrum.
Yeah, Euskadi's got an opportunity here. They got 4 on 1 briefly, but Spitfires do a good job.
And Aristreet on the break.
Jack O'Regan, though, he is just everything good about the Spitfires team goes through him. And I think that might be a bit too much for even he to deal with.
Yeah. Andre Echeman with the try.
Difficult to see how the Spitfires get back into this game. It feels like Euskadi are just kicking off, retaining possession, a couple of phases, scoring a try. The Spitfires need a foothold.
I think there's 2 parts to that, Sam. You look at the last 2 restarts. Yes, the kick-off was great, but the piece that the Spitfires were missing was attacking or trying to control the drop zone, because in both occasions it was the second man into the ball, not the original touch from the aerialist that played into Iskarian's hands. So it's often the case of the man that's following up the kick being as important as the aerialist chasing himself.
Absolutely, and another great kick, not retained this time, but put that into that danger zone where the Spitfires didn't have anyone to cover, and so they'll have the line out just outside their 22, which is a really horrible place to try and attack from here. They've got so long to go. They just need to put their foot on the ball, really, to use a football term, and just get themselves back into this game.
Spitfires throw long to the back. Pod moving backwards. Lovely loop move, and that's that Jack O'Regan coming around on the loop and straightening it up. It held by his shirt, and he's off again. That's a lovely pass. Fingertip passing inside to Louis Rainford.
Yeah. High tackle on the far side, so Spitfires will get a chance to continue.
It's pretty cynical there, I wouldn't have been surprised to see a yellow there, but Eduardo's saying no, and the Spitfires go again. Some untidy passing. They need to improve their accuracy here, Sam.
That was fingertips away from being the perfect offload.
Skierans are gone.
Yeah.
Again, transition rugby. Skierans have been absolutely dynamite in terms of their transitional attack. French very comfortable in working in chaos. Sam, it's one of those things. I do a lot of rugby reporting and so on in France. And it's the old adage, there's 2 things you can rely on in French rugby. 1, organisational chaos, but 2, a clearly demarcated smoking area for the players.
I think there's been a few making use of that so far today as well.
We shouldn't be saying that live on air, but it's very, very true in French rugby. The number of athletes within the French game that still enjoy a little bit of naughtiness is quite remarkable. It's 26-0 to the Iskarians after half-time. The RAF have failed to fire a shot here. And I think it's going to be an uphill battle for them all the way here. It's been one-way traffic.
Yeah, interesting to see what they're just looking over at the team talk. I think the Spitfires seem still very together as a team, quite calm as well, which I think is what's needed to get back into this. I think you could say that they've failed to take a couple of opportunities. Euskadians have definitely been the better side, but they have failed to completely shut up the Spitfires. Could see them coming back, however, they will be playing into the winged, which obviously isn't a major factor, but we have seen teams struggle, especially if Euskadians decide to go long with the kick-off and then just try and pin them back there.
And here we are, back with the second half. Iskarians Keeping that kickoff, the kickoff that's absolutely caused mayhem in the Spitfires ranks. I think the Spitfires are playing for pride here as another wonderful kickoff goes skywards, and the Askyrians controlling that drop zone. Hint of a knock forward there, but Eduardo says play on. And the Spitfires really competitive over the breakdown. They've come out firing a lot better already in terms of their contact work.
That Askyrian defensive line though, it's just up as a blanket. It just cuts down all the space. Option here, oh yeah. Another transition. Will it be another try?
Oh, he's taken that pass well. It was absolutely thrown at him. There was no sympathy there. There's a man over here. There's an overlap. Give and go. Absolutely wonderful work. That was Andre Astiri. A lovely give and go. He got a man outside him. 2-on-1. It was either pass or go for it himself. Sold a lovely little half dummy. And that takes the score to 33-0.
Interesting, I think one of the things that the Euskadians are doing very well is they are just trying to pick off some of those powerful players that the Spitfires have got. Obviously, if the Spitfires can create this into a tight game, those power players come in handy, but when it's loose like it is now, they become a little bit too easy just to pick off, especially with these sprightly Euskadian players.
And again, that restart has been something that the Spitfires have struggled with. You'd think, considering their name, they'd be good at this air stuff, but they've just fallen apart under the pressure of wonderful restarting from the French.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. I don't think they deserve to not put any points on the board here. I think they've been a pretty good side so far this tournament, and they've had moments in this game, but it's hard to know where it's going to come from. That could be a good starting point, 2-on-1 here, but again, it's just not going to ground. No, not going to hangs. Although it has been knocked on by Euskadians, so Spitfires will get a chance, but those offloads, they're not even really 50-50s at the moment, are they? They're kind of 20-80s. Yeah.
It's just lack of accuracy, isn't it? You know, players are playing under fatigue, Logan. It's a hot day, it's windy, but passing is all about precision. And especially within sevens, you've got to back yourself. If the pass isn't on or you don't feel able to make that accurate pass, it's often much better to take contact, create a fast, small mini ruck, especially given the physical advantage of the Spitfires, and go again. Don't be frightened to recycle.
Interesting though, the Euskadians did end up with a yellow card there. There was a deliberate knock-on, not just a knock-on, and so Spitfires will go against 6 men, but they've knocked it on. It was an unsympathetic pass. It was light at his feet. That was a bit of a nightmare, but we will see Jack Alugan come back on now. You can see that they just lose a bit of shape when he's not there.
Yeah, he's been one of the stars of the tournament so far. Clearly a very, very talented young player. Scrum half is his normal position in the 15s game, and I believe he's represented the full RAF side and sat on the bench at Twickenham in the RAF game earlier late last year in November, I believe.
Yeah, very talented player. Euskadians just able to slow the game down as well. Obviously, down to 6, this is what they want, and they still find space despite having one man over, and that really is a bit too easy, James.
And I think in that try, you saw the difference between the two Ds. You know, if you look at the Askyrians' defence, how quickly they actually push up. They're right in the faces of the opposition. Spitfires are then standing back. They're waiting for the man to come to them. And it's what we said in the previous game. You've got to get up, make your first up tackles. You cannot die wondering in sevens as a defender.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen a bit of a mixed bag from the sides so far today. So one option is, as you say, to sprint up. The other is just to blanket the opposition, so push up slowly and then just drift across. I think at the moment, especially off those transitions, Spitfires aren't quite sure which of the two they're going for, and it's just creating gaps.
I think you're right, but the moderated push, again, the moderated push is all about formation and making sure that man in the boot is covering around at the end. And, you know, the Spitfires don't seem to be organised particularly well in that defensive effort, nor, importantly, in their defensive thinking.
Yeah, this is another wonderful kick-off there. which just creates chaos, and I believe we're scared things now back to 7. So really they had a sin bin period that did no harm, and you expect them now to go and try and close out this game.
Guys, sit down, please.
You Scathings win the scrum though and get the ball out wide. Bit of space on offer that they're going to run into. We see, that's a misplaced pass, and Spitfires will have a chance now with their own transition, but it's going to be slow ball and it is going to be a scrum. So couldn't really take advantage of that transition in the same way that you Scathings have been able to.
Scrum down for the Spitfires on the 10-metre line, 5 metres in from touch. But again, great scrummage effort from the French there, but the Spitfires go. Attacking right to left. Oh, that's a wonderful piece.
Straight through the middle.
Ollie Park.
Gets the offload away. Again though, it's not going to hand. Slows everything down. Hard to find space. Oh, he's not helped us mate there. Regan still likes to do something, but the offload doesn't go to hand. Again, more of the same. Inaccuracy there. Creating those half chances, I still fancy them for a couple more victories in this tournament, but just those half chances aren't going to hand.
Really has been thematic in this game, and I think this is very controlled performance by Ascarians, and I think with an offload here, the offload just didn't go to hand there. It was on for all money, and that's the final whistle. An absolute thumping. Ascarians take the men's open plate, beating RAS Spitfires 40-0. Lovely, lovely. Well, sorry, correction, I made a mistake there. Because of the schedule, ever-changing schedule, there was a game cancelled. This is just an open game. Many apologies for that. And welcome back to a men's elite pool game where we've got Remy versus the South Sevens. The Souths have been one of the stars of this tournament so far, hailing from the south of France, their name would suggest, and they will be kicking off towards The clubhouse end. Referee Luke Pearce blows his whistle and off we go. Lovely long hanging drop out. A little nudge forward there by the South. Referee Luke Pearce calls them back for a scrummage, and welcome back Sam Larner.
Thank you, James. Very happy to be watching this game. Thank you, James. Very happy to be watching this game. I've been really impressed by the South Sevens so far. I think they're probably the best side that we've seen in this tournament.
Very pleased to announce that later on in the afternoon, Jack O'Regan of the RAF Spitfires is going to join us in the comms back for a little chat. I know he's been one of your favourite players, Sam.
Oh, fantastic news. Very looking forward to that. I'm hoping we can get a couple more on as well. There's been a few on the Savvy Panthers that I'd love to speak to, been really impressive today, but that's great news about Jack O'Regan.
Yeah. He was looking on his straps, in fairness, when he came off from that game. This is Remy and the South. This has become quite a physical battle already. There's a lot of breakdown work going on, and Remy are winning the collisions, which is good to see.
Yeah, from what I've seen so far today, I think the way that Remy win this game is to keep it tight and to just try and outpower South Sevens. I think South, when they get the ball wide, have a big chance.
Leone Nakaduli there, that was one hell of a clear out. We heard the crunch from up here. And yeah, there he is again. That boy likes his breakdown work, and they go again. Remy attacking down the touchline. They're running out of space here. And in fairness, despite the physicality, the South have kept that defensive line at peach. Oh, the bounce of a rugby ball. The bounce of a rugby ball. Ben Herford John was hurtling to the line there, but I think he's pulled a hamstring, he's pulled a calf muscle there, and the South, this is end-to-end stuff. They attack.
That never say die chase from Mosesi Pepe was absolutely brilliant there. Kept them in the alive, and they're going to go the opposite way. That is heartache for Remy.
And I think Ben Herford John is coming off. I think he's tweaked a calf muscle there, and he's limping off to be replaced. Heartbreak, end-to-end stuff, 14-point moment, Sam.
Yeah, really was. I think Mamau is going to be the one who scores under the posts, but it was just a killer, as you say. Massive swing there. Mosesi Pepe, we've mentioned him a lot today, but he made that stop by chasing back what was basically a lost cause, and really has kept them, well, kept the score sheet down to 0, and then obviously they could play off that transition as we've seen all game.
Yeah, Pepper is of Tongan descent, but I believe he's enjoying his rugby down in the Pro D2 for Nantes, who finished mid-table in the Pro D2 this year, but enjoyed quite a season where they took out a couple of scalps towards the end, I seem to recall, Sam.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be interesting to see what this kickoff is. We still use Caring. It's obviously a French trait of these perfect kickoffs, and that is another one that almost lands straight through. In fact, might be a knock on there. You know, then we keep hold of the ball. Look good, but they haven't really been able to get out of their own 22 apart from that kick, which they might try again. Obviously, they haven't got Herford John on anymore though, so there'll be someone else who will be doing that job.
Again, this is almost a carbon copy of the first half.
Cheers.
And I think, unfortunately, Remy are putting a lot of pressure on themselves with hurried passes. The passes aren't to fingertips, they're going behind the player. And the Souths are absolutely relentless in their push defence.
Yeah, defensively, South Sevens, we saw that all tournament, I think especially so against the Scarings in the last round, they just push up and they just slowly drift across the pitch, just cutting down all those options, which leaves only the kick over the top really is the way to get through them. So see if they do more of that.
And I think, you know, we're seeing more and more in the 15s game now. The day of the blitz has died a little bit, and we're starting to see that moderated push, cascading numbers defence becoming really thematic. And here they go, the sevens off again.
Yeah.
This is an absolute run-in. I think that was Sebastien Plesset, or was that Theo Tremont?
I think it was Theo Tremont. He is an enormous player. I think it maybe doesn't quite come across on the TV, but he is so much bigger than everyone else on that side. But he always finds himself on the wing and just in a position where they can clatter through maybe quicker but less powerful players.
He plays as a prop in 7, but I'd be betting my bottom dollar he plays as an 8 in 15s.
Yeah, I reckon so. He looks the perfect build for it. That's a goal. That might have been successful. That's a brilliant kick by Tom Pekunge, who's the youngest player on the south side, and he's playing in Pau, down in the southwest of France.
Theo Tremont, he's played for the club Dax. Dax produced one of France's greatest number 8, Laurent Rodriguez, feature of the late 80s, early 90s, played in the 1991 World Cup. Where was it? The famous 1991 semi-final. Laurent Rodriguez was known as the Dax Bison. I think Theo Tremont might just about take that mantle here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, he's very impressive. I think we're going to have a... Oh, it's a deliberate knock-on. We're seeing a few of those being given us yellows. So South down to 6. Remy really need to make hay now because they're down 14 points. They need to take advantage of this opportunity.
Resulting penalty kick is just short of halfway line on the far right hand side of Remy's field. They'll have the line out throw, playing 7v6. Let's see how they go.
Yeah, might want to get a bit of a move on here. That was quite a pedestrian run up to the line out. They're obviously taking a few of their minutes off the clock, or a few seconds off the yellow card. But again, ball's not going to hand. Oh, Tremont gets it, and this is a horrible position to be as a defender. Ships out wide to Pepe, who should beat his man, I think. He's going to make life difficult. Oh! Oh.
Masesi Pepe, take a bow. That was like watching David Campese at his finest. Could have been Chazin Colby. Name any world-class winger you want. That was top draw finishing. In, out, shimmy, and under the post.
Yeah, very impressive. Well, that's the half. 21-0 for the South. I can't see how Remy can really get their way back into this. However, 21-0, not an insurmountable margin, but they just need to play out from their own 22. That kick might be the way back. We've got here though Ben Herford-John, who obviously was so successful, well, almost called the try at the start, but is now kind of limping back on. So it doesn't look like he's going to play a further part in this match at least.
Yeah, the South have really been a feature of this, but from a commentator's perspective, whoever designed their kit with blue numbering on a blue shirt, somebody needs to have a quiet word with them. It makes it absolutely impossible for us to recognise the players, especially when they're moving at pace, and especially when they're on the far side of the pitch.
It's like a magic eye portrait, isn't it? It's very difficult to see.
Referee Luke Pearce in the middle last night. It was a fine companion over dinner, and was discussing how much he was looking forward to watching the top 14 final tonight. Top 14 final that sees Toulouse taking on Bordeaux, which promises to be one of the most exciting games of the season. Possibly the two best sides in Europe at the moment, Sam?
Maybe the world. It
really is that big, and I mean that UBB backline, I mean halfback Luca and Jalibert have had the season of their lives, and you know, for my money, Mathieu Jalibert, I think if he can capture his Bordeaux form and also just work on his temperament under pressure, I've never seen a finer attacking 10 in all the time I've been watching rugby.
Yeah, I agree. I think I was lucky enough to watch them play Pau a few months back, and seeing Louis Bielberry in the flesh, he is something else. But we got some quick lights here as well. It might give him his own test.
French rugby is on a roll. Yeah. Right, we restart with Remy. The drop out might just be short. Oh, fatal error under pressure. They've handed possession straight back to the South in a moment when it was key for them to regather. The wind is swirling down at pitch side, and I think, Sam, since we were last down there, it's moved and it's coming from the direction of the lighthouse. Maybe that just got held up a little bit.
Yeah, it is definitely swirling. Definitely finished him off there, the South's player. Unfortunately, I feel that's going to be a penalty. He was on the ground. So a bit of a scrappy start to this second half.
I think the Souths have just said, right, we're putting our foot on the ball in soccer terms here, and we'll kick for touch, turning the screw.
That's a lovely kick.
Massive
as well.
left-footed kick, and I think the ball's ended up in the road just outside the stadium there.
Yeah, I fancy their chances. We haven't seen much of the Souths lying out so far today, but I predict it'll be as good as every other part of their game, which is very, very good, and provide them that attacking platform. It's a great take. Over the top, plenty of room to play with now. Looking to go wide. Remy's defence strong so far, but they just created that 2-on-1. It's just so simple. That sevens at its best. Create the 2-on-1 and then just score in the corner.
It's only sevens. It's the old adage of rugby, isn't it? Numerical mismatches creates tries.
Yeah.
They've drawn two players in the middle there. The line out was beautifully taken at the back. The back extends and cuts into the defence. That takes one man out naturally. They take another man out through a carry in midfield, and they've got a 2-on-1 on the outside.
Yeah. Very impressive. The Souths are technically excellent, but also they've just got the pace and power that you need to be successful at sevens.
And I think if you looked at one of the big differences between these two sides has been the accuracy of the passing. Passing out of hand, the Souths are passing to fingertips, Remy's are passing to backsides behind. And that makes such a difference. You know, in sevens, you want the player running onto the ball. You want fingertip passing. You know, it's the difference between Finn Russell at test level and any other international fly halves. They pass right to the fingertips so that the catcher doesn't break stride. And again, South's defence absolutely suffering Remy. Competition at the breakdown. That's a wonderful piece of defensive work. One man ruck. Oh, that has got to be a yellow card. Not 10. That is an absolute brain dead moment, Sam Lana.
Yeah, they're not making life any easier for themselves here. I expect a midfield scrum, perhaps. Yeah, they have chosen the scrum. That's going to time Enging. It's going to create massive holes. I'd be very impressed if Remy can hold out for more than a single phase here.
And do you know what? You know, we both coach, Sam, and when a player does that, honestly, you just want to bang the table in frustration at the stupidity. That was just absolutely silly. And now, South, this should be a run-in. But so Remy are competing well in the tackle, and again that precision passing from South sees them attacking down the middle of Remy. They recycle, and it's a walk in with two men over. Again, the classic committing players down the middle, numerical mismatch, two man overlap. It's what I said a minute ago.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. It's fairly impressive, I think, what the Souths are doing here. They're able just to beat the man and then stay alive for that second phase. And Remy, to be honest, the problem is they're not doing a huge amount wrong, obviously aside from that kind of yellow card, as we mentioned. But mostly where they're getting caught out is that it's just the speed. It's the speed that the Souths are able to do everything. So Remy can make one good tackle, get them down to the ruck, but then it's the speed with which the Souths recycle, which then puts them under pressure.
I think, you know, this is my fourth Gibraltar Sevens tournament, and I've seen some very, very good sides. It's probably the first mistake the Souths have made as they kick short on the restart. I've seen some very good sides come in. The Viator Barbarians 3 years ago were absolutely outstanding when they beat the Gibraltar national side in the final. And last year the Wild Dogs, an exceptionally strong side. But this is as well organised and complete seven-side as I've seen here at the Gibraltar Sevens.
Yeah, very impressive. Playing off some chaos there as well. It's going to be another try. Got two balls on the pitch there. Good to see however, that we do have Ben Herford-John back on, so he's come back on after that maybe leg or knee injury that he suffered in the first half. Thought he was very impressive, and it's good to see him back.
I don't know what sort of magic sponge they've got down there, but it must have belonged to Merlin back in the day. Score is 38-0 to the South. There is 1 minute and 38 seconds left to go.
What do you want to see here from Remy in this last minute and a half? Obviously the game is well and truly done, but not that, I guess would be the answer.
A tackle. Oh my God, that was Bouba Yamra. He plays, he's a Burkina national player, and he plays for a club called Palavas in France. That was absolutely wonderful.
We'll see if they can recreate the same thing there again. It was that kick-off as a weapon. In that
Oh,
time,
just magical.
Oh, beautiful. We'll see the same thing. Possibly slightly different kick. Oh, that time a weapon in a slightly different way. Lined him up for the hit, but
not releasing the tackler and then going for the jackal has incurred the wrath of referee Luke Pearce. And Remy playing the way that they do, straight down the middle, straight down the pitch. They're a very direct side, aren't they?
They really are. This is what we want to see more of. Ladua, who's been impressive so far. Oh, great offload, well hung on to, quickly cycling. Maybe stay close to the luck, as we say. The passing maybe isn't there, so just keep tight to the luck and use your power.
It's the Maori sidestep method, isn't it?
It certainly is. Opportunity to do the very same thing here. Penalty in the middle, lung hard, lung straight.
Trouble is, he's taken the penalty there, and he has absolutely zero support. Guys, can you sit down, please? Guys, can you sit down, please?
Ben Herford-John keeps hold of that ball. Opportunity, although that might have just been holding on. Remy having commit so many men to that look, though. So it's obviously
Referee Luke.
down.
Luke's put in another wonderful display here, isn't he, Sammy? I think he's nailed virtually every call there. Man going past the ball in the ruck, putting his hand on his ground before trying to regather. And Remy now have a chance to attack with a tap penalty. I think they're going to go for here. They look absolutely down on their straps. But no, it's that direct approach that characterises their game. They've gone straight into contact there. However, South again go beyond the ball and Remy attack again. Down the middle. It is going to be a try. Yes. They're on the board.
Chamesa Miyakilo, who scores that one for Remy.
We do apologise to viewers for calling the Royal Engineers Remy. We've been told it's Remy, and we do apologise for that. Full time, 43-5 to the South. That was a clinical and technically brilliant performance. It's a real marker, real statement performance, Sam. And I'll tell you what, I think that they are the side to beat in this year's tournament.
I agree, although we might have seen an opportunity to exploit a potential weakness, which is that straight bunging game plan, hard bunging out that into the heart of them. That's the only thing where I've seen them even struggle a little bit.
Yeah, we'll be back shortly from Europa Park.
So we have the Mavericks and Butchers. Mavericks will be playing from right to left, and we've got referee Rosie in the middle in charge of this one. This is the last men's elite match of the day. Mavericks to kick off. Lovely hanging kick right into the sun, which they retain. That's a beautiful step there by Murray Redpath, who's been so impressive so far today. And he's going to go all the way.
Been another one of the little unsung heroes. I think he's been one of the Mavericks' most potent attacking weapons. And he's one of those players that seems to just glide through gaps. And I think he's probably got a lot more pace than meets the eye, Sam.
Yeah, agree. I think because he's tall and he's quite big, you maybe don't expect him to be as quick as he is, but obviously when he gets through a gap, he's very, very hard to stop and very hard to catch as well. Not the start of the Butchers we wanted, though.
No. I must admit, the Butchers kit is one of my favourites so far. I really like that vibrant red and a little bit of that sort of French blue. Lovely kit, that, Sam.
It is, although it is clashing horribly with the Mavericks kit, and it's...
Commentator's nightmare.
It's like a blancmange.
So the Mavericks again restarting through Murray Redpath, man that scored the try. And he's gone very, very deep. And actually the Butchers have done really well under pressure there, and they're running out from under their own posts. Their own handling has let them down, but a lovely piece of work. And the offload goes into the hands of the Mavericks, and they turn the Butchers over and they attack. Again, with that man Murray Redpath in midfield, he holds up and looks for numbers. That's intelligent sevens play. Keep the pressure, keep the ball. Again, John Ilori, another start, this big leggy winger.
Great line speed here though by the Butchers. Absolutely brilliant line speed, just killing off any option to go wide.
That's Dylan Coetzee showing us a South African, showing us South Africans' love of contact. And it's Murray Redpath weaving his magic again at standoff. That pass was just an inch from going to hand, and the Butchers break out from under their own post, going past the 22. A lovely offload, a hint of a high tackle. Rosie says she's happy enough with that. And the Butchers now, it's a run foot race for the line. Lovely kick inside, really intelligent piece of rugby there. And the Butchers go over from Reece Price. Do you know what, Sam, that was a try at the Toulouse playbook. You see them do that so many times, kicking through and getting a runner coming in under the post. That was absolutely wonderful work. And Reece Price read his man on the outside beautifully there to go over and to level the score with a reasonable conversion to go. It's a feature of sevens, and I go back, this is British Lions here, to the British Lions 1980. When they had a fullback called Rodney O'Donnell. Now in sevens you can actually take the conversion from behind the posts and through the other side just to speed the game up. Rodney O'Donnell, this Irishman, was the most superstitious fullback of all time, and every time the opposition kicked a goal he had to drop kick it back through the post from the other side in order to get the karma away from the ball. Can you believe that, Sam?
I've met quite a few rugby players, I certainly can believe that. This is a great game though, we're in for a hell of a matchup.
End-to-end stuff.
Yeah, Lukalu there, but couldn't quite go to hand ultimately. This is Ralph Miller breaking free, finding some support in the midfield from Luke Davis, who's on the ball now. Maverick scrambling.
That's a lovely show and go. Oliver Rhodes, show and go, and over in the corner. Great work from the Butchers.
This is impressive. That start was ominous, but they've really clawed their way back into this now. Mavericks just need a foothold. There's obviously plenty of time in the game. We're not even still at 3 minutes of the first half to go, but the Butchers are really starting to fire.
I'll give you my last one on Rodney O'Donnell. I read an article where the player that roomed with him said that another of Rodney O'Donnell's foibles was that when he went to bed at night, every part of his body had to touch the bed simultaneously, which resulted in him standing at the foot of his bed and doing a Fosbury flop back onto the sheets. The mind boggles, the superstition of rugby players, and especially the superstition of the Irish. The Butchers kick off, going right to left, deep into the Mavericks, onto the 22. Absolutely clattered, but a wonderful piece of sevens rugby, both in the chase and in the retention of the ball. Mavericks attacking hard down the left touchline. Butchers turn the ball over in pace.
That was Johnny Lawley there with the break, but possibly just could have held on to that because it's going to be a knock-on. It's going to be Butcher's ball.
Players are blowing out there a little bit, Sam.
Yeah, I don't blame it. It's getting very hot out there. The wind maybe has died down a little bit, which is just making the heat even worse.
It's end-to-end stuff. A feature of this Europa Park stadium, it's a rubber crumb surface, but one of the features of it is the crumbs have been painted green, particularly to deal with the heat in Gibraltar. Most rubber crumb surfaces feature black crumbs, but here it's green, and that's to protect the players from radiant heat off the surface. Useless and very noisy stat, but true nonetheless, Sam.
Yeah, it's, actually, now you mention that, it is noticeably cooler out there than some of those black clump surfaces you can play on. Butcher's going quick, though, looking to heat it up. Luke Davis really is the link man for everything the Butchers do well there. He's operating, number 13 there, he's operating for them.
I think Rosie's absolutely nailed that call. No release, penalty. And the Mavericks attack again, going straight down the middle. Alfie Weston with the ball. Lukaru collects, but the pass goes astray, and they go again to Charlie Owens, but runs out of contact. And a big fight. There's a punch being thrown on the pitch by number 3, Shauna Mayer. Surely. Well, that was on the blind side as a ref there, but there was a clear punch throw, I'm sorry to say.
Butcher's going to go, looking to split wide. Not going to hand, though. Just kills that momentum. Straightens up with a step. Mavericks have a chance to secure that, but it's going to be still penalty to the Butchers.
That is
siving hit.
Head volley has absolutely melted the Butchers there. But they retain the ball and they come attacking down the left-hand side. A show and go. That was just on the margin of all that tackle this game. There is nothing being given here. A brilliant show and go from Ollie Sullivan, who screams under the posts.
Very impressive. He just waited for that opportunity to open up, didn't he? He just waited for the hole and then ran straight through it.
I think there's a little bit of tension in this game, Sam.
There is a little bit. I'm not sure these two love each other, these two teams. 14... Oh, that was successful, I think. So the Butchers will take a hefty lead into the second half. You feel the Mavericks aren't out of it, though. They've done a lot of stuff well. The passes just haven't necessarily gone to hand just when they've needed them to.
Absolutely. Welcome back to Europa Park for a very feisty and bordering on ill-tempered game between the Mavericks and the Butchers. It's been very physical out there, Sam Lana.
It has. It's been a game of a lot of skill, though, as well.
It's great to see the passion.
Yeah, it is. It's often that in sevens you can't get close enough to each other to actually do any handbags, but we haven't seen that in this game. It's been well fought.
Scrum to the Butchers, just short of the 22, 5 metres in from touch. They've got a lovely open side to attack. They've got 8 metres of blind side should they want to go down that way, and they win their own ball. And they go down the open side with fast hands and a lovely kick through, a lovely grubber. But the Mavericks just about control the ball. I think it's going to be a 5 metre scrum. Yeah, they've taken that dead there, Sam.
They have. You have to be very quick to beat Johnny Lawley, especially when he's got a head start. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's not a try, but it's a 5 metre scrum, which you feel the try might be coming. This is massive for the Mavericks because they need to hold out here. If they score an X, I think it's game on. If the Butchers score an X, I think that might be that. So for the neutrals, you might be cheering on the Mavericks in their defence here, although it is going to be a penalty to the Butchers. So obviously it's going to be a quick tap here. Good footwork.
Penalties are building up against the Mavericks here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Rosie go yellow if they concede again. Yeah. But no, a little show and go by Nathan Griffiths, and that takes the score to 26-5, I think, with another little bit of afters after the game.
Yeah, it is feisty. It's good to see. I think obviously we're late into the afternoon heat now, so understandable why it might be going a little bit tense out there.
I think Rosie's just given out some stern words to both of the captains there about the afters that are going on. Taking firm control. The Butchers will kick off again. Looks as if he's going to go right to left here, Sam.
Yeah, I expect so. There's obviously loads of space, but the Mavericks have put their resources over. That's a lovely kick.
Ball lost in contact, and the Butchers have turned them over again.
Yeah.
This has started to become one-way traffic now.
Yeah, Luke Davis at 13 just operating that link, and that's shut down in the tackle. It's going to touch. Actually still alive, so Mavericks have the ball. Although
that's a brutal bounce.
It is incredibly unfortunate. It's bounced back to the Butchers, who now have the ball. These looks have been contested at a rate of knots. Coming towards us now, the Butchers looking to exploit some space.
Butchers have been really good at keeping the ball alive in contact, Sam.
Yeah, they have.
Beautiful piece of work.
Savalingea with a big hit just to completely stop the Butchers' progress.
Ben Miller with a little show and go.
Oh, that was a poor pass that might have ended up working for the Butchers. Savalingea gets hold of it, smashes through one, offloads. Needs to get this ball away, might have a chance now if he can outpace his man on the far side. But instead, probably wisely comes back in. The chip,
It's now a foot race to the line. Can the Mavericks get one back here? Oh, a fair shoulder charge under pressure. Well, it was actually more of a handoff under pressure, really, wasn't it?
This is Ben Miller with the ball, just trying to get out from under their own posts. And it's going to be a penalty to the Mavericks. This isn't over yet. He scored quickly, though. And it's going to be a yellow card.
Yeah, Rosie's had enough. And quite right, there's been a little bit of niggle. I think a yellow card was probably overdue there, Sam.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be Ben Miller who got penalised and then just kept hold of the ball. You understand why he does it, obviously. It's what probably any of us would do. You don't want to give the turnover away there. and the game has obviously slowed down now with this penalty. So big moments for the Mavericks.
Thing is, you don't do it right under the eagle eyes of the referee, do you?
Yeah, so I guess sometimes you've got no option, but here the Mavericks now with the quick tap, they're going to go to the right. Some big powerful carriers there. Well, I think held up just before the line though. I think that was Charlie Owens. But now scored. So held up but scored on the second phase, and the Mavericks are rushing now because obviously they are short of time. This would put them 16 points down.
That's a wonderful conversion. Left-footed by Reece Price. Sorry, left-footed by Jack Blackmore. Takes the score to 28-12. There's only 17 seconds left of this game. The Butchers have been the better side. The Mavericks at times have been masters of their own downfall, Sam.
They have a little, yeah. I think Butchers have made that happen to them, but there's been some own forced errors as well. Haven't retained possession of that kickoff, so you expect now the Butchers just to see out the game. Although Savalier possibly just at the side, yeah. Not a decision agreed with by the Mavericks bench, but then you wouldn't expect them to.
I mean, it was as clear as day for me, Sam.
Yeah, agree. Interested to see what they're going to do. Will they tap it? They're just going to kick it out. So we will take the line out.
Line out's just underneath us. Referee Dean Crossley with his EPCR flag fluttering in the Europa Park wind. Butcher's still down to 6 men. Rosie's saying time off there, get on with the game. I think the problem here, Sam, is the Butchers are not quite sure who's able to throw for them. They're looking for somebody to throw.
Yeah, we're lacking a ball as well here. So now we've got one. Now we can go see if Butchers can put a bit more pace back on this. They do win the ball, but it's untidy. Be a lot of work to score a try from here. Good start there by Reece Price. He just stays up in the tackle. Great clear out as well.
That was brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah,
good to see.
Theo Chapman there, who just came in absolutely smashed back with Mavericks players. And again, they're going to kick. It's not going to go though, so it's going to stay in. And it's going to be Jack Blackmore, who is going to try and attack out from his own 22. This is looking pretty good by the Mavericks. They've got plenty of room to work with. Go for the chip. Hasn't been that successful today. Just about clung on to though. I think that's Cody Stone, but it's the penalties giving away. So we are well into the late here. And it's going to be a yellow card to a Mavericks player, I think, and maybe the penalty reversed. Interesting. So it's going to be a yellow card for the Mavericks, but they are going to still keep hold of the penalty. So it's going to be 6v7 with them attacking.
6v6, the yellow card to the Butchers remains. He's gone. Oh! I think Oliver Rose a little bit lucky to get that one. Sam was right underneath us and hands went clearly behind the ball. But the Butchers finish with a try in the corner. Oh, and it's kicking off again.
Yeah.
This is unedifying. This is not what the Gibraltar Sevens is all about. The game's finished and this is still going on. This is poor show, Sam.
It is. It's. I mean, you can understand there. I guess we've all been there. I think, given the way that this game started, it's surprising to see this gap in the score. I think the Mavericks, whether they just ran out of puff in the second half or whether the Butchers stepped it up a level, it's hard to say. But yeah, disappointing end to that, but I think the butchers will be very happy with their day's work.
I'm sure these boys will be drinking themselves silly down at the Cocobana tonight, enjoying a paella together. That's the beauty of rugby. All's fair in love and war, isn't it?
It absolutely is, yeah, and fairly impressive. I thought the men's elite today has been really impressive. We've seen in the South Sevens probably the best side in this competition, but also, it was carrying. And the Butchers have put on a good display that suggests that they might be competitive in the final.
Yeah, and I think in many respects that was a really closely fought game. And from that aspect, it always makes it really enjoyable to watch. There was a little bit of handbags, a little bit of silliness, but that's because the boys are playing for passion. And, I can kind of live with that. Anyway, at the end of that, final score, Sam?
This final score was, it's just gone off the screen, 33-12, I think.
I loved him. Absolutely stuffed him out of sight there. This is Sam and James. We'll be back soon.
So, welcome back. We're with the Quorum Women in the pool stage here, and this is a rematch of a game that we saw earlier between the Shelford Peacocks in the dark blue and the Sefton Ladies in that pretty fetching pink kit. That game this morning was won by the Peacocks 24-10, so expect this to be relatively evenly matched as well. Peacocks attacking from right to left. Good early start here with a powerful carry, close to the look, although the Sefton Ladies get in there with the turnover, and that is Berta Quirgan-Jones, who's been really impressive all day today. So Sefton will have the early penalty in the Peacocks half, and they're going to kick to touch, which is a great kick actually. So it will just go into the 22, and the Sefton Ladies will have a chance to attack from there.
for me.
So, Sefton Lady's going to chuck, I think. Although it's won by the Peacocks. And they're going to kick clear. She's pretty smart, although in these conditions it's just going to go backwards. I think that's going to be a penalty.
Knock on, offside.
Unfortunately, offside, knocked on into the woman who was in front of her. So the Peacocks will have another chance to escape from their half. And we're welcoming back James, who's back into our commentary box for this exciting start to the match, at least, here, James.
Yeah, and a little treat for the viewers. Jack O'Regan from the Irish Spitfires is just standing behind me. He's going to join us for a little chat at half-time, sir.
Lovely, lovely stuff. He's been one of the players I've been most impressed with in this early start to this competition.
Counter
Good
up,
counter
fine.
looking there by the Peacocks. Sefton got isolated. The opportunity now for them. Peacocks just haven't been able to clear their half, or they'll even clear their 22. And Sefton have a chance if they go wide, but the pass just hasn't gone to hand. We've seen a few of those today.
It wasn't a very sympathetic pass, was it? It was just dying.
It was.
It's one of those when you're on the receiving end of that, you're just thinking, "Come to me, come to me," and it just doesn't.
5 o'clock on a day like this where you've been playing all day, the last thing you want to do is grab a pass down by your ankles.
Sam, at my age, and bearing in mind I'm a number 8, was the last thing I ever wanted to do in any time of any game of my career.
I'm not sure I could do that now.
Yeah, Sefton attacking in exit up to their own 22.
Peacocks look to keep hold of the ball. Just trying to carry out of their 22. It's been so difficult to get out there. But they have an opportunity now, actually. You've got player gone clear. And now that pass, if they get another one, good defence by Sefton. Well hung on to
done brilliantly there to hold on to it.
That's Beth Hicks, who's managed to hold on to that ball, but that one hasn't gone to hand. That was a slightly more sympathetic pass. That was probably a catcher error. And it'll be Sefton who have the scrums. This is a game where territory has been very important.
15.
The one feature of Sefton Ladies has been their defence. They've been very, very strong in that push. And again, they're a side that are prepared to be patient in defence, but yet mark up, match up man for man, and really pressure their opponents in defence as they attack, going right to left, looking for the edge.
Oh, that's lovely. The 1-2 there. Potential to go all the way. Ijame Lohman, I think. Oh, that could be a deliberate knock-on. That could be a yellow.
Yeah. Dane Crossley reaching for his yellow cards. Deliberate knock-on.
That was unfortunate. That's Beth Hicks, I think, who's going to be running off with that.
Yes,
unfortunate. I think it was more just that her arm got in the way of the ball there rather than anything cynical. But Sefton have chipped it forward. It wasn't a successfully taken tap, but it's never touched a hand, so it's all good.
Yeah, Beth Hicks, that's a shame actually, because Beth Hicks has been one of the he's actually a glue player, very much a glue player for the Peacocks, Sam.
Yeah, she is, and that's disappointing to concede immediately. Good kick, although not just pulled to the left, so it will only be 5-0, but the Peacocks now will need to take advantage of this. A long kick down, force Sefton to attack from deep in their own half, which obviously is what the Peacocks had to do at the start of that half.
Okay, just
got one of the young volunteers. It's great to see all the youngsters, the young members of the Gibraltar Minis and so on give up their time as volunteers at this great event.
It's such a impressive Minis rugby culture here as well, isn't it? The numbers that they get, obviously when you see how it might be being impacted in the UK, to see the numbers they get here is brilliant.
No, ping off! Lady there.
Tell you what I have enjoyed, I don't think the Chief Exec of Gibraltar Rugby, Chad Thompson, has moved from his point of dominance on the balcony all afternoon. Good old Chad, one of the unsung heroes of Gibraltar Rugby, an absolute linchpin of this organisation, and somebody that's responsible for so much of the good stuff that Gibraltar Rugby do.
Someone who's paying for your lunches as well, James, so very important man.
Yeah, he's enjoying his ribeye and broccoli last night.
Sefton with the putting, although one gets a head, no, not completed, so we'll go back for the reset scrum. Have you seen a reset scrum in sevens before, James?
Doesn't happen very often, does it? It's not a game that favours the scrum, and rightly so. It's a game of all action, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Give a chance for Sefton.
I think Dean was he's feeling the heat a bit, Dean.
Sefton got it wide. A chance then to hit through the middle. Just a little bit slow to get in support as well, so they're all quite flat. And the Peacocks just need to bring them down, although this is just Sefton now. The Peacocks, that's a great tackle. Absolutely brilliant tackle by Anna Goggins to stop what would have been a certain try, but Sefton will just the cover and score on the next phase.
Amelia Morrisley there, just wandering over right at the end.
You're now back on, but it's half time.
Being a good start for Sefton, the Peacocks just need to get a foothold here.
Half time.
We just apologise. The clock, we had problems with the clock. Now,
so that is half time. So as we say, we're going to bring you an interview with Jack O'Regan, who's been so impressive for the Spitfires so far today. Just waiting for him to get into position. But so far, 10-0 to Sefton against the Peacocks, and it's been a good start for them.
Very, very pleased to be welcoming Jack O'Regan, one of the star players of the men's circuit in this side, an engineer with the RAF Spitfires. Jack, you've been one of the players of the tournament. How are you enjoying Gibraltar?
Good afternoon. Yeah, really enjoyable actually. It's got a bit hotter now, so it made it a bit tricky on that last game as well. But yeah, it's been decent so far.
Is this your first time out here?
In Gibraltar, yeah. It's the first time for probably most of the players as well. A bit of a different challenge as well, but it's again good to have a bit of an international competition as well with some of the French lads coming through.
Who's the sides that have really caught your eye? The Souths have been pretty special.
I think, to be fair, with tomorrow, just looking forward to the Mavericks game. I think that it's probably an opportunity for ourselves as well, take some of the points away from today that we can reflect on and hopefully rectify. But again, South Sevens have looked impressive so far, and I think there definitely will be a challenge for us tomorrow as well.
And from the Spitfires' perspective, on-field performance, what would be your overall summary of that? Where would you like, what are your work-ons?
Work-ons. It's difficult to say at the moment. It's a young team. There's a lot of new lads that have put the RAF jersey on for the first time from a Sevens perspective. So it's allowing them to really adapt to a Sevens environment as well. So we've got some experience, some new lads. So hopefully they've got a bit more comfortable, and then I think from there we can really start to show what we're really made of.
And from a force, last question for you before the game restarts. From Force's perspective, you know, it's great to see how much the armed forces really encourage their lads to enjoy themselves, the teamship that rugby and rugby sevens brings. How important is that for you in sort of forming your own leadership skills and your own skills relative to your job?
I think it's massive. I think sport for me is a really close part to my heart for the military as well, and I think it is for a lot of the boys as well. I mean, like most of the mates you make within the military environment are from your teams you're playing, especially from the rugby side as well. So having these kind of opportunities to come out here, you know, you're away from work, having to play these kind of games, it's massive thanks to like the Air Force for letting us do this kind of stuff, because this is the kind of stuff where we can really show what military sport is about and how we can really compete at the highest level against like elite teams.
Jack, thanks ever much for bothering to come and join us. I better let you get back to your boys and enjoy some of the festivities. Cheers, man.
Lovely to speak to Jack there. He's been so impressive this tournament. It's good to actually just see him up close rather than just bossing the show. But good start here for Sefton in the second half as they go from right to left, immediately putting the Peacocks under pressure. Some nice carries in the midfield. One more pass will do it. Maybe not. Ultimately
that's
it does.
Lovely piece of work. That's Amelia Morrisley again. She has been absolutely outstanding.
And it's really interesting to see that, because you notice how as soon as you get the overlap, the Peacocks was rushing across, and so all you need to do is hold your feet, step back inside, and you create those options, create those holes, and you can run through. So very impressive from Sefton. I think we had the score earlier, which was 24-10. It's certainly not game over, but the Peacocks are yet to fire a shot in anger, really.
Yeah, there's Amelia, I think, has just conned referee Dean there by taking conversion where the ball was never dropped in the first place. She basically just booted it over the crossbar. A wonderful piece of sleight of foot there. And Sefton drop out really deep.
Oh, it's
but
a good
Peacock's
counter.
running out the 22. This is fantastic work.
Oh.
In and out. That is absolutely
Evie
brilliant.
McInerney goes the whole way, and that was absolutely brilliant. In, out, as you say, and then just once you find the gap, just power through. So this is very much game on. That should be a relatively straightforward conversion, which would bring them to 17-7.
Peacocks needed that, didn't they, Sam?
They really did. They really did. This game was in danger of getting away from them, but a moment of brilliance, and you feel like that might be the foothold that they need.
Evie who scored that try, she holds records in indoor cycling and also is a very, very keen competitive skater, speed skater. What a combination of talent.
And incredibly good at rugby as well, it seems. It's some people are way too talented, aren't they, James? I don't have any records for skating or for indoor cycling.
Well, certainly got her skates on then, Sam. Oh, that was the spiral bomb restart. And Sefton returning that with interest up to the 10-metre line.
McInerney's showing she can defend as well. They're there, making that last-ditch tackle. Would you bring a try without her? But Sefton the cycle. Have a chance to go wide. That's a great tackle. The Peacocks have been really good defensively. Just dragging down their person.
No blue, roll please, thank you.
But what they're struggling to do is take the ball off Sefton at this moment. Sefton can just keep the cycling. Eventually, that just tells. The numbers for the Peacocks will disappear, and then they will get the try. But Peacocks needs to get off the line, I think, a little bit quicker here. Gonna go for the kick. Not sure that was the best option.
Oh, it's kind of worked.
Yeah.
Not forward. That was a horrible, drunken rugby ball that came down there, Sam. It was spinning always.
Yeah, unfortunately there by Molly Messenger. She had a lot of time to think about that, but it was, as you say, it was moving in the wind. Very difficult to secure that ball.
What we were talking to Jack there. You were saying who's one of the players that caught your eye. Again, Sefton ladies, Amelia Morris-Lay out on the right wing. I believe she plays county rugby for Cheshire.
Yeah.
Oh, and just as we speak, Sefton break straight down the middle and the ball's recycled.
So many overlap here. It's gone straight through the middle though. Amelia Morris-Lay back on it. Sefton the cycle, looks to go left. Again, there's an overlap.
Beautifully straightened up, lovely try. That was Chelsea Perry. Yes, Sam, I was just saying, Amelia Morris-Lay, she was played for Cheshire in the Papa John's Cup final at Twickenham in 2025. So she's had quite a season, and she really has been one of the most exciting finishers that we've seen within the women's group. And what she really has is that step off her right foot when she just cuts back across the grain. The number of defences I've seen her stand up already today, just off that right foot step. She's quite the talent, isn't she?
She is, and it's caused again by Sefton creating those overlaps. Because of course, when you create those overlaps, it's fairly difficult to both rush across, cut down the space without leaving yourself exposed to that step back inside. Maybe one we can try and speak to tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd very much like that. I was thinking the same. We'll try and get Amelia up for you, and I think it would be nice to get Evie back up here again from the Peacock. She's been definitely the star of their show.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to
And
speak
she's
to
gone
her.
again.
Here she goes again. Just mentioning a game. That is. Oh, she needs to keep going though. Getting chased hard, but she will. Brilliant finish.
Me and Evie have got a bit of a double actor going on here, Sam. I mean, that was serendipity, wasn't it?
You say her name, she scores a try.
Wonderful work.
This is definitely not over though here. The Peacocks are well. They're not. It's going to be 8 points down with 90 seconds left.
It's going to be a restart win. It's got to be the restart win. Sam, go the length and re-go again.
Yeah, I think the danger for them, or the problem they have, is that what they really need to create is chaos. It's hard to create chaos when you're chasing the game.
Old coaching adage, mate. And I think it's in creating chaos, what you're doing is giving the opposition opportunities to turn you over. So it's a high-risk strategy. I mean, the classic one here is a hanging dropout, re-win it and go. Let's see what we can do. No, they've gone short.
And it's been retained. Sam Hughes there making the big carry back. Loose by Sefton, and as they come over to the left, I think that was the game gone for the Peacocks, unfortunately.
29 seconds to go.
Yeah, apologies if your picture has just gone down. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on in the match, of course. Sefton attacking on the far right, almost getting pulled into touch. Looking to the cycle and then head to the left. That's gone loose though. Sefton keep hold of the ball. Looking a straight line. And that is tackled by Charlotte Gisborne.
We do apologise for the technical problems. I think we're about to come back on air as Amelia Morris-Lay takes the ball into contact just on the 22. Sefton recycle, they go back into contact. Short pop passes around that 22-metre line. All the ball thrown forward. And the Peacocks have got an opportunity here to go the length.
And this time, it's Anna Goggins who will give it to that woman we've mentioned all the time, Eva McKinney, to go over for the try. That's her hat trick.
But unfortunately, game is out of time. This is going to be the final kick of the game. It was a great comeback from the Peacocks. And unless the timekeeping is wrong, we've now got vision restored. I think it's all over Red Rover.
Yeah, unfortunately, huge confidence the Peacocks can take from this.
21-22, really hard, tightly fought battle. And there's lovely spirit between the girls at the end there. They've enjoyed that run out, really closely fought game, and they'll walk off as mates. And I'm sure they'll have some good fun tonight down at the beach.
Yeah, impressive game. Good way for them both to finish off their days, I feel. A good game, quite open. And we will be back in a couple of minutes for what I believe is the final match of the day.
Well done.
I'm looking forward to this. As we say, this is the last women's game of the day. Then we've just got the men's open finals after that. This one between the Intelligence Corps in green and Masbro Savvy Panthers, who I've been incredibly impressed with today in the black, attacking right to left.
Yeah, the Savvy Panthers, once known as the Savvy Sevens. Finn Kelly is their coach, somebody that I know personally. Great friend of mine, Zoe Dare, played for the Savvy Panthers, for the Savvy Sevens previously in the Gibraltar Sevens, and her dad, Cliff Dare, used to prop for Cornwall, and Cliff led the Olympics parachute display in 2012, Sam.
Full of, I would say useful, not everyone would agree, facts, James.
Intelligence Corps taking the ball into contact and set it up. Mini ruck just outside, but they're not protecting their own ball. Need to be quick at clearing out there, Sam.
Yeah, unlucky there with that forward pass. Some players to watch, especially on the Savvy Panthers. Lowry Davis, number 3, who plays left wing, right wing, scrum half. Anywhere she likes, really, she'll beat a player. Pretty sure in the last match that we commentated on, every single ball she touched ended up in a try. So certainly one to watch.
We have to thank the Intelligence Corps. They've really lived up to their name, and they've given us the most detailed breakdown of their players for the comms notes imaginable. But the Savvy Panthers are attacking down the left-hand side through Charlotte Grace Mosca, and Charlotte's through and under the post, no, just to the left to open the scoring. Savvy Panthers 5, Intelligence Corps 0.
She's powerful, isn't she, Mosca, when she gets going?
Gets through contact.
Yeah, there's a couple of half chances there, but just nothing that ended up bringing her down. I think Intelligence Corps, obviously they won't be happy with that start, but they've started quite brightly. Missed kick by the Savvy Panthers, so it will only be 5-0, and they'll obviously have the kick to the Intelligence Corps now to start.
Also, loving the Savvy Panthers variety of haircuts. They've definitely put on the show there, from cornrows to ponytails. Great to see. I know that the athletes take a lot of pride in their appearance on the pitch. As the Panthers again go down the right-hand side of the touchline.
That's Becca Long.
Yeah,
lovely
show and
finish.
go.
They just, I think one of the things that we're seeing across the day today is some of the men's teams are able to hit those high hanging, lots of hang time kicks that go to the 22. I think the women's teams, what they're doing very well is finding the space with their kicks. So there, Savvy Panthers just wasn't particularly much hang time, but just immediately found the space, created the bounce. As we say in the last game, it creates the chaos.
And it's great to see, you know, we see in cricket particularly the women's game bringing innovation into the men's game. And I think that we've now got to a stage in elite sports, football, rugby, cricket, where
Can you chuck this ball on?
the growth of the women's game and the inclusive game is bringing new types of skill sets and new ideas to the game, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think they'll be glad of this breather, especially the Intelligence Corps. They just need to regather themselves, see what they do off this kick-off. Again, finding the space, creating chaos, but Intelligence Corps do hang on to this one. They got a chance, half chance there. There was almost through contact. I think this is the game plan that will win it for them, is keep it tight, run hard, and look to break through contact, then offload if it's on.
Megan Stevens smashing into contact there, towering at 6 foot tall, very big in the women's game. But Intelligence Corps go past the ball, lose the ball in contact.
This is Lowry Davis.
Lowry Davis going again down the right wing, but loses.
Gets the offload away.
Liv Taylor.
Those two have worked very well together today, offloading between themselves and then finding the space and exploiting it. We haven't yet, I don't think, seen Charlie Manns for the Panthers, who was so impressive today. She's their number 14. Expect to see her unleashed maybe a little bit later on.
Panthers well in control here, so and the Intelligence Corps haven't played badly. What they've not been able to do is get an effective exit.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times today, is that teams can end up in a situation where they basically play entire halves between the try line and the 40 metres and just can't exit. Obviously, teams don't want to kick. The kick chase is hard in these conditions, but occasionally, especially playing with the wind, although the wind has died down quite a lot now, I think that might be the better strategy.
Cool, when you're ready.
It's a lovely dropout, again finding space. I think the Intelligence Corps just standing off that restart there. Perhaps they need to push up a little bit further when they're looking to take it, Sam.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, but the Savvy Panthers have found those kind of little bits of space just out between the 10 and the 22, which you might not want to mark because obviously the danger's in the midfield, but I don't think that the Panthers are going to try and kick it too long, so I might expect to see the Intelligence Corps push up and just leave space out behind.
Lovely lift there. Panthers using Becca Lawn as their key lifter, and they're actually lifting a much smaller person. Becca Lawn's at 5'10", 5'11", and they're using her long levers to get, I think it was Natasha Cesaro high.
Yeah, intelligent. I mean, obviously the line out is very different on the 7s side of the game than it is to the 15s, and you can afford to use players in a slightly different way. We've got an unfortunate injury here on the Savvy Panther side, which there'll just be a brief stoppage, I think, whilst they tend to her. I'm not too sure who it is who's down, but there will be a quick breather. It looks like a knee injury. Hopefully nothing too serious there.
What time's your flight tomorrow?
If we just recap on the day, though, I guess, James, especially on the women's side of things, I think Savvy Panthers are looking to be the clear favourites at the moment. But we saw Sefton Ladies in the last game. I mean, if they can just get a few more balls to hand, they've got a real chance to cause an upset here.
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, I think the Savvy Panthers, you know, they're a side that specialise in 7s. They play a lot of the European and British 7 circuit. They're a side that are based up in Manchester. And they come here with a clear agenda to win. Sam, it's your first time here in Gibraltar. What's been your general impressions of the organisation and the general setup and the standard of rugby?
I've been really impressed. I mean, it's a great atmosphere. There's, I guess, just to describe to people, you know, TMS style, kind of where we are and what we're looking at. We've got a whole stand underneath us, which is certainly was packed out earlier today. I think there's a few more people enjoying the beverages just down the corner now. But on the right-hand side of the pitch, we've got a beautiful kind of concrete stretch where our VIPs are. And it's a beautiful, to the left we've got hotel and the mosque, and then obviously the Rock of Gibraltar. It's a lovely setting, and the atmosphere is really it's encouraging. It's people who like watching 7s, and it's people who also like a day out, you know, at an event like this.
Set.
And I think, as with all rugby tournaments, the food and the beer has flowed all day, which is great to see.
Absolutely. Savvy Panthers, though, will, from the restart, will get through and score immediately. That's Maisie Riddle, who has been fantastic so far today. I think she's the youngest player on the Savvy Panthers side. We have date of birth, so it's just going to take me a couple of minutes to work out how old she is. I think she's 18. So very young, very exciting prospect for the future, I guess, for rugby on the Rock.
Sam, being of Welsh heritage, is actually converting this into the Welsh language. Un, dau, tri, pedwar, pump, chwech, saith, wyth.
Absolutely, that's why it takes so long. But it does help having 6 fingers and toes to count on.
Bit of banter in the press box at 5:30 as we both have got a cold Heineken waiting for us when we finish commentary. And the Intelligence Corps break out from their 22 down the left-hand touchline, but the Panthers really defended that line well. Yeah. I think this will be the last play of the game. Have they got enough time for the line out, or is that half time?
I think we will play the line out, which gives Savvy Panthers a chance to really put this game out of reach. I mean, it's 22-0 at the moment, but they would like to do this just to secure the match. One person here, Charlie Mangs, is the second receiver in midfield. Look to see what she can do off this play if the ball needs to go out to her. Nice late pass. She can straighten up. Potentially, she's got Liv Taylor on the outside. Oh, sorry, Maisie Riddle on the outside.
I mean, that's absolute running for Maisie Riddle. She made herself available, and she just held her line outside the last defender there. That's absolute classical finishing. Maisie is generally a centre, plays on the wing occasionally, but if you want to watch copybook holding your own line as an outside back and backing yourself to get around the last man in defence, that was it. Wonderful piece of finishing, Sam.
It was, and I think obviously she is so young, you might expect her to play a bit more along just her natural ability. She's obviously very quick, she's powerful as well, but in addition to that, she's got that rugby brain, which means that in that last try as we scored, exactly like you say, she just held her feet, she just held that line, and then she exploded immediately when she was needed to get on the end of that pass. So I think she's a real talent for the future.
Come.
At least it's green crumb and not black crumb.
My feet's still on fire though.
Yeah. Are you going left or right? Cool, thank you.
Yeah, I'll try.
So we're all set off for the kick-off of this second half. Obviously, Savvy Panthers the better team in that first half, but Intelligence Corps did a lot right. Be interesting to see how they can cope in the second half. A great towering kick by Savvy Panthers, but Intelligence Corps breaking free here. Oh, but knocked on, and now Savvy Panthers can potentially attack with this loose ball.
So playing a knock-on advantage.
They can go right, they can go left, they can go anywhere. They decide to go left, but that's bobbling ball, and it's going to be brought back for the scrum. So 27-0 at the moment. As I say, Intelligence Corps have done a lot right, but a few of those opportunities that just haven't gone to hand when they've made those clean breaks, which mean that they just haven't yet got a try on the board. But you feel it's going to come in the second half.
Crouch.
But for now, it's going to be a Savvy Panthers putting, and they have stacked everyone on the right-hand side. Looking at Charlie Mangs there, she's giving an indication. I think she wants the ball to go back against the grain, so she's looking for the switch. Looking for the switch, but instead she just gasses on the outside, expecting the switch now from Maisie Liddell, who keeps hold of the ball, and now they go left. There's so much space now, they've drawn all the Intelligence Corps over to the right-hand side of the pitch, and this is Liv Taylor, who's been one of the players of the tournament, who skips through, but really you have to say that work and that space was created by Charlie Mangs, and by Maisie Liddell on the near side, who just use their pace and skill to break through. Savvy Panthers pushing on ahead now, and it will be 32-0. I don't believe that the kick was successful, so 34-0, and the Savvy Panthers with the kick-off upcoming.
Dick into my back.
It's James here. I've been leaving Sam holding the fort as I had to go and collect the team sheet from the great Mike Mulroy, the referee and tournament director.
And we are getting a lot of people now.
Thank you.
Putting on Hawaiian shirts around us. James, is that a look that you favour?
Yep, thankfully, I'm going to be working on the top 4 team final tonight for Planet Rugby.
I agree completely.
Where Toulouse, a side that I have a little bit of an involvement with, from an analytical perspective, take on the mighty Bordeaux, as I mentioned earlier. Very much an uphill battle for them. And here we go, the Panthers really turning the screw on the intelligence core. Yeah, lovely pass from Lorne.
Susie Flowers, who we haven't said too much about this tournament, but she is quick when she gets out wide there. And Savvy Panthers, just when they create those spaces, they've got so many of these almost identical kind of just speedy, powerful players who can play on the wing, who can just get down the edge. So it's just like a rotating conveyor belt of talent that's coming through. And that kick has hit the bar and gone backwards, I think. So they won't add to their 39 points.
Now, I'm going to stick my neck out here, Sam. I'm going to say Becca Lorne. I think she played for the Wild Dogs here last year, the Wild Dogs Women's Elite. I'm going to check with that after the game. But she certainly has been one of the linchpins of the Panthers, certainly in attack with her creativity at fly half centre position.
Yeah, it's been impressive. I think one thing that Savvy Panthers have got that a lot of the teams haven't is that obviously you need to keep rotating your players down. You can't always just have the starting 7. And what the Savvy Panthers have is that when some of their better players go off, you know, the likes of Charlie Mangs, they've got other players who can operate and as the linchpin coming back in. So really impressive.
The bomb squad.
Absolutely.
3 minutes to go.
Bind!
And the Savvy Panthers have a 44-0 lead. The Intelligence Corps playing for pride here. But the Savvy Panthers, that is a wonderful pass from Charlie Manns. She really has got an elite spin pass.
Look for her now. She should be the second or first receiver if this comes out.
Thank you.
Instead, they're going to go themselves. I think that's Camille Lavagna who goes herself. Now they should look to spin this wide, because if they spin this wide, this should be try time. Another great pass from Charlie. Goes out wide, but it was an okay pass by Liv Taylor, but it gave Sophia Lombard a little bit too much to do there.
If you're Sophia Lombard and it's almost 6 o'clock on a Saturday, you're gonna give your inside passer daggers there, aren't you?
I think you've got one eye on the Heineken bar at this point in the day, especially 44-0 up. So I don't blame her. I don't blame the pass either, but it certainly wasn't the most helpful for her.
Sophia's got to take matters into her own hand now with a big scrummage. Absolutely fantastic. She didn't catch it, but she won the ball back in the scrum. And the Panthers go again. Inside and outside from Charlie Mann. She's been a superstar.
She really has. She's just directing traffic as well. As she was looking there, she was pointing this way and that to make sure everyone knew what they were doing. And that is Mosca, who, she is powerful. She didn't have to be there, though. She just had to lung straight through the hole. This is such an impressive performance by the Savvy Panthers. We really should see if we can get Charlie up here to have a quick chat with us. And we've dispatched someone to go and do our bidding as we look to the last 3 games of the day.
Coming up after this game, we've got the Bob final, the Bog Trotters versus the Intelligence Corps in the Open. Directly after that, we have the plate final, where the Marquez will face the Scrappies. And then to close the day off, the Campions versus the Wild Dogs in the Open final, where the Wild Dogs are looking to retain the crown that they won here last season.
I'm excited about all 3 of those games, James. I think they're all going to be evenly matched. This is an impressive run by Lombard, who gets to the outside. Charlie Mangs gives the final pass to Camille Lavagna. Back to Lombard, who drops it. Intelligence Call could go all the way here. There is space if they need to get the... It's gone backwards, but that's an offload that just doesn't go to hand. Intelligence Call.
We've got one of the girls is down. We don't want to see this at this time. It's been such a lovely, spirited game. Panthers are a class above there, you have to say that, Sam. But we don't want to see a player down at this late stage in the day.
Yeah, it's horrible to see. It's obviously been a tough day. I think they'll give them a bit of space and they just gone back and had a quick drink. Obviously, it's an exhausting game and we're towards the end of this one. But it's been very enjoyable. I think we've seen a really interesting day of rugby. I think it sets us up for obviously tomorrow's final day.
Looks like it's just a stray arm from one of our own players. Bit of friendly fire there, I think, Sam, onto her nose.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything too serious. She sat upright, so I think we should be okay. But from this perspective, though, James, I think in terms of what's coming in the men's open, there's some really exciting games coming up. I mean, we've got the bowl final coming up first. Joby Fissenden, who plays for the Bogtrotters, I thought he was particularly excellent a little bit earlier in the day, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. I think they've marked him down as a future star. I think he's in the Bristol Bears setup and just 18, I think enjoying his time over here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, there's some wonderful players that come out of the Forest of Dean area. And Sam, I go back to my time at Walsall Rugby Club. We used to have a fixture against Cinderford. And Cinderford were quite possibly one of the toughest and hardest sides I've ever played against. And they used to trot out. And literally, from 1 to 15, every single one of them had crew cuts, little moustaches, and were 6 foot and 15 stone. And I reckon they were completely interchangeable from 1 to 15. Like, they could have played in any position, and they would have been identical to the man they replaced.
Yeah, I played when I was down in London at Wongstead. We used to play Southend in teams and Westcliff as well, and they were always interchangeable and always strong, kind of rural strong compared to us metropolitan elites and our light-footed ways.
Metropolitan elites, I like that. That's a good phrase. And that Panthers scrum has really given them a bit of a platform. But Intelligence Corps have controlled that well under pressure. Oh, rather wild offload there.
Charlie Mangs hitting everything that she can at the moment. Looking very impressive. I think that's going to be carried back 5 metres. It's going to be a penalty. So Savvy Panthers have a chance to make this 58-0, which I'm pretty sure will be the biggest mismatch we've seen. Charlie Mangs with the tap. It's got Sophia Lombard potentially just along a straight line, which she does, and that is, we've seen Leinster's well-worked tap penalties. That was a pretty simple but incredibly effective one.
Sophia Lombard was just get out of my way. I'm going through to score. Great end to the day, 56-0 with a conversion to follow. Savvy Panthers just laid down a marker, Sam Lana.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to see them in the final tomorrow. I can't see who will stop them. Sophia Lombard taking the applause from the crowd there. She's had a really impressive game today. She is unbelievably powerful. That kick might have gone over from Charlie Mangs. I think maybe just slid by on the left. But so it'll end 56-0. And really, ultimately, this has been very impressive. So we will be back for the 3 men's open finals that are coming up that will wrap up today's action.
This is a comms check, Darryl. Can you hear me, Luke?
Hello and welcome back.
Marcus.
This is the Men's Open Bowl final between the Forester Dean Bog Trotters and the Intelligence Corps. Intelligence Corps on the left with the leg strip and the Bog Trotters, the black and green kit. A lot of support here, James.
Yeah, very much so. Man in the middle is Daryl Chapman. Great referee. Referees in the championship. In his spare time, he's a body double for Leslie Nielsen in police squad videos.
Time on.
Surely not.
And don't call me Shirley. Bog Trotters kick off deep. Intelligence Corps
Play on.
controlling the ball under pressure and breaking out of their half.
And that is Paddy Comboy, number 9 there, who's been particularly impressive today. He jumps in again at scrum half and he's secured the turnover. Bog Trotters have secured the turnover. And they've gone quick through Joby Fissington, who we spoke about a bit earlier in the Bristol Bears system. But straight through the middle by Ben Jongo Jones, who scores a try.
Mate, can you sit down? Sorry. Thanks.
Impressive start there from the Bog Trotters.
Yeah, we're just having problems with the enthusiastic spectators standing up directly in front of me and Sam, making us even more clueless than we probably are already. Great start for the Bog Trotters. I'll be pretty happy with this. And again, lovely, lovely hanging restart. And the Intelligence Corps failed to deal with that. It was a lovely hanging restart from Ryan Chappell, was that, Sam?
Yeah, I think so, and that was George Chapman under that for the Intelligence Corps, but it was horrible position. If he caught it, he'd get absolutely smashed. In this case, he didn't catch it, and it's a lying out.
Ryan Chappell with the throw-in. Beautifully taken by Joby Fissington, one of the stars of the Bog Trotters.
He's on the side.
Absolutely, and Ben Jongo Jones, who's very quick, kicks that one through for Kieran James to chase, but the Intelligence Corps get it back and now can attack out wide. Good game so far, free-flowing.
Intelligence Corps breaking out from under their posts, looking for the width. They're looking to find that man to break. And and they go for a little grabber. Lovely chicken wing offload. And Liam Brady attacking down the left. Back inside. Pass is not going to hands. And it's all got a little bit scrappy. Needs somebody just to control this game here now.
Leaving that.
Surely that's holding on, yeah. Daryl Chapman sealing off at the ruck. Intelligence Corps seal off at the ruck, concede the penalty.
The contest, he went straight off his feet. Over there.
Expect Bog Trotters to, well, they're looking like they might kick it to touch actually here.
Yeah, they're going for touch here, Sam.
They fancy themselves at this lying out, I think. That last one was very successful.
The Intelligence Corps are getting some sledging from the spectators underneath. Are you the Navy in disguise? Great shout from the boys. Bit of inter-services banter going on there, I think.
Quick then, mate. That's all right.
Bog Trotters retain the ball.
We're
set
seeing
up a rolling maul. Look at this.
This could be all the way.
Forest of Dean stuff.
This is beautiful. Last push, he's got it! What a try! That is number 13, Jake Powells, who goes over for that try from a rolling maul, James.
You can take the boy out of the Forest of Dean, but you can't take the Forest of Dean out the boy. That was magnificent. The rolling maul comes into sevens at Gibraltar's Europa Park. I've never seen anything quite like that, Sam.
That was absolutely brilliant. I was surprised when they kicked to touch, but I was more surprised when they then set up a maul from that. So Bog Trotters 12-0 up.
The Sevens purists will be absolutely appalled at that, I think. But I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And actually, that's bringing innovation. It's great to see. Great restart. Fielded
Much better take by George Chapman, but he was given no space to work with. These kickoffs from the Bog Trotters are absolutely perfect. Chance for another rolling maul here, James, as it goes silent.
They're going to go all the way. It's going to be Shades of England against Australia 2003, the 45-metre rolling maul.
Fine, we're playing that.
It's a lovely bit of line-out work.
Oh, sorry.
Fissington takes that one, but it's a
Joby
scrappy
Fissington.
then. He's going backwards. Tackled back, brought to ground by Chapman. Really fights hard. He's tagging 3 of the intelligence corps there.
Some big hits going into this. These guys are really giving it everything. But the intelligence corps yet they haven't really had the break that they've needed. Oh, that
knock on
Joby Fissenden was there with an overlap. The pass came from his right. Not quite what the doctor ordered there.
You know, chance goes big in there. They obviously want to feed him the ball as much as possible, which is understandable. Every time he gets it, he looks really dangerous. But we will have the intelligence corps with a scrum just inside their own half.
Rio Audrey there,
bind
not
properly.
completed.
Crouch. Bind.
Joby Fissenden had an overlap.
Balls. Play
And the intelligence corps go down at the right-hand touchline.
That's Paddy
Amazing
Conboy making a good
tackle.
carry. Has the ball.
Nowhere near the ball.
A poor pass that could be taken.
Backwards
Ultimately,
again.
intelligence
Leave
corps
him
keep
now.
hold of it.
Thank you.
Reckless.
Get your feet next
Good
time.
decision
Play
by
a player.
George Chapman not to try and catch that. And they go again down the left-hand side. George Chapman again on the ball.
That's Joe Rodriguez, El Polo Loco, as we discovered earlier today, longing for support. Eventually finds it. Possibly advantage, I think, giving. Jack Long making a nice break in the middle. Paddy on the outside, but instead steps in by Sam White. Bogtrotters can't bring him down.
Now he's down, release, no,
And
hands
meter
on the
down.
floor. Hands on the floor.
And he's
Please.
brought back, it was
Knock
held
on
up.
here.
And it's a
No,
penalty
can't go.
advantage to
Play.
the intelligence corps.
Joby Fissenden was unmarked in on the right-hand side there had they have gone that way. But here we go.
Ball's down.
Just over there by Sam White. It was a nice power carry. I think he was stopped and then carried just over to touchdown. So this is game on now.
We've got that.
Hey, 13, it's here.
Please go
It's here.
to the tournament office, please. And Mr. G. Oates to the tournament office, please. On the top of Block D in the stands. Thank you.
Yes. That's time.
So moving towards the end of this first half. That was successful there by the intelligence corps. So it's 12-7. In fact, that is the end of the first half. And so it will go to the break with the Bogtrotters 12-7 up. However, the Bogtrotters got a bit of a bloody nose there in that last couple of minutes.
Yeah, look, this game's very, very evenly balanced. You know, you think the Bogtrotters have got the edge, but the intelligence corps, they showed a lot of gumption. They've showed a lot of commitment getting back. It's that guy George Chapman who's really been at the heart of everything that they've done. Paddy Conboy adding a little bit of pace at 9, but it's George Chapman that's the heartbeat to their side, isn't it, Sam?
It is, and he looks like a modern hooker, doesn't he? He's a powerful ball carrier. He's a good defender, and you can see how they're playing that game around him, where they're not trying to necessarily stretch the field too much, but they're trying to play off that power game. Both teams now actually just trying to seek some cover in the shade. It has got very hot. I mean, we are well into the afternoon, but the heat is kind of being unrelenting.
Yeah, I think the wind's died down a little bit. It's now coming from just behind the mosque, but it's nowhere near at the level that it was. Sam and I were running out of paperweights to keep down the various commentary sheets up here in the box, and at one point, I mean, they were blowing everywhere, but the wind's died down a little bit, and the heat's probably just moving up a notch down on the pitch side.
There might be a few people surprised that we had any kind of preparation for these commentaries, but we do have some sheets with the players' names and sometimes their numbers and sometimes an interesting fact about them.
Yeah, and I would like to thank Mike Mulroy publicly for using a size 5 font just to make it that little bit more challenging for us.
It's fine for me, James.
You're a little bit younger than I am, Sam.
So Intelligence Corps will kick off, obviously going from right to left into that dying breeze, but it might make a bit of a difference, especially if the bog trotters want to set up any more of those mauls and so want to kick to touch. Oh, we're seeing a few of these coach killers, James, in front of the kicker. That's Max EC. We don't get to know his surname. We'll try and find that out for you as the tournament progresses. But it will be the bog trotters with a tap from halfway.
Oh, serious now.
That is a big
Jake
carry.
Powell's absolutely crashing it up through the middle. The bog trotters are off again, attacking right to left. Charlie PC on the ball, offloads.
Thank you.
That's Jake Powell screaming down the left-hand side, and the bog trotters open their account in the second half with another try. Really well taken, that, Sam.
Yeah, that was just drill through the centre to draw everyone in, and then as soon as they got the quick look, they could move wide. A little bit like what we've seen the Savvy Panthers do so successfully today as well.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the Savvies, living up to their name, they're really intelligent in the way that they work that outside channel.
Yeah, this is a big moment now for the Intelligence Corps. They need to score next, otherwise I think this game will be gone.
10 seconds to restart. You've got 10 seconds to restart. Now you can go. They're fine. Don't worry about him. He shouldn't be there.
Long. Could be too long. Is too long. So that's the Intelligence Corps, a little bit of a let-off because that was almost perfect. We're putting them under huge pressure, but instead they get the tap at halfway, which will be Paddy Comboy with the pass, with the tap at halfway. So he's going to go to the right, see if there's any space out there. It's not flat out, obviously, at this point, and that is a drop. Oh, it's gone backwards.
Advantages.
So Intelligence Corps now finding some space. It's a 3-on-2 here if they can get the offload away, which they can.
It's good scramble defence by the Forest Retreat.
So Nick McIntyre make a big carry on the outside. Intelligence Corps, but they just slagged at the last moment, chucked over the top. Only one man that looked though for Intelligence Corps, so they're able to keep things going quickly. Chapman passes out wide. Another wide pass there.
And looping round, he's in if he loops round. No, takes contact. There's an offload required here. Oh, they just fail at the
Fissington
very
with the ball,
end.
Stepping everywhere, this way, that way.
Fissington breaking out.
Not a great pass by the bog trotters, just kills him out, but he's chipped through. This is it, I think that's Charlie PC. Oh, he's kicked through, but he's kicked through too hard. He's almost scored a goal there, James.
22.
Well, I'll tell you what, for those of you who remember the Peter K. John Smith advert, oh, we are avid. That was reminiscent of Peter Gay and of football. That was a prop on the charge.
It was surprising given how beautiful the first kick was, but the second kick was quite so, what's the word, industrial?
21 stone on the hoof.
Yes. No. Hasn't got to go 10.
Intelligence Corps still have a chance then. They tap off the 22. And now they go, there's loads of room on the left-hand side.
There's an extra man on the left, but they decide to straighten up. They just need to offload
Combo's
it.
just overdone that, it's gone backwards. Combo keeps hold of the ball.
Leave it. No, too long.
Greg Adams who goes down bravely on it, but they're going to 6, the Intelligence Corps, because they haven't. In fact, he's back up now, that's Max. The player who takes the kickoffs. He's back to his feet, but not looking in great shape. This is George Chapman try to go wide. But gets the ball back again. Chapman does a 1-2. Fissington gets low. Great tackle. Ball gets out to Greg Adams and it's turned over now. Fissington on the ball again. Will just maybe take the opportunity now to slow it down and kicks it. That's a brilliant kick. Finds glass. Paddy Comboy going all the way back into his 22. He doesn't really have anyone's support, but there's no bog trotters chasing it.
Players are absolutely on their straps here, Sam.
This is brilliant to watch. There's been ball in play for about the last 4 minutes, it seems. Paddy Comboy now runs out towards the left. They might have an overlap, the Intelligence Corps.
I'm happy with that.
Almost dropped. All getting in each other's way a little bit there. That's Max. And it's turned over. And it's in touch though, so they will have a moment now just to gather themselves. That was an incredibly exhausting few minutes.
Fantastic passage of play, and I really feel sorry for the intelligence call there. George Chapman and Paddy Conboy have been their two star players, and they almost combined to pull off a wonderful try. Bit of interchanging down that far right hand touchline, Sam.
Yeah, very impressive. I think just that out of legs, and the thing that the bog shotters have done really well is they just haven't let any easy tries come in. There's a few times where it looks like they're just going to break free, but they haven't been able to, and the bog shotters have just kept themselves in this game. Oh, and they're going to push him off here. Oh, unlucky there. In at the side, and it's going to be a penalty to the intelligence corps.
Kieran James there penalised by Daryl Chapman for hips out and driving in onto the tight head.
Yeah, Conboy with the ball. There's some space out wide if they can get it there. He fancies his chances maybe on this pass. Maybe not now. Chip through. Fissingen though, he's everywhere. There's two of him on the pitch. He's just covering everything. Gets the ball, looks for some space, chips it through. Conboy's back there though, and Conboy's been really good.
That's a yellow card.
Oh, that is going to be yellow.
The intelligence scores again. No, we're not going to make the same punt again, but that wasn't the brightest thing I've ever seen on a rugby pitch, Sam.
No, I think they had men back as well. Conboy was back with plenty of space. That could have actually been quite dangerous for the bog shotters, but instead they get not only the penalty but the yellow card as well, and that might well see off the game. Callie here from. There's a couple without numbers, so we're not quite sure who 8 and 13 are. They're not listed on our sheet. But bog shotters go through now. This one with Ben Joyner-Jones, who runs straight through the middle, show and go, and that has sealed the deal, I think, there, James.
Yeah. Ben Joyner-Jones throwing the dummy there. Scott Kay on the floor. Joyner went one way, Jones went the other. Scott Kay was left holding the hyphen.
And that is that.
Great effort from the bog trotters from the Forest and Dean. Their first appearance at the Gibraltar Sevens, and they walk away with the bowl. They've been one of the characters of the tournament, and their supporters are definitely amongst the most rowdy, I would suggest.
Yeah, very enjoyable watching them play. They've really created the atmosphere. There's a lot of people here, I think, just looking forward to watching them play, and they really deserve that. That very impressive victory for them. And they'll leave Gibraltar with something, and then we will be back in a few moments for the Shield. Hello, we're joined by Holly Williams, and Holly, it's been a fantastic game for the Panthers today, a fantastic day.
Yes, it has been. We're 4 from 4 so far, so 2 more pool games tomorrow, and then hopefully a final on the cards as well.
Is there anything that you think that needs to be worked on ahead of tomorrow?
So we're actually a little bit different this year. We're a partnership basically between the Akuma Savvy Panthers based in the UK, and we've joined with Gibraltar Women to become the Masborough Savvy Panthers. So we're split, we're half a UK team, half a team of the women that play out here. So it's more about gelling together, everybody learning off each other, and yeah, hopefully building things, few less errors, things like that going forward. So
one thing that we've been saying as we've been watching it is that it feels like when some of your playmakers aren't playing, obviously when they're taking a rest on the sidelines, you've just got a conveyor belt of new playmakers to come in. How are you able to do that?
I think this year we've worked really hard on having a system and a bit more of an identity. Probably in previous years we had like lots of players in and out and didn't really know what we wanted like our play to look like. So yeah, everybody's familiar with that system now, so it lets people slot in and out and move around positions as well.
Perfect. Well, Holly, we really appreciate your time today. Very best of luck tomorrow, and we'll be looking on with interest because we've really enjoyed watching you and your teammates play today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we are up for the Shield final, and that is between the Ibex Macaques and the Scrappy Sevens. Scrappy Sevens in the lighter colour, playing from right to left, and Ibex on the left-hand side in the darker blue. But that is an immediate break there from Jack Eccleston, who will go under the posts for the Scrappy Sevens, and that is fantastic. A great start for them. So, very nice to chat to Holly Williams there. Very impressive, the Panthers so far today, James.
Yeah, I mean, they've been the side to beat, haven't they? And, you know, they've rebranded from the Savvy Sevens to the Savvy Panthers. And I think they've lived up to their name. They've been an incredibly intelligent side, and I think that's one of their strengths. So here we go, the plate final already. Yeah. Scrappy's on the board.
Yeah, very good start. Interesting to see what Ibex Macaques can do in the response here. It looks like both teams want to play an open game, so we could be in for a really good match here. Space out wide for the Macaques.
It's Charlie Hill with a really powerful... You sit down, please.
Looking sprayed out wide there from Barney Harrison. And then Andrew McCarthy, but it's mopped up by the Scrappy Sevens. And this is looking a bit scrappy, and we're going to go back for the scrum.
Scrappies live up to their name, and the Savvies live up to their name.
Yeah, very impressive start here. I think Scrappy will be very happy with how they got going. The Macaques, though, this is game on for them. They look pretty good when they're looking to spread the ball wide and looking to create the holes.
Yeah, this could be quite an open game of rugby, Sam. They've both been two very impressive sides. And again, the Scrappies, another one of those teams that come with a lovely kit. It's great to see. I love their kit.
Kai Andrews.
That's a great piece of work.
Oliver Sparks, so he gives it to Kai Andrews.
Kai Andrews
touches down.
Increases the Scrappies lead 12-0. Local boys under the pump here. That was a lovely offload. I think it was Josh Stace with the offload there, Sam.
Yeah, very nice offload. Just freed his arm and released that pass. Very impressed with the Scrappy Sevens so far. But you feel the Macaques have got a bit more in them. Obviously, to reach this stage, you've got to be a really good side. So I think they've got a little bit more in them.
Yeah, the local boys, the Ibex Macaques, they need to fire a shot here, Sam. It's been all one-way traffic. Scrappies are turning the screw.
Yeah, here's their chance though. Got a bit of space. This is, I think, how they like it. Like it to be a bit slower, just looking to find the holes and then go through them. Interesting to see these shapes that they're trying to pull in this backfield. Got to remember, they are only about 10 or 50 metres from their own line though, so there's a huge amount of pressure on them. Passes at the moment going to Hand. Good chip over. That looked a little bit late there.
Yeah, Bradley Beards is down. He's got one to the face there.
Yeah. Oh, but not on by the Macaques. So Scrappy will continue to have the ball as they look to attack to the left. Bradley Beards gets back to his feet and straight into the defensive line. That's good to see. But the ball's gone out, and it's the Macaques who want to play quick. And Scrappy haven't spotted anything, and the Macaques should have gone a bit stronger there.
Charlie Hill's, yeah.
So now the Macaques win the turnover and look to play quickly off here. So we've got Charlie Hill going quickly, opening up. He's been chased down by Ben Sapaleka. Keeps to his feet though. Keep all the ball, the Macaques look straighting up. Should be through here, just brought down Bradley Biggs. Obviously injured just a little bit earlier, and now it's turnover by the Scrappy Sevens. So all that hard work by the Macaques, they get themselves up the pitch, but unfortunately just can't finish it off. But great effort there to put themselves in that position. Bradley Biggs, who we saw get injured a little bit early on perhaps the shoulder as he kicked through, straight back to his feet and then playing an integral part in that clean break. But the Scrappy Sevens now have the tap.
Scrappy's coming out from under their own post, Sam. They really are an intelligent little side, these guys, and they like to play direct, hard rugby. It's great to see.
Yeah, it really is good to see. Scrappy Sevens looking to play out from their own 22. Ball goes to ground. They're under a bit of pressure here. Macaques, this is probably their best chance to get an early shy of that. That's a beautiful kick. Could be a bit too long. No, it's taken by Kai Andrews, who will run clear to dot down, and Scrappy will now be 3 tries to the good. Brilliant bit of vision to spot that kick was on.
Bounce of a rugby ball. It just sat up absolutely beautifully there for the Scrappies.
He will say he meant to do that, but that's very fortunate that just stayed in the field of play. But the Scrappies creating their own luck. They saw the overlap, they put the ball into space. There's not much that could have gone wrong there.
The Marquez are unloading their bench here, Sam. The bomb squad, it should be the cannonball squad really in Gibraltar, shouldn't it?
Yeah, they need something to change this down, really. They've got 1 minute 44 left. They've done some good stuff, but they need to push home their advantage.
Last play of this half. The Scrappies with a lovely long hanging kick, drop out. Ooh.
A little bit of handbags to end the half, but it will go into half 21-0.
And up in the common room box, we're joined by Joby Fissenden from the Bog Trotters. Joby, you're the bowl champions. The first time in Gibraltar. Have you loved it?
Yeah, it's been a blast, to be fair. We've had a rough couple of days up here in Gibraltar, but so to come away with a result like that isn't too bad.
Yeah.
So
what's your impression of the organisation of the tournament and the facilities?
Oh, it's amazing, you know, to come out here and to play the sport we love. It's amazing, and to have such good facilities, it's amazing and a privilege to be here. So just very grateful for that.
Talk to me. Tell us about the Bog Trotters. How did you guys come about?
We come about, so we just started for just like a charity thing really for the local people, and so we've done charities for brain research and Parkinson's to try and raise awareness for obviously those diseases which people unfortunately have. So you know, what? So you know, to come out here and raise some money for that charities is amazing and a privilege.
Joby's being sledged by his own teammates here, and the Bog Trotters fans, they brought a big travelling contingent with them. They've been one of the stars of one of the entertainment features of the weekend. How many have you brought? How many of your mates you brought up?
I haven't got a clue. Too many, I think. It's been too much to handle with, to be honest. Too many faces, and I don't really like it. But yeah, it's been good.
You're going to come back next year, mate?
Hopefully, yeah. I would definitely love to come back here. It's been amazing.
Yeah, nice one.
Thank
Congratulations.
You. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm enjoying these opportunities. We're getting to chat to some of the stars of the Gibraltar Sevens that we've seen play today, James. It's been very enjoyable to chat to these guys.
Yeah, they're lovely guys, and rugby is always going with great spirit.
So Scrappies will kick off going left to right. That's, you know, with the breeze, which actually picked up a little bit, which is grateful for all of the fans here. It's just bringing the temperature down a little bit. That's not worked, however, and so it will be Marquez with the tap at halfway. They need something pretty urgently here, James.
Marquez take a quick tap on the halfway line, and they attack going left to right. But the Scrappies, scrappy ball all the way around. Referee says the ball's gone forward there. It's going to be a scrum to the Scrappies on the 10-metre line.
Yeah, a few attempts here from the Macaques to kick there, but it's not quite coming off for them at the moment. There's lots of space for them to go into, but it's just not quite working for them. And obviously Scrappies with the putting now and a chance to push home that advantage. Good scrum there by Scrappies, and they will get the penalty actually for not driving straight. Chance to push wide here. Good defence. Drifting across, trying to find the gap.
That's a great run. It's Barney.
Great defending, but he gets the offload away.
And Barney Gill, the man that started it, is the man that's finished it.
That was lovely. And to be fair, that was a wonderful offload there by Alex Sparks, number 14, who looked to all the world like he's got to try and then get held up just before the line and still managed to free his arms.
I think we've lost pictures again. It is 26-0 to the Scrappies. It's been one-way traffic.
Yeah, not missing anything at the moment. They're just about to line up for the conversion, which is not successful, and in fact imperils a ball boy who's sat on the next to the advertising hoardings over there.
It's a Wimbledon moment, isn't it? And the ball boy gets impaled.
And we're back with pictures. As I say, you didn't miss anything apart from the imperiled ball boy. And the Scrappies here will look to finish this off. We've got just under 5 minutes left. Great take there by Theo Korn, who looks to run this back.
But the Scrappies have pushed up well in defence here, Sam. And it's story of the day that the Marquez have really struggled to exit against the Scrappies D, haven't they?
Yeah, they're just getting smothered. Although this will look a bit more promising. Some straight lunging. This is nice. This is what we like to see.
Oh, that's high tackle, surely. Yeah.
Surprised it's not more than just a penalty there. He was in kind of clear blue space. Nothing doing on this side, but good run by Ben Bridgman. Just tries to straighten up. Good, powerful carry there. I think that's Jesus Villalobos Belizo, who looks to find some space. Scrappy Sevens are just marshalling everything, aren't they? They're just smothering the opportunities. That's unfortunate. That was a good idea.
That was really confident, trusting defence. You know, you look at that. If you're coaching the Scrappies there, you look at their confidence in defence. They're trusting each other there, just staying off the man, keeping their line, keeping their structure, and forcing the turnover. Absolutely classic Sevens defence.
Absolutely, it's easy to say from up here, but it looked fairly untaxing. It looked like they were having a good rest as they were defending there.
Yeah. That's often the mark of a good defensive system. It's the system that's holding up rather than the players. You know, it's the system delivering rather than one-on-one tackles.
Absolutely, and they brought on a couple of replacements. So they brought Kai Andrews back on, who was so dominant in that first half, landing 2 tries, and he's going to put the ball into this scrum just inside the Macars' half, and they're going to be a tap penalty here from that's number 14 Alex Sparks, who looks to go wide. And then this is Lackey Wood, who was so dominant early doors with the offload, doesn't quite go to hand, so they'll have to regather themselves, look for some space out wide. That's Barney Gill, who's been seemingly ever present, doesn't seem to take a break at all during these matches.
He's perpetual motion.
He really is. Back to Lackey Wood. What a great
is that pass. Actually a back heel we saw there? It almost was.
And that's Kai Andrews, we spoke about him before, who goes straight under the post. That, I believe, is his hat-trick, and he's just going to nonchalantly drop it through to add the 2 points, and it's 33-0 to the Scrappies.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say the Scrappies are going to take the plate with them. Always a feature of the Gibraltar Sevens tournament. The Scrappies, they come here in force. They are a specialist Sevens outfit. They love the sport. But that man Gill, he is almost perpetual motion for them, isn't he, Sam?
He is. He's just always there, and he looks. I mean, you know, he looks a big lad. He looks like this is going to be a hard job for him to play for basically every single minute of every single match. But he's just always there. Powerful carrier, just knits things together.
Not even a bead of sweat on him. It's absolutely depressing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is depressing. That was Dan Burke, who made nice carry in the midfield there for the Macars. Chance intercepted though.
And that is intercepted by that man.
Kai.
Again, it's Kai Andrews. He doesn't get over for the try this time, and it's going to be a penalty.
But again, Sam, that comfort in defence that the Scrappies have, it's been a real feature of their game so far. And again, that opportunity for Kai was caused by that defensive comfort.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was that man. Again, it was Paggy Gill or Barney Gill, sorry, who put pressure on that to make the pass a difficult one, and that's just slowed the momentum right down. And I feel that's been knocked backwards. So Gill gets the ball again. He's just always there, but it's going to be a penalty to Marquez.
He's absolutely outstanding. It's like watching Tom Curry playing a test match. He's just always within about 5 metres of the ball. Great engine on that guy.
The only decision we've got is whether it's Kai or Barney that we try and get into the commentary box before the end of today's play.
I think it's got to be Barney.
We'll get Barney.
Yeah, let's have one for the big forwards. The lumps of the game.
We are having a pause here. I think there might have been some head contact. So that's Lackey Woods who's going to take his leave. He's going to be replaced by CJ Fang, who comes on for the Scrappies.
Lucky's actually been outstanding. Some of his work down on the wide touchline try he scored earlier on today was absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, he's a big, powerful carrier, isn't he? And he just seems always able to free his arms. A chance maybe for Marquez to build something here with just 24 seconds left in the match. But they do have the scrum, which, as we know, is such a massive attacking weapon. And they are going to overload the right-hand side. That's Benny Hill. Unbelievably, he's called Benny Hill. Who makes that. It's Barney Gill who gets it through the legs to Kai Andrews.
Tight head props can't do that, Sam.
Possibly back to Barney Gill. Give it to him. He's going to try. CJ Fair's going to try and go all the way, but he's going to touch. You just feel that if that had gone to Barney Gill, that would have been try time.
There we go. The plate final finishes. The Scrappies take the plate 33-0. If I was nominating a man of the match there, it would be the big man Barney Gill, especially. I mean, a tight head prop shouldn't be flick passing between his legs, Sam. I mean, surely he's going to be called into question in terms of his front row union card after that.
Yeah, I think there might be a few fines coming his way when the weekend's done. But a brilliant performance there by the Scrappy Sevens. They possibly will be, well, I think they'll be gutted by the semi-final loss. And of course, the team who beat them will now go ahead, the Wild Dogs, in the final, and we will be back for that in a few moments.
A great display of rugby. And now it's time for the final game of Day 2 of the 2025
Cup final of the Defender Men's Open competition. It's the Wild Dogs against Campion Sevens. Give it a cheer, guys. They come out. Let's go.
The last game of today. There's going to be a presentation afterwards for the winners of the cup. But this one is Campion in the fetching red and white camouflage, and the Wild Dogs on the left in the kind of turquoise, light blue and green. The Campion Sevens are going to kick off. We will have pictures back very shortly. It's a high-hanging pick that puts loads of pressure, but ultimately is knocked on by Campion, and so the Wild Dogs will have the first set piece to attack from.
A lot of local support for the Campions, the local side representing Gibraltar. For those of you who saw last year's tournament, it came down to the same two sides, I believe, in the men's plate final. That's working from memory. Oh, we've got a dislocated finger on the touchline here, I think. Yeah, Adam Lilly just going off with a finger that's pointing in a completely different direction than one he was born with. And shouts from the touchline of put it back in and get back on, showing just how hard these boys are and how committed they are to the game of rugby.
Yeah, he was a very impressive force in the semi-final, so I would expect he's going to be a big miss if they can't get him back on.
David Ballerino, probably the biggest man in the tournament, with Sea Cow on the back of his jumper. Excellent.
Wild Dogs going wide. This is, I think that's Luke Haywood in the blue scrum cap, who was so impressive earlier in the day, but Campion keep hold of the ball. It's been a cagey start to this game so far. James, he's knocked it on. Wild Dogs will have the scrum putting. Again, I mean, the level up the legs that we're getting to, which is too low, is kind of is it getting to short height now, James. This is you don't want to be bending over at this time of the day to try and pick a ball off your feet.
You really don't. The heat, the occasion of the day, it really taxes these players. The amount of commitment they're putting in. Yeah, the seventh short form game is one of the hardest games in terms of cardiovascular fitness, and these boys have played a lot of rugby today.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack Powing and Belate make a great clear out to clear the way for the Wild Dogs. Pop it back inside to Luke Haywood. And it's that guy, the Sea Cow, making the big carry, Dylan Grogan. He is a Zimbabwe international. In fact, the Wild Dogs got a bunch of internationals. This is one of them, Mags Sjøgaard, who's a Danish 7s and 15s international. Tries to chip through the outside. Actually keeps hold of possession. I think it might be held up over the line. In fact, it's carried back. It's going to be a scrum putting to the Wild Dogs. So the opportunity to really apply some pressure here, possibly making a tactical change. So that is Adam Lilly with his finger now back in place. In fact, it's going to be a 22 dropout. So Campion get the 22 dropout, but Adam Lilly is back on.
I think Dylan Grogan's, that 2 minutes of intensity is taking it out of him, Sam. He's off.
Yeah, and understandably as well. Campion, though, looking to break out for the lone 22. We've said it before, this is a horrible place to be in.
Still 0-0 with 3 minutes gone. It's been hard fought.
Chance there for the Wild Dogs to steal that one, but ultimately not successful. Goes out wide now to Chris Wing, though. Big, powerful carrier, but he is brought down.
Oh, it's a wonderful piece of work in the turnover there.
Giles Clark ultimately gets it. Now it's Mads Sjøgaard. The Dane steps in. Ball passed backwards a long way. Now that's Jack Power. He needs to rebuild things. Instead, though, he moves out wide. Luke Podreski goes all the way down the outside. Couple of hitch kicks. And then scores out wide. Campion make the conversion difficult, but
Luke Podreski there, I mean, that was a real show and go. Bit of a Campo goose step there, Sam.
It absolutely was, and we're almost 4 minutes in, and that's our first score.
Halfway through the first half, and the Wild Dogs 5-0 up, conversion to come. Difficult conversion wide. Wide on the left-hand touchline.
Yeah, it does.
It's going to be the man with the missing finger there who is going to take it. That's Adam Lilly. Well struck. Could be successful here. No, maybe just missed left. Definitely had the legs.
Dean Crossley didn't like that. He's come scampering back, shaking his head. Conversion doesn't go over. 5-0. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the first half. Wild Dogs with the dropout.
Oh, that's perfect by Sjøgaard. Just gets over the 10 metres, and the Wild Dogs on the attack again.
That was Adam Lilly again with a lovely piece of aerialism from the restart, Sam.
Just patient, just building stuff back up. That's Podreski, who just scored the try. Makes a carry, but is dispossessed, knocked on. And so Campion will have the scrum. And maybe a chance just for things just to slow down. This would be a quick start to the game. No tries. Well, only the one try now, but not a quick scoring start today, but a quick on-pitch start.
Yeah, it's been an interesting game again. We go back to that defensive set. The Wild Dogs really haven't conceded any territory at all. Campion have been pinned pretty much in the back half of their own field. It is going to take a moment of magic, really, to get through that Wild Dogs push.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see Campion try and kick out of here. Instead, this is a nice carry. This is a very nice carry.
That was a lovely offload. Pablo Kazuna.
Oh, intercepted.
But the ball turned over.
That's Giles Clark, who gives it instead to Luke Haywood. Luke steps in, can give it back to Giles Clark. Not quite. Campion maybe have the turnover. No, it's just going to be a scrum.
Knock on by Luke.
That was Jack Neal, number 14 for Campion, who made the wide carry. He is a man that I would not want to stop there, James.
No, he's a big boy, isn't he? Absolutely crushing tackle from Campion's number 7. Unfortunately, we don't have him listed in the team sheet, but I think it's Jamie Ross.
Another Campion putting. Let's see what they're able to do. Got a good shove on there, the Campion against the Wild Dogs. Potential.
Taking time out.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think.
Double dibs. Campions go again.
He's going to finish it. That is a very well finished try. An absolute beauty for Campion. It is 5-all. A very difficult kick though here. But they are growing into this game. This has been a cracker so far as we get towards the end of the first half. Looks like it's probably going to be tied at half time. Campion with the conversion, not quite got the legs, and that's going to be half time. So, exciting end to that half, and this is a very well-matched final. Exactly what we'd hoped for. Disappointed we're only going to get to see 7 more minutes of this, because this has been an absolute cracker.
Last 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Happy?
No, but Com's got him.
So welcome back to the Open final. It's 5-all, everything to play for in the second half. Tom Reed, the Director of Rugby for Gibraltar, and also key components of this tournament, extorting extra effort from his boys down on the touchline.
Yeah, it's been a really, really good final here. I think Campion just growing into this. Wild Dogs, I think they've got maybe a little bit more in them. It looks like they are taking... I think they're definitely taking Dylan Grogan off. or keeping him off. He was on the bench. And then they've got Cam Fisher, who looks like he's a powerhouse there, number 6, who is just coming on. But they're going to start off. It's a nice high hanging kick. Could be a bit too long. Oh, Campion managed to keep it in. Lovely footwork here. That's Ewan Kingdon. Gets wide, goes to ground there now. Should be loads of space if they get it wide. That's a terrible pass though, unfortunately.
If they give it, they're over here, Sam.
Yeah.
That's a lovely pass, but it's just drifted forward in the wind. Drifted forward.
They made that harder for themselves than they really needed to. That early pass just not going to hand, just killed their ability to spread the ball wide there. So Campions will be kicking themselves for that. That was an opportunity missed. Wild Dogs putting just outside the 22.
Yeah, that was such a shame there, Sam. It was one of those passes where the hands look as if they're going backward. But there's also that breeze is blowing from directly on the Gibraltar straight. And I think, but here we go. They've gone again. Campion, the home side.
And then going in the corner.
It's absolutely fantastic. Stu Porro standing next to me has just given the fist pump. Local lads doing Gibraltar proud there.
I mean, that was impressive scrummaging to push them off the ball. It felt like the Wild Dogs were just about to gain a foothold in this second half, but instead it's Campion who will take the lead here.
It's strange because the one thing you look at with the Wild Dogs, that they don't lack power, so you see them shoved off their own ball. That was a really great effort, and the conversion goes over. Everything's going right for Campion at the moment.
Yeah, Wild Dogs making a few changes, so they're going to bring on Shay Rafter for Luke Haywood. Rafter looks like he'd be pretty quick here. He might be getting the ball immediately from kickoff if they stick it long. The Wild Dogs number 4. They know that they need something quickly though here.
Good.
This is all about pressure for Campions now, isn't it, really? They need to go, if you're kicking off here, you look at going deep. You say to Wild Dogs, come and play rugby against us. But they're backing themselves in the air. But Wild Dogs doing really, really well through Adam Lilly again.
They're so dependent on him staying fit and being on this pitch. So really well deserved there, but opportunity now to spread the ball wide. It's gone to Deck, but collected. Good footwork here by Giles Clark. Eventually, though, stopped, and it goes wide to Mads Sojard. The Dane steps one way, the other way, tries to get down the outside, but it's well mopped up. Oh, just giving us high, much to the dismay of the locals. And Sojard goes. I'm not sure they were back 10 metres there. They weren't, so it's going to be another penalty. In fact, it could be a yellow card. It will be a yellow card. So Campion will be down to 6 with 5 minutes left to play and a 7-point lead.
Yeah, it could be a match turning point there, Sam.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how they respond. Lilly spreads the ball wide to Jack Power, the number 8.
Campion are retaining their line though. They just need to.
Just blocked to Deck there by Ewan Kingdon.
Local lads are throwing everything at this, Sam. It's really great to see.
Luke Podreski, though, is going to go under. Eventually it will tell. Podreski scored the first try for the Wild Dogs. He's going to score the second try, and crucially under the posts, which almost certainly will tie this game up at 12-all.
Yellow cards levelled that, Sam.
Yeah, it really has. This is going to be big now for Campion, the next couple of moments before they get back up to 7.
Tell you what, it'll be 12-all now. The last thing that these boys need is going to be extra time. It's boiling hot out there.
Yeah, it really is. This is pretty oppressive now. Wild Dogs will get the kick-off. It's going to be that Dane again, Sojard.
The Great Dane.
The Great Dane indeed. I just love watching players from around the world playing in this tournament. And one of those players, Dylan Grogan from Zimbabwe, is coming back on, who, as you say, I'm pretty sure is the biggest man on the pitch. Taken there by Cam Fisher, but he's put into touch. Put into touch, and Campion will have the line out about 6 metres from their own line.
This is end-to-end stuff, Sam. This is a wonderful game of rugby. This is exactly what a final should be.
And the fans as well responding to that. This is getting loud here. This is getting intense. We're on our feet, James. There's a bunch of people around you still on their feet as well. This is a really exciting final. There's going to be a couple of changes. So the Wild Dogs are bringing on Andrew McCarthy.
Crucial line-out throw here for the local boys. A lot of support for them.
They wing it, which is the first job. Need to go to ground though now. Now they need to build from inside their own 5 metres. They need the penalty. They've got the penalty. So Campion got the penalty, and they're going to go quick. Maybe a bit of space out wide, but they've got one man down. Thrown at Dylan Grogan there. He couldn't really get out of the way, and he was certainly back 10 metres. So Wild Dogs retain possession. And it's going to be a penalty to the Wild Dogs. So a massive swing in the last couple of moments. Dylan Grogan wants to take the quick tap. He does. Carries, gets low tackles, though, bring him down. Now the Wild Dog look to go again. It's turned over, though, I think. Turned over. Penalty to Campion.
Heroic defence by Campion. Dylan Grogan, I mean, the fastest Dylan gets is probably a rumble. But boy, oh boy, that's about 21, 22 stone on the hoof there. A big prime Zimbabwean muscle. Campion have done wonders there to hold Wild Dogs out. Heroic stuff. One man down.
That is a brilliant kick to touch as well. They're now just in their own half. The guys out there are absolutely blowing, though. This is exhausting.
They're on their straps. There's only a minute to go. It's 12 all. Campion are down to 6 men. In fact, the yellow card is just expired, and I think they're back to a full complement.
So pictures will be back very shortly, but Campion retain, but then lose it. And it's going to be a try. Jack Power scores a try, which will give them the lead. With less than a minute to go, Jack Power gives Wild Dogs the lead. It's going to be a very difficult conversion for out there. They might just be 5 points.
You wouldn't be hurrying if you were Wild Dogs here, would you, Sam?
Yeah, they're certainly not. Cam Schroeger, the Dane who's responsible for their kicks,
10 seconds on the kick.
Taking it easy.
We will restart.
We definitely will have a restart though. He's missed, so it will just be a 5-point lead. Still all to play for. Draw or win or loss, all on the line as we go into the final seconds of this game. The kickoffs by Wild Dogs being exceptional today. Campion need to retain this to give them any chance of the victory. And they have retained it. They chipped it through there, they could have just held on. And Campion get another bite of the cherry. In fact, they're going free. Campion stepping. They're running wide. This is David Ballerino into the Wild Dogs half. And it's a penalty to the Wild Dogs. They go quick. They go left. There's space out left, James, here. This is a brilliant end to this game. Carrying through the middle into the Wild Dogs 22.
That's got to be a high tackle. And yes, another penalty.
It's another penalty.
Wild Dogs are out on their feet here. They've got to stand up and redefend here, Sam. They've got to regroup. This is a wonderful game of rugby. It's a shame there's got to be a loser.
Yeah, this is huge for Campion. They're taking a moment from the Wild Dogs are happy just to take a quick breather here. Campion are making a couple of substitutions. What a brilliant end to a brilliant day, though.
Stu Porro, standing next to me, is officially out of fingernails, the local Gibraltarian. He's pacing up and down. This is the last play of the game. Can Campion do it? The local boys.
Stepped in, that's Ewan Kingdom. Steps in, could get the offload away, and that would be the try, but instead goes to ground. Wild Dogs attacking the ball, they've got the turnover. No, it's a penalty to Campion.
And a yellow card.
And a yellow card.
4th consecutive penalty.
That's Adam Lilly, who's been so crucial, who goes off. So not only are they down to 6, but they've lost their playmaker.
Adam throwing his gum shield on the turf in disgust there, Sam. And Campion go again.
But brought down just before the line. There's space everywhere for them. Slow block though. Left waves them back. Moves it to the left. He's going to go himself. Held up by Haywood of the Wild Dogs, and the Wild Dogs near line. They've got May in that box, and it's a penalty. It's a penalty and the Wild Dogs now just need to tap and kick it out. Double movement, I think, was the call. And that's what they will do. James, heartbreak for the local side, but one unbelievable end to this day.
What a wonderful game of rugby. That's Gibraltar Rugby Sevens at its best. Again, you know, it's a cliche, but rugby's the winner there. Rugby Sevens is the winner. Wild Dogs have retained their open title. It's absolute heartbreak for Campions. But that's me and Sam signing off. We've had a lovely day in the sun. Thanks to everybody that's listened. We've done our very best to keep you entertained. The rugby certainly kept us entertained.
Wonderful day. We'll see you all tomorrow.
but we've got some awards to give out for the Defender Men's Open competition. So we'll work our way through from the bowl, plate, and then up to the final with the cup final at the end. So firstly, the Defender Men's Open bowl final. The Forest of Dean Bogtrotters taking on the Intelligence Corps, and in that fixture, the winners were the Forest of Dean Bogtrotters. Gents, down you come, please. Stand the other side of it, lads. It's not much help you stood in front of it, is it? I don't know about the forest, but you make windows. Stand behind it. Okay, so to present the bowl trophy or the bowl shield, a man from the forest himself, our CEO and the founder of Gibraltar Sevens, Chad Thompson. Everyone, please put your hands together for the winners of the bowl competition, Forest of Dean Bogtrotters. Okay, so despite the fact that they didn't realise it themselves, but there was another second tier of the competition. The losers of the cup semi-finals went into the plate final. That was between Scrappy and the Ibex Macaques, and it was a strong performance from Scrappy, who came out a winner. So Scrappy, let me come. Well done, boys. See if you can stand behind it, unlike the other lads. A brilliant plate final, and to present the trophy, Stoyan Radev from Gabrudos Land Rover, the sponsors of this competition, will come over and present the trophy. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Scrappy! Congratulations, Scrappy. But there was one final game in the men's Defender Open Cup final. And it was an absolutely cracking game. Just one try, the difference between the two sides. Two really good teams fighting all the way. That was between the Wild Dogs and the Campion Sevens. But at the end, at the final whistle, it was the Wild Dogs. On you go, gents. Okay, and to present the Men's Defender Cup trophy in the Men's Open, Arturo Caputo from Caputo's Land Rover. Give it up, boys, for your cup winners in the Defender Open, War Dogs! An amazing final from all players involved. Well done, chaps. Obviously, you're done now, so have a great evening. I'm just going to have a quick word with your captain. Come on, big man. How does it feel? You come back for the second year. One team this year rather than the ones you had last year, but you certainly done yourselves proud.
We are... Oh, fuck. We're over the fucking... we're over the moon. We're over the moon. We're reigning champions back for next year. We're going to win it again.
Oh, good to hear. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people that want to challenge you, but for now, guys, you get the trophy again. You're going to take it back to England, because that's where you're actually all from. But well done, chaps. Have an amazing night out. Enjoy your time at Cabana, and well done. Have a great one. Thank you, everyone. An amazing, amazing day. A big thank you to the Air Cadets as well for helping us to be back tomorrow as well. But thank you. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow morning. First game at 10 a.m. And tonight, for all the players and everyone else who wants to come down as well, we're heading down to Cabana. If you want to come down and enjoy some music, DJs, some really good stuff, then make sure you head down there. Have a cracking evening. Thank you very much, everyone.